And I've got some eco clothes for you this morning. This is for children, because as any parent will tell you, the one thing you spend a fortune on for kids is clothing, because they grow out of it so fast. So this is stretchy clothing. So you can probably make it last a fair amount of time. So I suppose it's a bit like Lycra. You sort of put it on and then it's long-lasting. Yeah, it is. Was that supposed to be a joke or something? Oh, it stretches, it's long-lasting. He's swallowed a Christmas cracker book today with all the sort of the old jokes in it, so we're having those trotted out on the programme. The church has put in a helter-skelter in Norwich Cathedral. Blasphemous. Blasphemous as far as I'm concerned. You don't put a funfair ride inside a church. And they go, oh, it's your stairway to heaven. No, it's not. It's £2 a ride. I thought the stairway to heaven was free, which I'd have been a lot happier about. The secret of youthful skin. Come on, look at it. Look at my skin. My skin is beautiful. I'm really lucky, actually, for my age. And I'll tell you why. I don't smoke anymore. Don't go in the sun. Apparently, Liz Hurley says, and you've got to take her word for it, I mean, she looks fantastic, if you go in the sun, don't do it between 9 and 6. I don't think there was any sun after 6 o'clock, because it's bad for the skin. It's very drying. You go, when Dale and I went to the south of France years and years ago, the flat that we were given was owned by a friend of his who owned a shop, and inside her bathroom cabinet were all bottles of fake tan. The people who live down in Cannes and Saint-Tropez, they don't generally sit in the sun unless they're sort of working the boats or the deck chairs or anything like that. People stay well out of the sun because they know it's really bad for you. You won't find Joan Collins sitting sunbathing. I don't even think you'd find Barbara doing that. I don't think so. Also, Brenda Blethyn was so appalled. She's in America. She's staying at a Four Seasons hotel, and they wanted to charge her for a T-shirt to have it washed and ironed, $15. I mean, it'd be cheaper to go and buy one every time. So the next time she stayed in a hotel, she took a cab downtown to go and find the local laundrette. She said she washed all of her stuff, and it was under $10, including folding and everything else. So, but I discovered that when we went on the cruise ship, that because there's not much room in the cabins, you wear something, and I only wear once. I like to then get it dry clean so it's all put back in the wardrobe again. And it worked out quite expensive, but to be honest with you, I looked on it as really a necessity. So I turned on the television yesterday, because I was prone to doing that. What did I do yesterday? I didn't do anything yesterday. Oh, I had to go to the hospital to get this armband fitted, and it's nice, it fits beautifully, and it's currently transmitting. We're not doing great numbers because I'm afraid I lapsed this morning. When I first woke up this morning, I was 7.9, and I'm supposed to be about 7 anyway, but unfortunately I did have a couple of bits of chocolate, which, as you know, it's not my kind of thing. I'm not a big chocolate eater. I'm more savoury. Show me a cheese football and I'm there straight away. Or scampi or that cheese footballs. You not remember cheese footballs? You know when you go to a party and they have Twiglets and they have little cheese squares? Well, the cheese footballs were 2 bits of that with like a creamy cheese thing in the middle. Only small, about that size. Like the size of am I talking to myself here? You've never heard of them? Cheese footballs. I'll tell you what I'll do. When they actually get them in, because they will get them in Iceland for Christmas, I'll bring in the Twiglets, the cheese footballs and the cheese squares. You must have seen them. You must have seen them. They're very famous, but most people I talk to have never heard of the blooming things. They're very nice. There you go. Cheese footballs, and they're fun party size. And they look like that thing there. You can see them. There, and the top picture on the left-hand side. Cheese footballs. And they've got this sort of creamy cheese thing in the middle of it. Sort of creamy cheese. I don't know whether it is cheese or not, but they're very nice. They're very, very nice. And you have them at Christmas. Do you like Twiglets? Do you do Twiglets? Oh, you like Twiglets. There you go. No, of course you wouldn't. I knew... Marmite, yes. Something you don't like, Marmite. Oh, well, hate it. That's all we need. Not having a Steve Allen you haven't opened it. No, well, he isn't actually getting a jar of it now. I mean, only giving it to fans. I've got this Marmite with my name on it, which is very nice, actually. I gave one to Thomas, but he's under strict instructions not to open it. Do you know you can't get it anymore now? Because a friend of mine said, he said, did you not get me one? I said, no. And he said, because you can't get them anymore. It's limited offer. Yeah. So I've got another 7 at home. I bought 8. Why? Because I can. That's why. So anyway, I've forgotten where I was going to. Oh, yes. So I turned on the television. I went to hospital to have the thing fitted. It only took a minute. I could probably do it myself next time round. It's got the electronics in it. and it's got a needle in the middle, and you shoot it into the back of your arm, and then I put a little thing over the top of it to hold it in place so I can have a shower and a bath and sleep, because I do turn a lot in my sleep. I would be a nightmare to sleep with. Well, I mean, not all the time. I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I've got medals and cups and everything in the bedroom. And so it's... Oh yeah. So anyway, I get back after the hospital. I go and do my little bit of shopping. Pop in there, say hello to a few people. Completely forgot to get the vegetables, which I missed out yesterday, which was to my own deep embarrassment. So I had to have bacon in little pieces with some vegetable rice, which was quite nice. It was okay, fills me up. And so I was sort of chatting away. Then I made a phone call, and I made another phone. I was on the phone for an hour. An hour to one person, and then I put the phone down, it rang again, I was on the phone for another half an hour. I'll tell you, at the end of it, you start looking at the phone, it's running down. But this had nothing to do with the fact that when I got back in yesterday, I started watching the television. So I'd already seen the early bits and pieces going on, and so I waited for this morning. And there was Eamon with his orthopaedic shoes, and his wife, Ruth, which was lovely. And they were saying, we've got Lady Colin Campbell. I thought that'll be something to avoid. Seriously, nobody's interested in that boring old bag. I mean, seriously, she's so dreary. So dreary. But anyway, and he said, we were going to be having Lauren Goodyer. I mean, seriously, you're scraping the barrel if you put her on anything. And is it Jack Finch? Jack Finch, the pen salesman, the one who had the little problem. And anyway, they were a no-show. Now, I could have predicted there'd be a no-show, but what was more embarrassing is they actually said, come on, where are you? Where are you? And the answer is they were so stociously drunk the day before that they didn't bother to go in. They didn't even bother phoning to say, I'm terribly sorry. Normally you'd get in and phone and leave a message, say, listen, I've only just got in from the party and I can't make it in for my interview. Talk about unprofessional amateurs. You'd have thought poor old Lauren Goodyer, who sort of got in the cab with her boobs flopping about all over the place. I mean, it was really embarrassing. And Jack, who sort of went off with somebody from the party. And I'm thinking, I'm sorry, you have a booking to go on this morning. There is no bigger daytime programme. Whether you like it or you don't like some of the features, they've had some pretty naff features on it. But and they don't show up, they would be on a banned list immediately. I would expect a grovelling apology from Lauren, but I'm reliably informed once she got down on her knees, she'd never be able to get back up again, would she? Those boobs dragging on the ground, and Jack would be too busy sort of going, oh my God. And you think, you have a commitment. You have a commitment to do a job, and a television that's your supposed bread and butter. Well, I couldn't care less what happens to Lauren Goodyer and Jack Fincham now. I really couldn't care less. I think they're rude, unprofessional. Perhaps you should make a programme about them, not called divas or has-beens, but just rude people. Just rude people. So I hope they never get invited on again. They don't need to do anything like that. It's really not worth it. Steve, I had Marmite and tomato ketchup with my name on, says my friend Ian. Didn't bother shipping them to Phoenix. Can you get that over there? Can you get Marmite? Corey doesn't like Marmite. Already, we've started sussing out a bit of a snowflake, and so I don't like Marmite. You never, an international shop. They didn't have lots of things in Vienna actually. A friend of mine opened an English shop over there, so people could get stuff that you can only get in England. Because I think the one thing you couldn't really get over there was peanut butter. That was another problem. They had sort of little supermarkets, and unlike us, we've got huge supermarkets everywhere. But over there, they just had little corner supermarkets. I used to find it very distressing trying to buy stuff. It was all a little bit... There was nothing you could sort of pick up like a pork pie or something like that, which is what I would have wanted. So there's a bloke. He's at the airport in Oman, and he starts swearing. And he gets arrested. And he's now in police custody. There's a very good chance he's up in court over there. He could be in prison for 3 years. They don't like people who swear. They really don't. Have we still got that woman abroad? Is she still locked up? You know, the woman who was drug trafficking Tramadol. Is she still over there, or is she back? Or something? Is she back? How ghastly. How ghastly. Also, there's a 40-year-old virgin looking for a female companion to celebrate his birthday. What is it with people want to tell you these things? A 40-year-old virgin. I mean, I can't even contemplate anything like that. Gary says, did you watch the GC on a new show? The feedback didn't sound good. Got panned, I'm afraid, because what they've done is they've tried to invent her. Like they did with Joey Essex and Jade, you know, make them sound as though they're really stupid. You didn't need to make them sound stupid. They really were stupid. Jade was a racist added on to that. But in the case of the GC, and she does talk about herself in third party, you know, the GC is two different people. No, it's not. Both as stupid as the other one, but just rude. And so they've actually come up with these scenarios whereby she looks as though she's being a diva. No, she's not. She's not. She never lost the 3 stone. We knew that was a bit of an old fake thing, didn't we? You know, oh, yes, I had an injection, I did this. Well, I don't know who's handing out injections to make people lose weight. Noreen says, John Warrington, some listeners and I were discussing shows where it was that John gave sweets out. I think The Mermaid. I can't remember. I was going to give sweets out at the Magic Circle. And then the Magic Circle, oh, please don't, there'll be rappers all over the place. And Sally, facing a hospital visit. So good luck, Sally. I'm sure. Actually, I'm seeing John Warrington tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm seeing him. Also, has Lauren Goodyear ever heard of an item of clothing called a bra, says Ron. Shouldn't think so. Well, put it this way, she has heard of something called talentless. And that'd be her, every time she looks in the mirror. We get Marmite in Canada. Love it, says Simon. It's a Marmite thing. Sorry, of course it's Marmite thing. But, you know, it's like Corey goes, I don't like Marmite. You know, so he's gone all difficult over that one. So it's you either love it or hate it. I don't know why that is, actually. Why does everybody not like it? You mustn't have it. Yeah, but you mustn't have it thick. I've seen people really putting it on thick. You just put a little thin layer on. It's just enough to get your taste buds going. You know, he's just recently back from Hong Kong. Should have stayed there. And, you know, I bet they haven't got Marmite in Hong Kong, but I bet you anything they would actually put it in food if they could. Why not? It's only riboflavin and something called niacin. I always remember looking at it thinking, what in God's name is this stuff? But I like it, but I don't want it thick. It's got to be thin. Vegemite in Australia, it's a different thing. It's not exactly the same. Not the same, but it's a similar sort. You don't like that either, do you? No. God, honestly, hopeless, isn't it, really? What do you buy for Christmas? I suppose a jar of Marmite would go down very well. And, yes, Fry's is a supermarket here that has a European food aisle. They have Marmite and mint sauce. Can't you just make mint sauce? Isn't it easy to... I don't know. And he says... what was the other one? And Heinz tomato soup. My favourite. I could eat 2 tins of Heinz tomato soup without any trouble whatsoever. And if I had little bits of bread, which were buttered, and you dip that makes it even better. Heinz tomato soup. That's a real winter warmer or a summer warmer. I love it. Absolutely love it. Also, what was the other one? Macaulay Culkin mocking the Disney plans to remake Home Alone. Please don't make it again. Please don't. But they're on a roll. I think they've had 3 films this year that have grossed $1 billion. So Disney are on a roll because The Lion King, if you've not seen it, is tremendous. It really is. It's just very clever. And Gareth Thomas, so I think he's a gay ex-rugby player. And he's made contact with the gay footballer. Somebody was going to come out, so he knows where which club they're actually playing for. I reckon there's loads of gay footballers. I mean, well, why should there not be? Statistically, there must be loads, because if they say 1 in 4 is, and there's 3 of us in here, the next person that walks in's got to be suspect, haven't they? Josh, is that Josh? But so he said he has made contact with him so that he can come out, but I don't think he's prepared to come out at the moment. I can imagine it'd be absolutely awful. Costa Coffee have decided that they're going to give you a smaller cup, but charge you more money. Really? You know, don't you just love companies like that? So they're off my list. Also, Paul Hollywood adds electric gates at his house, probably to keep out that ghastly ex-girlfriend, who apparently is inundated with offers. I bet she's got an agent. And somebody will find something for her. They'll stick her on this morning, and poor Eamon and Ruth will have to talk to 2 more deadbeats. It's really embarrassing, isn't it? And also, if you're looking for cheap toilet rolls, I've got some. The bloke who is going to be doing that festival, which was cancelled because of the appalling weather and all the rest of it, he's got 200,000 toilet rolls. You know, what's he going to do with them? The thing that you have to come and collect. It's no good turning up going, well, I'll take 2 packs. No, he wants to get rid of the whole lot. Plus the pensioner, who helped stage a fake robbery at a store where he worked, although, as the producer has typed here, pension helps stage fake robbery. Well, yeah, you missed 2 letters, but it changes the whole concept, doesn't it? It's a pensioner. No, it's a pension. That's something you get. That's not mean. That's not being mean. You get, well, you must go to HR. You must really go there. In fact, I'll take you there. No, I'll take you. Believe you me, I can take you. I can tell you, because I've got a list of things about you. A whole list. You don't think I have, but I have. It's my backup. Also, what was the other one? Did anybody understand what was happening in Coronation Street? They went full Polish the other night. No subtitles. So the paper have very helpfully given you a translation. They're supposed to do things like that. Welcome to Friday. No, he doesn't eat Marmite. And I've coated these ones in Marmite just to make sure he never eats anything ever again. He could do with losing some weight. I mean, come on. At least I'm being useful and helpful. No point in feeding somebody up, and I am a feeder. I'm known for being a feeder. Probably of myself, actually. What's the other one I've got? Oh, the yobs on bikes causing chaos riding around Asda. They hit some woman, they punched some other bloke. I tell you, it's people like that. You want to get that. And they filmed themselves as well. They're a bit simple. Little bit simple. Don't worry, they will find them. They will find them. And Boris Johnson vowed to tackle violent crime to restore power. Well, how's that going to happen? Can somebody please let me know? Has he got some sort of magic wand he can wave to get rid of knife crime? Never going to happen. Never going to happen. Somebody slipped on bird poo at the station. Do you know how much the train companies paid out last year for people who claimed to have had accidents? 950,000 quid. The person who slipped on bird poo apparently got 28,000 quid. Sounds like a right little racket, doesn't it, really? Also, the fashion today, gold. So forget silver, park your platinum, gold. But I saw a great programme on the telly last night. I don't know what it was, but it was people who'd been convicted of crimes. Generally speaking, there was one girl there. God, no, she was ugly, and she her boyfriend was a drug dealer. But he was quite clever. He didn't want to draw attention to himself. She was the one who let the thing down. She worked in a supermarket on the checkout, but she was wearing designer gear worth thousands. I mean, thousands. She had these Louboutin shoes and everything, which can go for thousands of pounds. And he had his designer watches and everything else. Anyway, when the police caught up with him, I think he'd living at his grandmother's, and he had money, drugs, everything else. Anyway, it was all confiscated. And what these drug people like to do is they like to wear designer clothing. So they had Prada, Patek Philippe watches. And what happens when it's confiscated, it gets sold at an auction. And they had one of these auctions. I mean, to be honest with you, the people sitting there bidding for it looked slightly ropey. But they were selling these things. One of it was he was a Latvian, and he'd been done for drugs again. Drugs are the main thing. And it was a beautiful necklace. I don't know where, you can't wear it round here. It looked ridiculous. But it was all tanzanite, and there was something like 900 diamonds in it. Whatever it was a staggering amount. And it was worth about £36,000. When they sold it at one of these auctions, £6,000 it made. It's worth 36,000, but it got £6,000. They sell cars, jackets. They've got these very expensive puffer jackets. But this girl, who was the girlfriend of the bloke, she was done as well for it. But unfortunately, because she'd made the big mistake. They've been photographed around the world because the show-offs, and they do tend to be show-offs. If they're actually selling drugs, they like to show, look, here's me counting money and here's me doing this. Anyway, they always get caught because they're a bit simple. And she had pictures taken, and she was wearing really expensive heels. She just worked in a supermarket. So somebody somewhere has gone, how's she affording this? How is she affording it? And the answer is because she was involved up to her little scrawny neck. So both gone to prison. He's gone to prison for a number of years, and she only went for like 18 months. But all their stuff was confiscated. And it sells at these auctions, which seem to be held in Ireland or Wales or somewhere like that. But it's some really nice stuff. You know, I mean, there's a woman there who actually sold second-hand shoes, but provided they were good quality ones. But she wasn't going to pay more than 250 quid for a pair. And you just pay for this stuff, and then you toodle off home with it. All sorts of lovely jackets. There's some very expensive jackets that came out last year with fur collars. Fox fur collars or something, wolf or something, whatever it is. They're terribly expensive. And I remember looking at it, and then they said, oh, this bloke goes to all these auctions. But unfortunately, it went a bit too high for some of him. But it was such a good programme. Shane said, that's like Vegemite, only have it very thinly. I like it. My mum hates it. Yeah, I think it's an acquired taste. Corey doesn't like it. But there again, it's only probably because he had one of those deprived childhoods where his parents just had sort of, chocolate spread. So I bet he likes chocolate spread. Yeah, there you go, you see. Absolutely right every time. They wouldn't have had Marmite, because once you buy a jar of Marmite, it lasts for years. Because you don't have it every day, do you? You'd have a little bit. I had it when I came out of an operation once, and I had a craving. But they said you can't do that. And so I said, I'll have Marmite sandwiches. Marmite sandwiches. And so they brought me in, and I thought, I didn't realise that it was going to react badly with the wearing off as the anaesthetic came out. And so I promptly threw up all over the nurse. Wasn't one of my finer moments, but I was only young. I had a growth in my mouth, and that sort of cut it out. But after the operation, I was in there, and I had literally I remember thinking, but what would you like to eat, Stephen? Hello, Stephen? Stephen? And you hear these disembodied voices while you're sort of under the anaesthetic. And Marmite sandwiches. So I got Marmite sandwiches. They look delicious, but just made me sick. So I've kind of gone off them since. I don't know why. I do like Marmite, though. I should do. I've got 8 blooming jars of the stuff at home. Sorry? Bottom text. It was police camera auction, says Ron. It might be. I can't remember. I didn't get as far as anything like that. It was fascinating. Fascinating. Steve, with all the money they're on, footballers must be extremely jolly, says Phil. Well, I mean, they're bored. They're bored half the time. I mean, I can name you 3 other footballers who gamble hugely, huge sums of money. Why do men on reality shows try to look windswept and interesting, even though they're not? And all the women look like related fish, says Paul. I don't know, because when you see them, and we see them in here, they wander through the building and they keep going, oh, and today we're going to have anything. Oh, God, how boring. Cheesy football, says Lynn, love them. You won't get them till Christmas. They'll be out probably November time in Iceland. They're not out at the moment. I don't know why they do. They were doing, I think, 3 big sort of jars for like £2 or something, or £5 or whatever it was. It was very good value, and I quite liked it. Spiking you from the Boomtown Festival, says Aaron. What's the Boomtown Festival? What's the Boomtown? And Aaron says, what's your festival CV like? Non-existent. Non-existent. I don't think I've ever done a festival. The only thing I've ever done is drag racing. The Boomtown Fair. So it runs to the 11th. 7th, and I don't know what it is. What is it? Has it got different... Oh, my goodness me, look, there's people there. And a stage. It looks quite nice, actually. It looks quite nice. You could be having a good time there, provided the weather stays fine. There's all sorts of people going, isn't there? Did you know that Marmite helps you recall your dreams when you wake up, says William? It's the balance of the B vitamins. I always remember my dreams for about a minute, and then I forget them, quite conveniently. But sometimes I thought it's peculiar. My dreams feature people I work with. No, not you two. God in heaven, that wouldn't be a dream. That'd be a nightmare. Can you imagine? So here we are. Oh, hi, Steve. There's Corey. And all of a sudden, oh, Thomas is here as well. What, in my dream? What's he doing in my dream? I didn't ask you to be in my dream. Oh, Mrs. Woman's here as well, Steve. Oh, God, what's happening to the world? That could be your, No, I never imagined that. No. What did I imagine yesterday? My dream yesterday consisted of hiding a baseball cap under a bush. I don't know why. I can't think of anything. There's no logic behind any of my dreams at all. But I wake up, or failing that, I get somewhere where I'm a bit nervous because there's a big drop. I'm walking along a wall or in a castle, on a castle battlement, and it's a sheer drop the other side with waves crashing onto the rocks, and I get frightened I'm going to fall off because I'm terrible at heights. Absolutely blooming awful. Stephen Corrie, Eileen picked some dodgy men in her life. Oh, she always has done. She had one the other day. It was hilarious. Windy in London, and Shane says Sydney's been experiencing cold winter winds. Well, we've got exactly the same. Exactly the same. Chris says 8 jars of Marmite. Is that 1 jar per kitchen in your mansion? I don't like to talk about it, yes. Or failing that, it's a gift I give to people who come a-calling. I go, listen, you're not coming in. Have a jar of Marmite. And they go away quite happy. So the only person who's actually got one is Thomas. So there you go. LBC News Time. 4th, Young tell the Prime Minister, end our knife hell. What the God's name do you think she... Still thought we were back in the Dark Ages. What on earth do they think he's going to do? They've delivered this group here a 12-point plan outlining how to make the streets safer, including reversing cuts to youth services. That's not going to do it. The sort of people who, are going out knifing people, they're nothing to do with youth services. They don't go to a youth club. They're hanging out on street corners, dealing in drugs. One of them says cuts to youth clubs and after-school provision has a big impact. I think not. I love the way everybody's got the answer to it. Listen, we've only just come up with that in 2019. Don't believe it. Do not believe it at all. So the 12-point thing, okay, here we go. This is what Boris Johnson apparently has got to act on. Rehabilitation, especially helping young people gain skills and access employment, should be central to the youth justice system. In other words, let's just throw money at something. Custody should be used as a last resort. Often it only serves to help young people become better criminals. I mean, I'm not getting this at all. Tackling the drugs market is the key part of tackling knife crime. Well, they can't do that either. How are they going to do it? All the media have a responsibility not to perpetuate myths that young people need to carry a knife or contribute towards young people becoming desensitised to violence. Well, nobody's ever said that in the media. Nobody's ever said that. But there are certain people who will always carry a knife. Look at that bloke the other day. What was he, 58, in that white van who was stopped, and he carries a machete. They don't have a fear of the police anymore, so that's a waste of time to start with. We need to tackle the underlying causes of violent crime, such as lack of housing and unemployment. Oh, right, so we have to give people a house now, do we? This is a very expensive thing going on here. Schools need to provide better support to young people who are at risk of involvement in crime. Those excluded from school need a safe place to go. And where is this money coming from? I really don't get it. And number one, ensuring young people feel safe on the streets is important if they're to stop carrying knives. They're never going to not carry knives. There's always going to be certain people. If you're going to go out and rob somebody, you know, mainly for a drug habit or just because somebody's got something that you want, they're going to use a knife. We've seen it time and time again. It's not going to change. It really is not going to change. It's very laudable to go out and go, all right, we have to do something. They can't. What can you do about it? Just saying to somebody, well, listen, if we give you a youth club, will that be better for you? Then you won't need to carry a knife. What? Definitely not. Definitely not. I don't know what the answer is, but that sure as hell ain't it. Top policewoman crashed into an oncoming car whilst trying to make a hands-free phone call to her MP husband. This is Kerryn Wilson, left another driver with whiplash in the smash outside her forces headquarters in Lincolnshire. Yesterday, the magistrates heard she became distracted while trying to ring her husband, Labour MP for Sedgefield, who's called Phil Wilson. She didn't even attend court. Couldn't be bothered, really. So she was fined £1,460, given 7 penalty points after admitting driving without due care and attention. Her solicitor said she was severely remorseful over the crash, just couldn't be bothered to turn up. She's now going to face a police conduct probe over the incident. I love the way that people don't bother turning up for these things now. They just don't bother turning up, and you think they really don't have any respect for anything at all, and she's supposed to be upholding the law. Bad news. Steve, saw that programme last night. Very good. And Marmite sandwiches with thinly sliced peeled cucumber. Got to be thin white bread, though, says Tina. Oh, don't. Got to be nice. And you've got to have soft butter. Because you don't want anything hard, do you? Because otherwise, if you drag it across the bread rips. And there's nothing worse. So you're right, it's got to be thin white bread. Mike in Finchley says, tomato soup on its own is boring. Have it with rice and a couple of splashes. Oh, no, definitely not. No, I'm sorry. You do not need to put anything with tomato soup that will improve it. You have to leave it exactly the same as it was. You don't add Tabasco, you don't add Worcestershire sauce, you don't add anything. That's why they've made it. It's called Heinz tomato soup. You don't want to add anything else to it. It'll spoil the taste. If you want to add it, you might as well make your own soup. Just stick all the tomatoes in a liquidizer. He says, I hope I didn't affect the listening figures too much. I'm back from hospital and back listening. We seem to be doing all right, thank you very much. We seem to be doing very well, thank you. Very well. Very, very well. So yesterday, the traffic came to a standstill, as indeed it does most days around Abbey Road, because to mark the 50th anniversary of one of the band's most iconic moments, music lovers from around the world brought Abbey Road to a standstill. All they do is just walk backwards and forwards. It goes on all day. It's mad. So buses and cars had to wait while visitors took their turn to walk over the famous zebra crossing. Where are the police? Moving these idiots off. Go away. And so the photograph of John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison and Ringo Starr on the crossing was used for the cover of the album Abbey Road, 1969. 50 years on, Beatles lookalike band The Fab Four recreated the scene as the traffic jam built up. I mean, can you imagine you're sitting about 20 vehicles back going, what's going on? There's people on the crossing. Oh, go, yeah, beep, 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 beep. Very infuriating. Also, the anniversary stunt was arranged by London tour guide Richard Porter. You irritating little so-and-so. That's right, don't spare a thought for us sitting in traffic jams. He says, I've seen lots of different sites, from couples having their wedding photos taken to people going across naked across that zebra crossing. If only they took the zebra crossing away, it'd make so much easier, wouldn't it, really? But the photo was taken outside the EMI recording studios where the Beatles made the album. It's quite famous, but, I mean, there were buses held up there, loads of people on the pavement, mainly tourists. People over here are a little bit wise to something like that. I didn't think it'd be too long before boring old Catherine Tilsley, ex of Corrie, no work after that, unveiled her secret technique. This thing doesn't take place for a while yet, but she's going to be frozen to minus 120 degrees. She's such an attention seeker. It's so dreary and boring. She's having cryotherapy sessions in preparation for the BBC One show. So the extreme cold chambers aid muscle regeneration and stimulate the immune system, helping her stay fit for the gruelling training. Why don't you just stay in more, dear? Why don't you just stay in more? Do us all a favour. She says, I'm on such a high afterwards. Best 2 minutes of my week. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Oh, yeah, you know McCannon and Ball? Rock on, Tommy. They were... I've got stories. Tommy Cannon is joining Emmerdale at the grand old age of 81. That's what they do now with people. There's been loads of people who've turned up in all sorts of programmes, haven't they? Even in Hollyoaks. And, of course, Last of the Summer Wine was notorious for using elderly actors, one of the only programmes that was. But he's doing a brief stint as Derek in Emmerdale. He's spending a little bit of his time in the Dales. In fact, the last time we saw them, they were over in Vegas. And there was a load of people who went over there to see if they could still put on a show. And, of course, they can. Of course they can. It's just that I didn't think he was 81. Amazing how people, you know, their sort of age doesn't really match up to the energy that they've got, which is amazing, isn't it? Steve, Boris will get the kids into sports like whiff-waff and waiter baiting, says Paul. They're not interested in doing sport. When will he realise that this problem is so huge? They couldn't wipe out gun crime in America. What hope of wiping out knife crime? Jackie says Lauren Goodyear was on In Therapy. I know, she'll do anything now. Anything. Unfortunately, she needs to really go to Alcoholics Anonymous and get dried out because it's just pitifully awful. And James says, considering the amount of times you likely feature in the O'Brien's dreams, isn't it about time you returned the favour? He's never featured in my dreams, actually. He's never featured... Oh, has he? I can't remember. I don't think he has. But there's a number of people working for LBC who have featured in Steve Allen's dream. And I always mean to write them down afterwards, because I do see how long I can hold it in my memory, and then it just goes ping, and it disappears. I bet Thomas is secretly hoping you have a dream about him introducing you to Nessie, who, as we know, does exist, says Tom from Southend. No, he doesn't hope that he's going to be in one of my dreams at all. You met Nessie for the first time. What do you mean, I'll meet Nessie again? There's no such thing. It's perpetuating a myth. You're more likely to meet an elderly man with a white beard dropping presents down your chimney at Christmas time. There is more likelihood of that happening, of you bumping into him and going, Santa, as opposed to bumping into the Loch Ness Monster. I bet there are cards you can buy at Christmas with a Loch Ness Monster with a silly Father Christmas hat on. I've just got this feeling. It's a sort of daft thing somebody would do. And if they haven't, I've now given them the idea, so that they'll probably go for it. They've got... Do you remember Ray Lambert? You won't remember Ray Lambert, actually, but he's a Liverpool icon. And as millions were splurged by Cubs on yesterday's transfer deadline day, the contract of a footy legend was revealed. He was paid how much? £5 a week. £5 a week, the obscene amounts of money they pay now. 350,000 a week, 400,000. This is all set to fetch 16 grand after gathering dust. He impressed George Kay at Liverpool, who was the then manager, and signed professional forms on his 17th birthday. He retired in 1956 to run a newsagent, and his contract included a wage of £5 a week plus £1 extra for a first-team appearance. Nowadays, there's a Dutch bloke and Mo Salah, £200,000 a week they rake in. His haul will be auctioned at Hanson's in Derby on August 22nd. Awful. He died aged 87 in 2009. Apparently, £5 was equivalent to about 324 quid these days. So they were still very badly paid. Very, very badly paid. Such a shame, isn't it? When you get the ones now and they've got such poor taste, and then we had all the wags to put up with at the same time. And they turned out to be a bit balmy bonkers as well. The police chief... Oh, there's a chief constable got a £70 ticket for parking illegally in a town centre. Good. I mean, I always thought they would hush things like this up, but this is Keir Pritchard parked his BMW 4x4 in a non-designated area whilst on Wiltshire police business. He said, "We should have taken the time to find a more suitable place to park. Taxpayers were assumed they wouldn't have to pick up the tab." Police and Crime Commissioner Angus McPherson said officers must set a good example. Of course. Otherwise you can't bother, preaching to us if you can't even manage it yourselves. Bronson's dead wife found with bags of powder. I believe she had issues. I think that's the way they describe it now. This is a part-time actress who married Charles Bronson. Paula Williamson was discovered at home by her partner. Opening the inquest, the patient was found on the bed. She was unconscious with vomit from her mouth, and there were 2 small bags of white powder stuck to her. Bronson changed his name to, he's just recently changed it, Charles Salvador, and Paula, who had played minor roles in Corrie and Emmerdale, applied to have the marriage annulled. It was never consummated. Of course it isn't, he's in prison, likely to remain there. But they married in 2017. Police had previously confirmed the death was not suspicious. She did have a history of anxiety and depression. So, obviously, the cocaine did not help, I'm afraid. They just call it little bags of suspicious white powder. Can't think of anything else that's there. Oh, my Lord above. Macaulay Culkin in his pants, because Disney have announced that they want to make Home Alone again. I don't know why. I thought it was perfect as it was. Ian Hyland today, looking at Portillo, the trouble with the Tories. I like the railway journeys, but I just can't help feeling that the clothes he wears are about the campers you can get. A bright yellow jacket, a bright blue jacket, a bright green jacket. It all looks a little bit fey and not particularly exciting at all, I'm afraid. On this page, this is the diary with Ashley Rainbird, who says, This morning bosses are champing at the bit, or even chomping at the bit, to give Love Island's Ovi Socko a regular slot, and he proved so popular as guest chef that he was brought out for 3 segments during yesterday's show with Eamon and Ruth. But there's just no ignoring how Ovi done these eggs are. He just cooked eggs the other day. I shouldn't imagine he can cook anything else at all. But you have to put up with it, while he's sort of currently doing flavour, and then they'll go, oh, good, let's do that for it. Oh, boring, let's drop it. Also, a 40-year-old virgin called George Handley has never had a girlfriend and feels awkward in most social situations, but he'd like a date to help him celebrate his birthday. Dear. Slightly worried. Determined to find love, he's bought a pair of tickets to see Fame the Musical in Bournemouth. Sounds like it's going downhill already. And he's hunting for a date via Facebook. Romantic George says, I'd really love for someone to sit next to me and share in the experience. Dear, I don't like that idea. He comes from Nottingham. He says his condition means he has a phobia of meeting new people and hopes to meet somebody understanding. He said, I'd offer a stable relationship and I wouldn't let my partner down. Well, that's very laudable. But if you got to the age of 40 and you're still a virgin, I don't know whether or not there's a stigma attached to that nowadays. Do people worry about that sort of thing? Even I would go, yeah. There's something about Friday that's sort of better than any other day. Obviously if you work the weekend, it's probably quite depressing because you've got to start work. But if you work Monday through Friday and we work Monday through Sunday, I think the only day we really get off is sort of Saturday, where I have a presence. I'm just not physically here, which is always quite sweet because loads of people still write in, even on the Saturday, even though people know that it's the best of Steve Allen between 5 and 6, and then the first playing of In Conversation, which is lovely. Steve, you can bet that if James O'Brien does show up in one of your dreams, he'll mention his book. That's an outrageous thing to say. Hardly mentions it. James says he's writing a new book, says Jimmy. Do you think you'll get a mention? I don't know. It depends what it's about, actually. Depends what it's about. I don't know. If it's about sort of popular people in radio, well, then obviously I shall be featured, of course. Ringo Starr, have I just done that, says Sue in Plymouth. 80 next year. 80. God dear me. Amazing, isn't it? Trevor says, white powder in my line of business, that'd be lemon sherbet powder. Oh, I used to love lemon sherbet. Do you remember lemonade powder? I don't know why we bought it, because you used to stick your finger in. wet your finger and stick it into this lemon stuff. It was just sugar and lemon juice, I think. The idea was you poured it into a glass, then poured some cold water on top and it made lemonade. It didn't. The only thing, lemonade about it was the word lemon. And apart from that, Steve, another one here. Another one, wait a minute. Obviously, the 30-year-old virgin has never been to Ibiza. Had he gone there, even he wouldn't have come back a virgin. Oh, is it really that bad nowadays? I have to be honest, I've seen a picture of the poor soul. I mean, it must be a bit different. Imagine getting to 40 and still being a virgin. I think that's quite laudable. I think that's quite a good thing, actually. There was in America, they have a big thing whereby if you're in the church, you have a ring, and it comes in two halves, and you give the half of it. It's like, do you remember the film Half a Sixpence? And they had half a sixpence each. Then they put it together and it made the whole sixpence. It was a lovely little film, actually. Tommy Steele, very good little film. Very nice little film. So, in Manchester in the 80s, there was a man who was always doing citizen's arrest on policemen who were illegally parked to buy cigarettes or chips. Although I've seen them pulling into the side of the road to use the bank machines. I can't do that. Although the council are doing very well. We had some rough sleepers on the high street. The rubbish had been there for ages. Council came and cleared it the other day, and graffiti on a wall, it was off straight away. So we've obviously found a shilling somewhere, and we can do all these things, like getting stuff cleaned up, which would be lovely. Jim says, don't worry if you missed that road shutdown yesterday. With the weekend rapidly upon us, there'll be another shutdown in the centre of town, guaranteed. We spend most of our time in roadworks, don't we? Single file traffic here. But I got to the hospital really quickly, because the roadworks had cleared up. Did they clear up? No, they didn't. It took us around, and then the bus stop's about another half a mile. I had to walk all the way back. But it was good for my walking, because I forgot to check yesterday how many steps, because I've got this health app. So today, how I've managed this, I've got no idea. 784 steps. How can I have done 784 steps? Yesterday I did 4,188. It's not very good, is it, really? On Wednesday, 5,201 steps, which I was very pleased about. 3,619 on Tuesday. Obviously, I'd given up by that time. And Monday was just one short of 6,000. Makes me feel a little bit better if I do a little bit of walking, because otherwise I'm just rubbish at it. Absolute rubbish. But it doesn't matter. It's like whether we have to run for the bus. I always dread it, because Tom and we sort of go down the thing here, and I always get that, there's going to be a bus. And his eyesight's marginally better than mine. Marginally better, so he can see the numbers on the buses. What? You can sometimes... It's not... Excuse me, I've had my cataracts done. You wait till you get to my age. If, indeed, you get to my age. You'd be very, very lucky to get to my age. They were they had a little kid on the television the other day. Not little kid, he works on his parents' farm, and he had cancer. And they flew, the NHS, they only fly about 6 people to America for this treatment, and he's fully cured now. But he said there was somebody he got friendly with, this 14-year-old girl. He said she didn't make it. But he was really good. Really good. And they're bringing this machinery into this country. They've spent £10 million bringing these... I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's for sorting out cancer in people. Because there are certain cancers, which, there just isn't the one cancer. They're all different. Each cancer is different. And there isn't a family in the country who probably hasn't been touched by cancer. But some people are really good about it. Every time I see somebody who quite clearly is having treatment for cancer, I always want to go up to them and go, well done. Because I know how awful it can be. Because some people, really suffer very badly with all the chemo and stuff like that. So every time I see somebody, and you can tell if it's somebody, going because they've lost their hair and things like that, so they're fairly well into it. And you feel like going up and going, well done you. Well done you. Because it's pioneering. I mean, hopefully in the future, wouldn't it be lovely to think that we can find a cure for cancer, leukemia, all these different illnesses that take people away. And yet, for some reason... I've got diabetes and I've had stents put in and stuff like that, but I'm not sort of really seriously ill. Everybody else seems to think I am, but I'm sort of getting through it. But they had somebody the other day, diabetic. They thought they were okay. They went in, their feet have... It frightens me a little bit. So I bought one of those machines for taking, when you take dead skin off your feet and stuff like that. And this one's really good because it's a rechargeable one. And I bought it on JML, which actually stands for a man's name. I can't remember what it is, but JML, who advertise on the television, and I went on there and I bought it. It's not cheap, it's about 39 quid, but it's so powerful, it's got 2 speeds, and it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So I bought another one. I had one, then I thought I'd better buy another one. You know, I'm like that. I can't help it. People on the crossing in Abbey Road don't realise that the crossing they were on is not in the same position as the crossing where the Beatles were photographed, says Ken. It was moved years ago. Oh, shut up. Don't start telling them. Don't start telling them that now. They go there, they enjoy it, they love it. People take pictures, and it's a good thing. But I love all these lookalike bands. I love all of these sort of lookalike bands. Can we get some pictures in and everything? Oh, go on, get pictures in. Steve, Wayne, the trolley dolly here. Can you believe they've got a whole section of Christmas cards and wrapping paper in Asda? I could not believe it. How quickly has that come around? Oh, I'm not at all surprised, actually. I'm really not surprised, Wayne. I'm really not. Hope you're well. And, I wonder, actually, I think I'm right. Somebody will have to tell me. I should get Thomas to find out whether or not in the gift shop for the Loch Ness Monster, they do Christmas cards with Nessie, with a head out of the water with a Christmas hat on. I'd quite like to see that, actually. I would quite... fake Viagra seizures just keep on rising. I know it's an old gag, but it's the paper's printed it. £50 million worth of dodgy pills recovered. And that's over the past 5 years. Around 4.7 million unlicensed impotence pills were found in 2018. Did everybody have a problem with that? It obviously seems to be a huge problem, doesn't it? Because there's adverts on the television for it, and now it's in the papers, because you can go along to markets. And yet Viagra Connect is available at £4 a pill with no... But it seems like somebody's making a huge amount of money, aren't they? £4 for a tablet. I get it for free. I mean, I could have it for free. I should have phrased that differently. I don't have it. But diabetes apparently is a sign of limpness, and so you can get it. I remember my doctor saying to me, "Would you like some Viagra?" I felt so embarrassed. I thought, "No, not really. Thank you very much. You know, I'm all right in that department." I'm not sure I am, actually, but the very idea that somebody could sort of prescribe you Viagra, but you can buy it over the counter in chemist. Goods do it in Twickenham. Oh, Lenny down at Waterloo Station. It's his birthday today. He said he went to Joe Allen's the other day. He loved it. And it's his birthday today, and I have to tell you, he's 61. There you go. He told me yesterday, he said, "It's my birthday tomorrow." I said, "Lenny." I said, "How old?" And he said 61. I thought he was going to say 70. But he didn't. He said 61. I said to him, "I'm older than you are." Which actually I always look on as a bit of a bonus, as far as I'm concerned, as long as I make it up the platform. Although it was a bit of you had to really move your pins yesterday, because the train came in 2 minutes earlier than I was expecting it to, and thousands of people pour off it. Thousands of people. It's the same people getting on the train all the time, but I do like it. So, what do we got? Oh, this is this poor copper who suffered a horrific head wound from this blade yesterday, an astonishing... luckily, they had their cameras on. They've got a picture of the suspect. He was tasered. So he bloody well should have been. They stopped him because it was showing no insurance, which is quite normal, because now that they've got these APR cameras or whatever they're called, they can tell. Years ago, you couldn't tell. It was all different, but now they can tell exactly what you've got. So my insurance is up very shortly. I've just done my MOT, and I think I'm all right until March of next year for the tax thing. I preferred it when you got a bit of paper and you could put it in the windscreen. You could see if somebody was taxed. I don't like the idea you can't see it. But I'm up to date with all those things. I'll try and get through it. It's a very expensive month this month. That's a ludicrously expensive month. And somebody's leaving, so Thomas and I are going to sort of club together to buy something. We just don't know what. Oh gosh, 80 degrees today. So if we get thunder and lightning, it's going to be very muggy, isn't it? Very sort of clammy. And you know me and clammy. I'm always told I'm being clammy, and I especially don't do this particular weather. But that's okay. I can cope with it. Hopefully get the car back today, which I'm very excited about. I did say to them I'd love it back for the weekend, but I'm never that bothered. They always give me a courtesy car, and I never take it out anywhere, because at the moment I've got a Suzuki. You can imagine, can't you? P&O have cancelled their cruises around Dubai and the Gulf amid rising tensions. And the postcode lottery means that thousands miss out on help with the care bills. It's getting worse and worse, isn't it? Even with Boris Johnson injecting this money into the NHS selectively, I thought. More than 100 members a day, according to the Times, quit the Labour Party. Well, by that, so they're losing what? $700 a week. I mean, can they afford to lose that many people? What was the other one? Britain's Cigarette Smoking League table is topped by Yorkshire and Humberside. They're two of the places where people smoke the most. I thought people were cutting back on smoking. I know it's apparently it's not fashionable to smoke anymore. Occasionally I watch people smoking and you don't see as many as you used to. Some firms provide little areas, don't they, in the car park where you go and smoke. I mean, here we've got the whole of Leicester Square. The whole of Leicester Square, where you can sort of go and have a cigarette, I suppose, should you so desire one. But it does. I saw somebody waiting to get into an Uber cab as I was coming in this morning, and he was still smoking his cigarette, because obviously you can't smoke in cabs. And I'm thinking, how desperate, isn't it? And I always want people to not smoke, but it's not up to me to tell somebody not to. If people like it, then why not? It's like telling somebody, walk into Kentucky Fried Chicken if they're slightly overweight. I think it's not for you. That's what you want to say to people. After that woman that I saw in Kingston the other day wearing this outfit, which, I mean, she was too fat to have a crop top on. I mean, it really did look awful. You wanted to say to her, it's wrong. It's wrong on so many different levels. The Hidden Costa coffee, smaller cups, price has gone up. I mean, that sounds to me... I wouldn't mind if they were all paying, like, loads of tax. It doesn't seem to happen very often, does it? The church has attacked Wayne Rooney's gambling firm Deal. I don't know why the church get involved with things. At the moment, the church have got a helter-skelter in one of their cathedrals, a full-size helter-skelter. They've called it a stairway to heaven, and my argument is, no, the stairway to heaven is free. This one you've got to pay £2 for, and it doesn't go all the way to heaven. It only goes up into the... I'm terrified. Have you ever been on a helter-skelter? Seriously, you can go quite fast on them, and then at the end you just shoot onto a coconut mat, which is terrible. And, not the sort of... I mean, I've done that quite a few times, actually. You sort of go all the way up to the top, and you get to the bottom, and there you are shooting onto this coconut mat. And, it's lovely. I don't know why we did it, actually. I'm sure it's only for children. I don't think it's for people like me at all. I think I'm too old for that. I went on a thing once with my godson, who at the time was about 11 or 12, and we went on a thing down at Southend, and it's a water slide, and it's like a giant slide, but with water cascading down it. Cascading. Shaken, not stirred. Cascading down it, and we sat in like a little blow-up boat. And then we got pushed down this... Well, it frightened the life out. We nearly took off. This thing went over the edge of it, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, never again. Never again, thank you very much indeed. And yet I'm generally very, very good with things like roller coasters. I mean, some of the ones I've been on in Seven Flags Magic Mountain over in America, very fast. Take your earrings out. I said, I haven't got any earrings. They said because of the G-force, it can rip the skin around it. And all the Americans do, and they started doing it over here, they all put their hands up on a roller coaster, don't they? Like, oh, that. And you think, what are you doing that for? And then the things stop. And then people hang upside down on a roller coaster. Frighten the life out of me. Frighten the life. Dean says the seagulls have just started, about to turn the radio up. Do seagulls sleep? I know it seems that... I mean, is there a period in time where seagulls are just sort of sitting there going... Sorry, it made me cough. Because I don't know. Is it like horses? You never see horses asleep, but apparently horses sleep standing up. Cows, I believe, sleep lying down, but they don't actually physically lie down. They just tuck their legs underneath them, and they sort of sit there. But what do seagulls do? And stuff like that. Pigeons. Yeah, pigeons sleep. Excuse me. You've seen seagulls sleep? What, under a little duvet pulled up under their beak or something like that? They put on their little nightie. How lovely. Steve says, James, having not done so on previous years, and with the two of you fondly growing old together, should I write this card out, glitter-filled, to Steve and Teddy? Don't do glitter. Don't do glitter. We had that last time, didn't we? Not last year. We lost the cards. I don't know where they went to. Somewhere there is a post office, somebody going, what do we do with all these sackfuls of Christmas cards for this Steve Allen bloke? I'm guessing, but your road fund costs around 450, says Ron. I think it was 550. I can't remember exactly what it was. I remember thinking, I'm sure it was cheaper before. But then as I've changed the cars, you get penalised. But there again, I mean, I work it out per month, and it doesn't... I mean, I don't pay monthly, I just pay one lump sum. But I've discovered there's no point in worrying about it, is it? Dion... Yeah, the story is sad but true. And the I once knew a run around Sue. Been trying to catch up on things like films and TV I missed whilst working abroad now and again. I've just watched Jackie Brown. You can be entertained without gratuitous violence and bad language. It was just great music and a good cliffhanger. See, it's funny, I watched Kojak the other day. I love... Oh, there he is, little Josh. Josh is going to a barbecue tomorrow, because apparently the person who has got the barbecue has got apparently a pizzeria in their back garden. I said they're obviously squatting, aren't they? In sort of Pizza R Us or something like that. Is it in Kent? Do you know that's the biggest county for theft from farms? More stuff gets nicked in Kent than anywhere else. What are you going to do with a tractor? Are you going to take it home and sort of mow your back garden, are you, or something like that? That would be ridiculous. Do you have a farm outside the back? Oh, that's lovely. Josh is living on a farm at the moment. It's a squat. Do you steal apples? Oh, right. Do you do windfalls, or do you just actually pick from the trees? You pick. What is it a farm that's got lots of fruit trees then? Oh, right. Oh, that sounds quite good. It's Garden of England, Kent, isn't it? How lovely. Well, I'm looking forward to you enjoying your barbecue. I can't wait to see the pictures of this one next week. Don't talk to strangers on the way back to the car, all right? I've told you that before. No, because he is prone to talking to people. People go, "Oh, you Josh who reads the news." So I told him to go straight home. It's safer at this time of the morning, bless his heart. And we don't see him very often, actually, but we shall see him again. And we did ask to have... I know, I don't want to tell him that. It looks a bit rude, doesn't it? If I say, you know, we actually requested, can we have some of the girls back again? Because the girls were better. Only joking. Tommy Cannon. Oh, The Master... Did you see the programme last night on The Masterpiece? They have... It's with... I can't remember her name now. She does the Antiques Roadshow. Fiona Bruce. And they had a picture... And they then try and find out if it's genuine. It doesn't have to be a picture, it could be all sorts of things. And this one, they thought... Sotheby's, I think, had insured it for about £39,000. Oh, that's lovely. And they thought it was by some famous artist. Anyway, it turned out in the end to be a fake. And they could tell that by the walnut. This person had drawn a walnut. They said in all his pictures he never drew a walnut. And I was thinking, well, maybe he had a lapse. Maybe then decided to do a walnut, and they went, no, that's why. And also, all the people on the committee who have to decide, if one person opts out, then it's classed as a fake. So it was a bit disappointing, really. I was quite looking forward to it being genuine, but never is. Road Fund. Yeah, I'll find out about the Road Fund. Let's find out about that. Also, the eco clothes. This is going to be a godsend for mums and dads. So when you've got your little sprog at home, or sprogser, you buy their clothes, well, guaranteed within about 3 to 6 months, they've grown out the blooming things. Because kids grow at such a rate. And so it's a never-ending, sort of raiding the bank account to go and buy new clothes. Well, these new clothes are eco-clothes, and they reckon that they'll last years for kids because they stretch. But you don't want to, because some people just don't look good in Lycra. Me, for example, I definitely don't look good in Lycra. Jeremy says, we went fruit picking a few days ago. What a great day out. You can't beat the taste of fresh strawberries, raspberries and sweet corn. Oh, well, you eat sweet corn while you're picking it, do you? I didn't know we grew sweet corn here, but obviously we do. But they always say that, don't they, on a farm with the pick your own. And I've never done it. My mother used to do it years ago. And then she'd come back and bottle the fruit and the pickled onions and all the other stuff. And nowadays they say, eat as much as you want. There's so much of it, because guaranteed after about 10 minutes you won't eat any more. Like if you work in a chocolate factory. You would think that you'd just be there all the time eating chocolates. But apparently you don't, because people go... In fact, it's actually put people off eating chocolates before now. But as I'm not particularly bothered, except for this morning when I have lapsed. I have lapsed and had a few chocolate. I wish I hadn't, actually. I felt so guilty about it. Because once I've got my numbers up, I want to bring them down, and I need to bring them down fast. And so there's no hard and fast way. So what did we do earlier on? 18s and... Wait a minute. There it is. Also, we're down 11.7. We had that a minute ago, didn't we? Hasn't improved, I'm afraid. 11.7. I mean, I'm heading in the right direction. But it's the weekend, and I feel I can, push myself out a little bit on the weekend. But I don't like to do it too much, because if you remember, we sat here and did a 29 on the meter reading, and that was enough to freak me out completely. So, over in Costa... You are paying more for your beverages after a stealth price rise. I have to wonder, what is it? Has milk gone up in price or something like that? You know, has coffee gone up in price? So what they've done, when you order your usual coffee, you get up to a third less. Up to a third less. So they've changed their cup sizes. The firm has just introduced a new small size of just 8 fluid ounces and moved the previous measure up one. Its 12 fluid ounces size was a small, but it's now classed as a medium. The 16 fluid ounces measure, which used to be a medium, is now a large, and the old 20 fluid ounces large is now the newly introduced extra large. But a £10 price rise per cup title means that those used to paying £2.45 for a medium coffee will have to stump up 40p more and ask for a large to get the same measure. Costa regular Jim Connolly, 53, Doncaster, South Yorkshire, described the new small as a kiddie-size cup. Costa says it's trialling some new cup sizes in selected stores. You're ripping us off, that's what you're doing. You're not trialling cup sizes. How can upping the price and making it smaller be trialling new sizes? That's called cheating. That's called cheating, and you expect people to be loyal. That's what amazes me nowadays. We get treated so badly because they just assume that you're always going to want to sort of go and drink the coffee. Well, I don't mind them maybe putting the price up, but not reducing the size of it at the same time. That's like double whammy. Steve, how many spiker warnings do you have to avoid roller coasters and fairground G-Force rides? Well, I mean, when I went on the G-Force rides, in fact, it was only last year, I went with my friend Paul, and we went on a ride at Winter Wonderland, and it affected me so badly, I thought the stents had come out. I thought I'd loosened them. It was an indoor roller coaster, but it wasn't a roller coaster like up and down. It was sideways. It was like a snake going up a sand dune. It was like that. And when it got to the end of each corner, it spun round and then shot off in the other direction and then spun round it. Seriously, I felt quite ill by the time we'd finished, but I've learnt my lesson. Only because when we got off it, it did say, don't worry, if you have heart defects and things like that, do not use this ride. It took me ages to get back to the car with Paul. We had to sit down and wait until I'd sort of calm myself down a bit. Very dangerous. But normally on a roller coaster, I'm okay. Normally, I had to perform a military operation, which is actually it electrocutes things. So every so often you get zzz, zzz. You hear it you find them in butcher shops and things like that. She says, but a friend ended up in intensive care when a fruit fly entered her mouth. Her airways swelled up, and have you got lots? What, of fruit flies? I don't have any fruit flies at all, I don't think, actually. Shane says, I'm not going to give up meat for the planet. I had a homemade hamburger and milkshake for lunch. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I could do with a hamburger now, actually, but welcome to Friday. I know, 5:20. We laugh, don't we? We go 5:20. And yet, to be honest with you, this is the best time of the day. I mean, it really is. I know you probably don't think it is if you're waking up, but if you've been awake for as long as we have, well, they have. Well, no, actually, probably just Thomas. It's probably sort of coming into lunchtime, I should imagine, because at the time it's late evening now. Because you just sort of, I woke up quite early last night. In fact, I woke up very early, but I went to bed early. And so it doesn't bother me. Even though the garage had left me a message going, I'm just leaving you a message. He was obviously hoping I was going to pick up the phone, but of course he left it at 7 o'clock. I was long since gone. An Amazon customer's details were revealed to a new user because he mistyped his email address once. Peter Hill successfully set up his account in 2015, but later entered the wrong email, triggering a glitch. A woman, well, I don't need to enter it at all. Once it's in the system, it's in the system. Much easier. But anyway, a woman who tried to start an account with her email, identical to Peter's wrongly typed one, then got his credit card details as her address linked to his account. The woman in Glasgow tracked down Peter to alert him. The retired social club worker of Cliffy Woods in Kent complained to the Information Commissioner's office. Amazon said it had resolved the issue. Actually, the funny thing is, I don't have any problems with Amazon at all. Some of the stuff arrives really, really quickly. Really, really quickly. And some of the stuff, they say, today I'm expecting, as you know, I ordered Duty Free yesterday, the Keith Barron series, and I can't wait for that one. Not that I'm going to have any chance over the weekend to watch it, but it would be quite good. Also, what's this? Oh, this is Danny Dyer called Boris Johnson an effing alien a year after saying David Cameron was a T. the EastEnders were talking about his show The Wall on Channel 4's The latest show. He says, what's the world coming to? I've got my own game show. Boris Johnson is the effing Prime Minister. I mean, that's an effing alien. Unfortunately, the poor boy can't even string two words together. Seriously. Can't even string two words together. But, we give him hope, I think. We give him hope. What else have we got here? All these people walking over the Abbey Road crossing. I do find it quite amazing, actually. Quite amazing. Still, after all these years, 50 years down the line, people are still wanting their pictures taken, which is lovely. Plus, there's a cruise ship crewman. He's pictured here waving a giant hand as two late passengers are left stranded on the dock. This is Freedom of the Seas. This is Royal Caribbean's ship. And the word bye was also written across the hand as the liner, Freedom of the Seas, pulled out of the Caribbean. A person could be heard saying, they've missed it, as they filmed the distraught latecomers in footage. Well, that's their own problem, isn't it? They tell you what time the ship is leaving. You've got to be back by a certain time. If you don't do it, they're not holding a ship up for a pair of bozos like you. But apparently, Royal Caribbean insisted the crew member was gesturing to staff on another ship. She said it's a display of nautical camaraderie for the crews to wave to each other. Yeah, that's about the best one I've heard, actually. Yeah, so he was sticking two fingers up. That's camaraderie. We always do that when we see our ships and stuff like that. But it's the people. We had exactly the same when we went on our Royal Caribbean cruise. And they're very good. Seriously, they're very good. Not maybe your favourite sort of people all the time, but they were very nice. And somebody turned up late. Unfortunately, they turned up just as the ship was pulling out. What do they think it's going to do? Reverse back in again? All that expense of wasting fuel? No. I'm sorry, you'll now have to get yourself to the next port of call, and that's your problem, and then you can go on there, because it's quite clearly laid out. If you're going to go off and start drinking in bars and stuff like that, I didn't. I mean, I was quite good. I know all the people I was with wanted to go off and do. We did a couple of excursions. We did, what did we do? We did a water park somewhere, and I can't remember what it was. It was quite nice, but boy, was it hot. Boy, was it hot. Harry and Niall tracks are heading in the same direction. Apparently, Harry Styles and Niall Horan are returning to the charts as rivals. I didn't even think Niall was still doing that. He hasn't been in the charts for God knows how long. Niall's second album, the follow-up to the Flicker one from 2017, is expected in early 2020, when Harry is also thought to be releasing his record. I mean, I still stand by. I know it was, and people go, "Oh no, you're definitely wrong." We had all the One Direction fans around here when the boys appeared in the square, and it was mayhem down there. Because they were all good looking. Now they've all let themselves go a little bit. You know, they've grown beards and had tattoos and stuff like that. But and then they split up, and people were saying they'll get back together. I said, no, they won't. Why would they want to get back together? They're all doing their own thing. Like the Spice Girls, exactly the same. You don't seriously think Victoria Beckham is going to want to go back to playing third, fourth, or even fifth fiddle to the rest of the Spice Girls because she's not a singer? No. Why would she want to do it? They said she's definitely going to do Glastonbury. I'd be really surprised if she did Glastonbury. She's getting on a bit now. She can barely make it after a couple of drinks. So there's definitely no chance at all. The Briton nicked in Oman has been banged up in prison after swearing at an airport. He was desperate to get home to his critically ill mother. His name's Les Bragg. He faces up to 3 years in jail. They don't mess around, do they? They don't mess around. He was flying back from the Philippines when he was suddenly arrested at Muscat Airport during a stopover. His friend Laura Weston said she had very little information, but she understood that he swore when he heard his connecting flight to Heathrow had been delayed. It's also possible the police smelled alcohol on his breath after he had a drink on the plane to Oman. It's an offence to drink or be drunk in public in the Arab country. Les from Portsmouth is now in Arzat jail in Salalah, where officials have apparently said he's got to pay around £22,000 to be released. Dental nurse Laura, who's launched a GoFundMe page to try and raise the cash, says, "I'm worried sick. We don't know what's happening. It's horrible." Les's nan has got dementia and she's critically ill in hospital, so he was in a panic to get back. I'm really worried about the state of his mental health. He's only gone to prison, dear. They're not hanging him up by his toenails. But he suffered a brain injury in a motorbike crash and hadn't reportedly eaten for days. According to Les thinks Omani authorities want to put him away for 1 to 3 years. The Foreign Office says we are supporting a British man and his family following his arrest. Why don't people heed the advice in countries? I know it seems a bit obvious, doesn't it? But if they have a policy about no drinking, although I'm reliably informed you can get alcohol in these countries, it's all a bit under the table. They did a whole programme on the television about how it's quite easy to get hold of. It's just as long as you don't get caught. They do exactly the same in other countries where, alcohol is forbidden, but it's delivered. It comes in a little brown bag. Where's your booze? So, as long as you're not seen drinking it outside, you can get away with just about anything, except if they go, you've been drinking. And so off he goes. The swearing probably wouldn't have helped. And if people can hear it, it's just unnecessary. What was I hearing swearing on the other day? Oh, it was in Posh Porn, which was this huge porn shop in America, PAWN, by the way, and people going, the swearing, unbelievable, grown adults swearing like, they're 19-year-old layabouts. Absolutely disgusting. So here it is. A 55-foot helter-skelter at Norwich Cathedral. I mean, to be honest with you, it looks quite pretty, but this is a church. This is blasphemy as far as I'm concerned. For £2, you can use the funfair ride until August to get a close-up of the renowned medieval stonework. Well, then why don't they just put ladders up there or something and build a platform? You don't need to put a funfair ride in there. Rochester Cathedral, you remember, put in a crazy golf course. What was that for? The mice. So you can get a close-up of the renowned stonework. No, you can't. You go up this thing, inside it, you get to the top, and then you look out. I mean, you might as well take a photograph from downstairs. You can see exactly the same thing. And it's £2 a time. The church should throw this thing out. The moneylenders. Awful. There is a sad story as well in the paper of a student who hanged himself after he was trolled by an anonymous user on a social media app. George Hesse was only 15. He joined this site which let kids get honest feedback from peers. User I Hate People abused George and repeatedly urged him to kill himself. His mum Emma and dad Mike found his body at home in East Yorkshire. George left a note saying he had nothing to offer this world. He used the app for just a week before his death. They heard that the user's details were kept on file by the Estonia-based site for a year. The data had gone when the police contacted the firm. It's a bit of a shame, really. He had been on medication, but, taking on board the disbelief that somebody can actually say, why don't you kill yourself, and somebody does. What a tragic waste of life. You've always got something to contribute. It's sort of, exposing children to this psychological horror. We've had it before, haven't we, with sort of people. We had that lad who was talking to somebody and then he went round to his house and he ended up murdering him because he'd got a fixation with him. I mean, the whole thing is just too dangerous out there now. But that's the internet. That's why it needs very careful moderating. LBC News Time. 28 minutes to 6. Who cares? It's Friday. I think you can afford to be a bit lax on Friday. Not turn up late, I mean. That would be dreadful. The latest LA hottest bun arrives on the Portobello Road. It's called Egg Slut. That's actually what it's called. I couldn't believe it either. And it started in America with $5,000 and a food truck. That's $5,000. And the chef there scraped together some money with his cousin and launched a street food business. Eggs. And what he does, he serves them into a bun with some onions and something like that. And apparently people came to like it. Soon hordes of them were queuing for hours. That was in 2011. 8 years later, 3 sites in California, others in Vegas, Beirut and Kuwait. This group opened a small bar on Portobello Road. They chose that because of the artistic community. I wasn't aware it was. But it's sort of the Venice Beach of London. So this is Egg Slut's 8th opening. And it's mainly takeaway. They don't sort of encourage the sitting down bit. And what you actually get is it's a £9 sandwich called the Fairfax, a brioche bun with soft scrambled eggs topped with cheddar cheese and caramelised onion. £9? Good blimey, you could buy a dozen eggs for less than that, couldn't you? And all the other little bits. The other one is called the Slut, which is coddled egg sitting on a potato puree and poached in a glass jar. Sounds horrid. Neither does the concrete grey restaurant, monochrome, but for a few streaks of neon yellow. The name's an interesting thing, right? Says somebody. And all of a sudden you just sort of add... It's just eggs in a bun. I quite like the idea with cheese over that, but I mean, not £9 worth. I'm very mean when it comes to things like that. £9, that's like, you can get 40 little wings in Kentucky Fried, can't you? There's also rugby on Sunday. I know, so thrilled. And you know who it is this week? It's Wales. I think the following week we've got Ireland playing. So Sunday, so I've got to remember it, and I think it's about 2 p.m, so people will be arriving in early. They always do it. The Welsh love it. They'll pack out all the pubs will be getting themselves ready for it, so fingers crossed we have some weather. Although it doesn't make any difference with rugby, does it really? People quite like going. If it rains, it rains. If it doesn't rain, it doesn't rain, so I'm hoping it doesn't. Steve, what is a vote of no confidence? And what could it mean for Boris Johnson's government? Go to the LBC website, you can find out. Steve, a meat pie in St Kitts costs £2.45. A meat pie in Trinidad costs £2.65. And the point is, somebody else reminding me about the fact that we're going to have rugby. I don't mind the rugby, actually. It never bothers me in the slightest. It never sort of clogs up the high street so much. But they have to... perhaps that's why they've tidied up the street. Oh, of course. I suddenly realised about it. You don't want people coming in, because they do. And if they see rough sleepers all over the place, that's not good. That's not good. They did exactly the same with the royal wedding, didn't they, down in Windsor? They shunted them out of the way. Get out of the way. They shunted them all over the place. Asthma, you've probably heard the clips on the news this morning. Deaths from asthma have soared by a third in the past decade. These Ventolin inhalers... Here, they're on prescription. Go to France, you can buy them over the counter. Why you'd want one if you didn't have asthma, I've got no idea. Last year, nearly 1,500 Brits were killed by the lung condition. 4 a day, a rise of 33%. The campaigners warn a lack of basic care and complacency amongst GPs and patients is fueling the dramatic rise. It's awful, isn't it, really? Some of them, there's that lady you've heard on the news, that tragedy of her son, who said he couldn't breathe, and then the next minute he'd gone. It was as quick and as simple as that. So we should be aware of it. We should be aware of things like that. In Andy Hall's Biz column today, and former celebrity Big Brother contestant, the peculiar Lauren Harries. You remember Lauren Harries turned up on Terry Wogan's programme, pretended to be an antiques expert, was no such thing at all, it was just blatant lies. Is going to be Channel 4's the first famous face, although not really, Naked Attraction. Trans TV personality Lauren came third and was well known in the 80s as an antiques expert. A fraud. An absolute fraud. Didn't know anything about it. So she's going to be one of the contestants whose bodies are slowly revealed. God, what on earth would possess... We've asked this question time and time again. What on earth would possess you to go on a television programme, stand in a tube, start naked, and then people would examine your bits? God, somebody would be picking... I shouldn't imagine they're going to be picking Lauren Harries. They say she's not the first trans contestant on the show, but she's the first celebrity. She's not a celebrity. She's not a celebrity, really. Take my word for it. Take my word for it. Also, see, all this is just press release stuff. Amber Gill is ready for her next big TV gig, Dancing on Ice. And there's been a few people... Unfortunately, Greg was not invited to go on Dancing on Ice. So I think it's probably finished. And talk about being caught red-handed. Megan Barton Hansen seen snogging Demi Sims, despite denying the Sun story. Well, I mean, these people tell lies, don't they? Footage from the rap party shows them entering hand in hand. Dear. Perhaps she'll be going on television talking about it again. It's so dreary, so boring. So last year. So last year. I'll be so glad when they finish this thing and we can move on in life. But then you turn to the Daily Star and they go, someone you know goes to sex parties. Well, believe you me, not the people I'm working with. They've never been to sex parties in their life. Not the sort of thing. I don't know who are these people. And this is the secret world revealed. I'd rather it stayed hidden, to be honest with you. A sex party, I ask you. I see that Paul Hollywood's ex-girlfriend goes out, complete full makeup on, with her photographer friend to get a nice picture. I'm a bit bored with you now, darling. It's the one-trick pony syndrome. It's finished. OK, go away, stay away, go and get a proper job. Go back to the bar. Make it a lot easier. So Macaulay Culkin, he's done this mocking of Disney's plans to remake Home Alone. How can you remake Home Alone? It's not even that old. He says, this is what it would look like. Hey, Disney, call me sitting there in his pants, eating a takeaway, playing on his computer. Somebody says, delighted Twitter user suggested the picture was better than any film reboot. Buffy the Vampire Slayer star Sarah Michelle Gellar says, I would still watch it, though. Another fan said, can't see this Kevin escaping burglars, even those as inept as the Wet Bandits, not without finishing his pizza first. Why would they want to remake something? It was good because Macaulay Culkin, in the mirror, and it was fantastic. I think they dragged, there was about 3 films, wasn't there? I think it's been dragged out enough now. But to remake something that's not that old, you might as well, I mean, there must be other films they can make. Coronation Street fans, a bit baffled last night after the soap went full Polish on Wednesday without any subtitles. Human traffickers Jan and Nikolai had a huge argument in their mother tongue as their crime ring was exposed. Unlucky in love, Eileen Grimshaw found out that her latest boyfriend, Jan, was involved in bringing illegal immigrants into Britain to work in nail bars. And one confused Cobbles fanatic posted on Twitter, Corrie's gone all Polish. Another said, we need subtitles. And so what they've actually done is the paper has actually got in a translator, which is very good. And so what happens is Jan, listen, she's a native woman. She has no idea what's going on, okay? Leave her alone. You don't need this. Do you think I talk about my life? Do you think I talk? Nikolai goes, I don't care what you... And so it goes, so boring. I mean, seriously, perhaps it was just as well. I've ordered a translator, you know the one I told you about? I've ordered it, but the company in America is so incompetent. After all this time, they can't, even though I put my address on it, because I paid by PayPal, they're still sort of going, oh, we haven't got all these details. Now, they can't find it on my name alone, so I've got to now go back and find the original order. It was weeks ago. They really are incompetent. I'll tell you who they are by the time we see what happens now, because they're obviously just... I mean, I'm going to have to go back to PayPal and get my money back. Because, frankly, I don't want to deal with an idiot company. At one time, I thought they might have been a bit crooked. But now they've contacted me, so I've given them all the details. Phone number, address, postcode, United Kingdom, all this kind of thing. No, we still can't find it. Could you let us know what order number you had? Well, surely my name and my address is going to find the blooming thing. But obviously not for them. Half of Britons now consider sliding into somebody's DMs. What's DM? What's DM stand for? Direct message. Oh, right. How do you slide into somebody's DMs? How do you do that? Is that something... It's what? You've got to send a cheeky kind of flirty message. Oh, right. Nobody's ever slid into my DMs, no. No. I don't like the idea, to be honest with you. It frightens me. I'm always very wary of anything like that. I'm very guarded. I've never been hacked or anything, but I hear of people all the time who've been hacked or people sent... I think Amanda Holden had something only a short while ago. Somebody sending something out. I was thinking, oh, God. No, we don't want anything like that, do we? TV's Paul in Great British Lockout. He doesn't want her anywhere near him, I can well understand. She doesn't actually seem to do anything. Should she not be out looking for a job? Do you not think that would be the best thing to do? Obviously not. Gareth Thomas has made contact with the gay footballer. This is the one who came out a while ago. He's a young kid who had an understanding, he says, of who he was, but didn't have an understanding of where he fitted in. Then he said he would reveal his identity on July 24th, but shortly before then he vanished from social media. Gareth Thomas says there is vitriol towards him because he's decided he's not ready for it, but it's his decision to make. So he called himself the gay footballer. Gareth sent him a message urging him to get in touch after he began posting messages on Twitter. He says, away from the cameras, I reached out to him and offered him my support and gave him my number, and he called me. I never asked him his name, but he told me the club that he played for. See, isn't it a bit bad now that somebody can't come out in this day and age? You thought it would have been so easy. Apparently not. Apparently not. And a hammer-wielding thief smashed a shop window to steal mannequins before trying to pass them off as his girlfriend. Did you ever see the film? Years ago, there was a film called Mannequin with Andrew McCarthy and Kim Cattrall, where the mannequin came to life. And it was a very clever film, actually. I quite liked it. Quite liked it. Steve says, Mike in Exeter, hope you're well. Ages ago you mentioned Vocal Crush. Mine is on your trail. Play LBC. Lovely. Thank you. Apparently, Walt Disney put a clause in his will requiring that the Walt Disney Company remake classic movies every 10 years. Did he? I don't remember that at all. That definitely doesn't sound believable. Definitely doesn't sound believable. But, I mean, it seems to be working at the moment. Kevin the Milkman says, you say about people working in chocolate factories not eating the product. Well, I'm like that. At home, I drink milk by the gallon, yet at work, I only drink water. That's what Thomas does. He only drinks water. Very boring. You think by now you could have you don't ever have a cup of tea, do you? Or anything like that? Occasionally. I've got a friend, Jordan, he doesn't do any drinks like that at all. It's funny, isn't it? Do you never need a coffee just to give you that little boost? Yeah, milk. God, honestly. Oh, right. Oh. I just drink tea. I drink tea. Yes, exactly. I'd rather have the meat pie, says Grace. I don't like street food. I don't even know what street food is. I don't even know what it is. I mean, I'm assuming it's food that you buy on the street. Some of it seems to be... I know. What else? I don't know. DMs are Doc Martens, aren't they, says Jazzy. Well, they are as well, actually. Holly says, Amazon's a godsend. I was housebound for months after a bad accident and could shop to my heart's content. This week I bought the DVD of the amazingly beautiful French film Emily and some pairs of black knickers. Too much information. Too much information. You're not the only one who likes new pants. I met the love of my life after... Thank you. And, was very good. How that one got through, I've got no idea. Do you have direct messages? Yeah, no, I know what it means. I know what that means. That's Rudikins. That's Rudikins. I don't know why you don't know it, honestly. If I show that to your mother, she'd go, that's Rudikins. She'd know exactly what they want. That's Du Bellon to... What does he know? He's just come back from Hong Kong. I mean, I'm too old. Good Lord, what a gross insult. Too old. Michelle Keegan and Mark Wright enjoy a racy night out in Mallorca. Don't tell me there's somebody in Mallorca who knows who they are. They saw the Spicy Pirates Reloaded acrobatic show in Magaluf, which has an adult twist. Poor old Mark Wright, his posing gets worse and worse and worse. Sick show, he wrote. Never gets an old, unreal night, Pirates Reloaded. But they're not holding hands. Because, to be quite honest with you, we're not really sure. Apparently, they've not been seen out for 5 months together. So, whether or not it's still going, we have no idea. Can you believe this one? I can't believe this one here. I must tell you very quickly. A woman was stunned to discover a whole potato in a packet of crisps. Well, that's not possible. It can't get through the blooming thing like that, can it? Anne Elliott from Belfast found the fried spud in her Tesco sea salt and cider vinegar crisps. The firm apologised. I mean, a whole potato. Perhaps it's only a little potato. We like little potatoes. I'm polishing my sunglasses. I'm living in hope that we might get some sun today, as opposed to the rain which is forecast. Worse in Scotland. Poor old Scotland. Why they always get the brunt of this, I've got no idea. Check out the price of toothpaste, says Ulrika, in a number of Caribbean islands. Absolutely horrific. Most of these hygiene products have to be flown in from one mainland to the other, and the consumer pays for the airline ticket for a tube of toothpaste. Yeah. Jill says, I can't think of one instance where a remake of a film has been better than the original. There don't seem to be any scriptwriters with original ideas. I don't fancy making, doing... I can't understand why you would take Home Alone, a classic film. There must be some other rubbish out there, mustn't there? Home Alone, what are they going to do? Find another child who will be just sort of imitating what Macaulay Culkin did? Well, why don't you just leave it alone? Top films at the moment... Number 10, The Magic Flute, Glyndebourne, 2019. It's unusual, isn't it? That's 133,000 it's taken. Horrible Histories, the movie, Rotten Romans. That's taken 1.5 million. Huge jump for Annabelle Comes Home at number 8, 5.7 million. Casino Royale, Secret Cinema at number 7. Number 6, Yesterday. That's the Beatles film. Yeah, 12 million that's taken. Angry Birds 2... I used to have an app with Angry Birds on it, I think. Spider-Man, Far From Home. Toy Story 4. Number 3 is taken 55.5 million. The Lion King at number 2 with 50.7 million. And number 1, Fast and Furious. I've never seen any of the Fast and Furious things. Hobbs and Shaw. Doesn't mean anything to me at all. I'm completely at a loss on that one. Plus, seagulls sent a tourist running for cover when they swooped for her fish and chips. I'm surprised, actually, even down in Brighton, that seagulls, perhaps they've got cast iron throats. Because chips are quite hot, aren't they? And if you have a piece of fish... I remember having a piece of fish once, and they cooked it to order, which was very nice. But, of course, you couldn't eat it for about 15 minutes because it was boiling hot. Boiling hot. Steve, that was genuine. I sent a message on social media. We've been together ever since, says Jason. All right. It's okay, says Jan in Lincolnshire, for men. You can wear any colour pants. Us women have to match them with bras. And they should just worry about that at the weekend. You don't have to have them matching, do you? I don't think so. I mean, I don't think it's absolutely necessary. It's like sort of matching vest and pants for men. You know, putting on... Yeah. He's in a very funny mood today. What's going on, really? These double entendre tweets that come in, and he goes, oh, that's okay, Steve, because that means DM. I don't know exactly what it means, thank you very much indeed. You're not fooling me or anybody else at the same time. Still trying to work out how you get a whole potato in a packet of crisps. I didn't think, to be honest with you, there was such a thing as a whole potato used in a packet of crisps. Very expensive piece that you might as well make them yourself. You can actually, can't you? You must be able to buy a potato, peel it, slice it very thinly, and just deep fry it. Surely that is a crisp. Putting the flavours on, a little bit difficult. Another one here. Oh, a pensioner. Love a good story about the pensioner. This one helped stage a fake robbery at the store where he worked. John Summers, 68, was tied up as 9,000 quid was stolen from a cost cutter on the Isle of Sheppey in Kent 2 years ago. But a court heard that Summers was in on the scam with his friend Jonathan Shaw, 57. Both men from nearby Minster admitted conspiracy to steal and have gone to prison for 2 years. Whether or not John Summers lasts and lives as long as 2 years, I've got no idea. Couldn't care less. I mean, why is it people go a bit balmy mad, don't they, on things? They go, oh, yeah, somebody says, look, sort of tie us up and we'll sort of pretend that we were... I mean, people see through these things. Millions of us, not myself, don't recognise our most famous sites. What they did, they showed people pictures of various attractions. A third of people couldn't name Bristol's Clifton Suspension Bridge. 1 in 6 people cannot identify Hadrian's Wall. And nearly half don't know that Cardiff is the Welsh capital. It gets worse. Some 16% of adults don't even know Edinburgh is the capital of Scotland. More than 80% know that Tyne and Wear is the home of Gateshead's Angel of the North sculpture, and 61% recognise Albert Dock as being in Liverpool. Of course, because that's where Richard and Judy came from. So everybody knew it. Everybody knew that. So Britons are not very good. Apparently, 1 in 5 have no clue where Milton Keynes is. Why would you need to worry about that? The place famous for concrete cows. 1 in 7 wrongly think Portsmouth is in Devon, as opposed to Hampshire, and just 3 in 5 people would be able to find their way to the Eden Project in Cornwall. 30% claim their knowledge of British geography and locations is very good or better. I don't know where certain places are, but I'd never be stupid enough to ask somebody. I'll just type it in on Google and try and find out the answer. Oh, where's this bloody helter-skelter? Cockney favourites, jellied eels, could become a thing of the past. I'm delighted to tell you I've never eaten jellied eels. I can't think of anything worse. Eel stocks have plummeted because of overfishing and climate change. Experts say the ray-finned fish could disappear forever after global numbers fell by 95%. It could mean the end of the pie and mash shop treat. Well, you can still have pie and mash and liquor, but they're finding it harder to swim along waterways because of dams, weirs and other man-made obstructions. Good Lord above. Well, as I say, it doesn't make... I mean, apparently David Beckham likes a bit of eels. Is it stewed? It always looks disgusting. I couldn't eat them if you paid me. Seriously, I would be sick. I would be sick. Do you know that a shocking 2.28 million British children have never swum in the sea? Never swum in the sea. I've swum in the sea loads and loads of times. I don't like it. It's not great. But some people like to do it. And here it is. This is the swinging. It's the big business. Sex parties. I don't want to get you going at this time of the morning, but to be honest with you, it seems to be the way forward. People are going, oh, everybody's been to sex parties. I've not been to a sex party. I mean, unless you class that incident in Patisserie Valerie a short while ago. But I mean, apart from that, I've never been to a sex party. Wouldn't be remotely interested. Love Island favourite, Ovi, stole his message catchphrase from a film. Don't be a menace to South Central whilst drinking your juice in the hood. It's wild that it's caught on. Oh dear. One trick pony. Not good. Even on the Strictly dance floor, they're already putting out that Viscountess Emma Weymouth could be the first one out. You look at the pictures of these people, you have no idea who they are. Seriously, Jamie Lang, you know, because you've seen him on Made in Chelsea, and he turns up for the opening of a fridge. Will Bailey, you won't know. A Paralympian, you have no idea. Drag race judge Michelle Visage, no clue at all. The CBeebies presenter, who's called Karim, not a clue. Not a clue. EastEnders Emma Barton, comic Chris Ramsey, again, not a clue. Ex-footballer David James, could stand in Leicester Square and I wouldn't have the faintest idea. Also, Saffron Barker, who's a YouTube star, again, of no interest to anybody. Mike Bushell, the former... he's the BBC sports host. As I say, he must be the last one they've ever used from that programme. Everybody barring the cameraman and the studio cat have been used. Catherine Tildesley, she's going to be irritating. Dev Griffin, again, no idea. Olympic rower James Cracknell and Annika Rice. And I said to somebody the other day, a friend of mine who works in Marks and Spencer, she said to me, Annika Rice? And I said, yeah. She said, who remembers Annika Rice? I said, I don't know, but apparently they've been after her for years. They always say that, though, don't they? Because they never mentioned it last year at all. And somebody said, I hear this morning have got a real wannabe, Maura Higgins, dishing out advice. What next? Joey Essex reading the 1 o'clock news? No, they're doing it to get an audience. Bless you. They're doing it to get an audience. That's what they're doing it for. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, she can't offer advice to it. She can barely do advice herself. And somebody called Liverpool Jackie writes in and says, Wayne, you don't have to save your marriage. Money and fame-loving Colleen will never let you go. That you can depend on. You tend to forget Liverpool Jackie. She's got money in her own right. She has actually done a little bit of modelling, and it paid her a huge amount of money. She doesn't need him. Although if they get divorced, she'll probably get loads of it. But they've just moved into a house. Steve, Gemma Collins looked like she was the Titanic. Well, she's put on the weight. She never lost the 3 stone that we always thought she had. I always knew it was lies. You could just tell. And 2 campers have been charged with drug offences. Intent to supply. It's about as good as it's going to get, you know. See, I could do the Christmas cracker jokes. They're not particularly good. And there's loads of these sort of... I was going to check my stars today, but it says your current success comes through all your past hard work. No. There you go. Actually, today, I forgot to mention at the beginning of the programme, we have a complete set of newspapers. It's a rarity. It's not been like that for weeks. I was sort of missing the Daily Star. We missed the Express. Obviously not every day, but it's quite nice to get some... On this Friday morning, exciting times ahead. There's rugby in Twickenham on Sunday, which is Wales. There's cricket today. Whether or not, you know, we managed to get through that without being drowned, seeing as rain is supposed to be on the way. Although I've checked, actually, they've said no rain for today, but tomorrow's not looking particularly bright. Or was it the other way round? Perhaps there was a bit of rain coming in and something else, because tonight it's coming in, I think. So I'm off to see the ballet tomorrow at Sadler's Wells, because Matthew Bourne's Romeo and Juliet. Just the right amount of length, I think. 2 hours, including an interval. I think that's absolutely ideal. So in other words, you get two 45 minutes, because it's very stressful doing these things, and we've always enjoyed going there. Normally we go at Christmas, but we're going to see Romeo and Juliet tomorrow, so that's very exciting. Lots of pictures in the paper today of the royal children. They go and do a nautical thing, and Kate, unfortunately, gets disqualified. George is there because he's got all his labels round his neck to prove that he's very important, but he's got his front teeth missing. He's at that age where sort of teeth keep falling out. I wonder if, you know, if they do the same with the royal kids as they do to the rest of us. You know, pop that under your pillow and the tooth fairy will leave you some money. And you look under the pillow in the morning and the tooth fairy only left 2 and 6pence. You think the tooth fairy's feeling a bit mean at the moment. Do you think sort of George gets, we've given you Leicestershire or something like that? The tooth fairy's been very generous. Boris's blitz. This is after a hero PC is slashed in a machete attack. And Boris vows to restore power to the police. So, in other words, tackling violent crime and restoring power to frontline police. How it's going to happen, I've got no idea. How it's going to happen. It's all a bit pie in the sky. It's a lovely idea. Yes, of course, that's exactly what we all want. Whether he can actually achieve it, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, a van gets stopped for a routine search because they'd come up as no insurance. The next thing... The driver tries to make off, and they bring it to a standstill, and he gets out with a machete. And it's not like he's a 19 or 20-year-old. This man's over 50. Over 50. And and you think to yourself, we must have gone completely mad. There's no respect for anybody. No respect for anybody at all now. Knife crime, fueled, they say, by the need for social media likes. So there's a load of people go off to Downing Street and they think that they've got the answer. I don't think they have. You're never going to stop knife crime because it's going to be the weapon, isn't it? You can buy them easily. It's not difficult. And people chase other people. It's postcode lotteries. It's got nothing at all to do with youth clubs and all this kind of stuff. I really don't think it has. You know, and they say they're traumatising communities. I mean, you know, at the risk of sounding a little bit facetious about it, sod communities. What about the parents? What about the parents who lose it? There was one woman on television the other week. 3 sons she's lost. 3 sons to knife crime. It just, I mean, it's, you know, and they go, oh, of course, if they had a youth club to go to, what, they're just going to give up sort of doing knife crime and doing drug dealing and go, oh, let's go to the youth club and play on the jukebox. What place are these people from? Ridiculous, honestly. It's very worrying. Mind you, Jeremy Corbyn was blasted for clutching at straws last night after demanding civil servants rule that a no-deal Brexit can't go ahead in the middle of a general election campaign. What year are we? Where are we at the moment? I've got no idea. Jazza says, Steve, the £9 scrambled egg, cheese and onion sounded nice until you got to the bit about a brioche bun. I can't stand them. Well, brioche buns are sort of very trendy, aren't they? They're very on trend. They go, I think they've actually done it with McDonald's or one of the other ones. They've gone, and it's in a brioche bun. And we go, oh, a brioche bun. Like we're supposed to know what the heck it is. We don't. There was a lovely Bristol fiesta the other day for balloons. But unfortunately, they won't be able to use them this weekend because they think the weather is going to be so appalling. We've also got some vodka. A new vodka hits the market. This one is made in Chernobyl. I mean, people will be going, I think we'll buy it, but we're not too sure. But the money that they raise will actually go to the affected community in the Ukraine. The Iran row set to axe cruises for 20,000 Brits. Set to miss out, P&O Cruises have cancelled trips through the Gulf of Oman amid rising tensions. The 11-day voyages on Oceania, which sails between Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates and Oman, are to be halted. So that means about 15 to 18,000 customers will be affected after the US-owned Carnival, owner of P&O Cruises, made the announcement yesterday. They've confirmed the decision was made in light of heightened Gulf tensions. That'll ruin a lot of people's holidays, won't it? Very disappointing, but better safe than sorry, as they say. Also, Network Rail paid out 28,000 quid the other day after a passenger possibly slipped on pigeon poo at Paddington Station. Details of the incident in which the victim hurt their legs at the West London terminus were revealed in response to the Freedom of Information request by the BBC. A total of nearly £1 million was paid out by Network Rail for 290 claims over the past 5 years at the 20 stations. The largest was 40,000 quid after a passenger slipped on some liquid and landed heavily on their right hip at London's Charing Cross. Grief, honestly. We've just gone comedy. It's just the same as America, isn't it? Exactly the same. We were saying years ago that in America, they're compensation mad. It's a case of this dreadful thing happened to me, but if you give me money, I'll kind of forget about it. And I said, that'll be over here shortly. And lo and behold, what happens? It arrives over here. You get constantly being bombarded by, have you fallen over a pavement? Have you fallen over I remember seeing the advert on the television. It was somebody, Mr. Smith, who'd used, putting up a TV aerial, but they'd given him the wrong ladder, the wrong sort of ladder, so he fell off, Where there's blame, there's a claim. And that's how it goes. Paul Hollywood seems to have lost out as she goes off walking again, the girlfriend. Apparently, she's got her hen back on social media, so she goes out with her photographer to take a picture of her. And, as I say, pointless, absolutely pointless and very tedious. 1 in 6 households are likely to include somebody waiting for an NHS operation. The lists are at all-time highs at the moment for the amount of people. It's because the country is getting absolutely swamped with ill people. Ill people. The planes that fly in and people just go straight to a hospital, check themselves in and go in for all sorts of operations which they can't get at home, but they seem to be able to get here. Also, the stars on holiday, and they've got all sorts of people. Liz Hurley, Cindy Crawford, Tom Daley is on holiday at the moment. I think he's in Japan. Plus Jade Thirlwell and Kirsty Gallagher. And, of course, the ubiquitous, out all the time, Rita Ora I think she just spends all her time with the photographer. I don't think there is... Is there any work that goes on there? And here is a person who created a Buzz Lightyear mask so that her daughter would be brave enough to battle cancer. So she's got the Buzz Lightyear mask. This is at Manchester at the Christie... Oh, the Christie Cancer Hospital. This is the one they did on the news the other day. They've just installed this new machine. Which apparently is worth £10 million. It's full of magnets and all sorts of things. It was brought in and lowered through the roof. This is the one they were showing you the other day, and I remember thinking, well, that's fantastic, because up until now, the NHS have had to send children abroad, but they can only afford to send 6 abroad, I think, because it costs about £100,000 each time. Hopefully, now that we've got facilities in this country, things will be an awful lot better. One thing Chazza didn't complain about, I thought, was £9 for a bun, some scrambled egg, a little bit of cheese and some onions. £9. I think that's way too expensive. Way too expensive. Not good enough, I think. Too expensive. Pret use brioche buns, do they really? And what's the weather doing on Sunday in Kent? I don't think it's going to be so great, says James. He says, but I want to take my 3-year-old to his first kite festival. I didn't know they did kite festivals. I really had no idea. A kite festival, how brilliant. Steve, can you tell us again where to sign Barbara and Scott's open letter? It's on the LBC website. You can find it on the LBC website. 84850, a deluge of rain in Torbay overnight, says Joe. I know. We're also going to be getting that thing. Steve says, Shane, you were talking about not getting your order out. The same thing happened to me. I ordered a scary movie from South Korea. It took ages. Well, this one, they seem to be faffing around, so I'm going to give them one last chance. You know, if they're that incompetent that they can't even find something that they advertise on YouTube and they can't get it off in the post and they've had the money, which, again, I've got to check out, then they don't deserve it. Steve, Emma Barton, Honey out of EastEnders, is good old Stephen Mulhern's missus. Are you particularly stupid or what? I mean, really? Where do people get their intelligence now? Signing the petition for Barbara and Scott, it's change.org/dementia care. So change.org/dementia care. Okay? And you can find it on the LBC website as well, can't you? Is it there? I think it... Yeah, well, I think it is. So it's change.org/dementia care. What else we got? It's loads of pictures of the Royals. I don't think it makes any difference because they didn't do very well in it. And the Church of England attacked Wayne Rooney over his multi-million-pound football tie-in with a gambling firm. Dr. Alan Smith, Bishop of St Albans, says he was furious that the ex-England captain will wear a shirt with the number 32 on to promote the online casino. In stinging comments, the church's gambling spokesman said Rooney should make decisions in the interest of his young fans and not his bank balance. Unfortunately, you're whistling in the wind. Whistling in the wind. I mean, it's, you know, these people are obsessed by the money. They couldn't care less about anything else. It's only the money that they're interested in. And Wayne Rooney is as shallow as you get. Also, the airline relies on the parent company to sort out its techie trouble. This is BA. I didn't know this was owned by Spanish. I thought BA was us. It's a Spanish owner. So there you go. You discover all these things. Here's pictures of Kate, the Duchess, arriving, and Harry. They seem to... She always looks very glam, doesn't she? Well, I always thought she looked very, very glam. Plus. Still to come. The Russian oligarch's ex-wife set to bring Britain's biggest divorce case to the High Court over her former husband's alleged £15 billion fortune. Can you just come into another country and just sort of have your case heard there? I don't really understand it, but I suppose if there's that much money at stake. After the news, I'll tell you about who I'm going to be in conversation with this weekend. The first guest is an Irish stand-up and improvisational comedian. You try saying that at this time of the morning. Who's a regular on the comedy circuit and at the Edinburgh Fringe. My second guest, an award-winning author and journalist, in to talk about the 20th anniversary of the release of his most successful book. All of that after the news. But first, 6 a.m. presenter, obviously a bit stupid, stating that youth centres will not stop knife crime. Of course they will. It gives the young kids somewhere to do something interesting. Don't be so ridiculous. Of course it won't. Of course it won't. What, you seriously think that 1 minute they're selling drugs on the street corner and somebody opens up a youth centre and puts in a billiard table and they're going to go, well, we're not going to be doing drugs anymore? And we're not going to be using knives. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Honestly, any old soul can tell you that's right. James says, soaking wet in Weymouth. Little Julie says it's raining as well. Tipping it down. Says, that's all we need, isn't it? Luckily, I brought an umbrella today. Another one here. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one. I keep missing this one, actually. And another one here. I'm surprised if Barbara is so bad, says Jack. She could write a letter. Don't be so stupid. Of course she didn't write the letter. It's her and Scott. She's put her name to it. Don't be so... How offensive do you have to be? Do you really have to be that offensive? I think you're now going into my sin bin. I think you're going to the sin bin. I don't mind people being sort of, humorous about it, but not when you're just blatantly rude. What else we got? The Met Police Chief who led the botched Nick inquiries on the police ethics panel. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And the storm warning. Capturing the light fantastic. Also looks lovely, actually, when you get those red skies all over the place. But when you actually look at the weather that's coming in, this could ruin everybody's weekend. But it's only water. And a bit of wind. Nobody's going to worry too much about it. Record waits as the NHS face a summer crisis. They've got too many people waiting for operations and they don't have enough facilities to deal with it. Plus, forget 5G, because I don't know. When I went to the hospital the other day, incidentally, they asked me how old my phone was, and I had no idea. I checked it. It's obviously a bit older than I thought, because I think now people buy a telephone and you don't update them as often as you used to. So it says, forget 5G, 8 in 10 areas miss out on proper 4G. Because I think my phone does all right, actually. I don't have 4G at the moment, but there again, I'm in the studio, so it doesn't really make any difference. Plus, you can meet the giant frogs, who can lift 4-pound rocks. They're very big. It's almost 2/3 their own body weight. But I thought it's not ants, is it? Is it a dung beetle, who apparently has got more strength and can lift, much more than their normal weight? I've watched them doing it on the Attenborough programmes. Happy birthday to Rod Laver, the Australian former world #1 tennis star, winning a record 200 singles titles, including Wimbledon 4 times. His prize winnings of $1.57 million across his 23-year career were roughly half what a US Open champion wins today. He was nicknamed the Rocket. So Rod Laver, he's 81, by the way. 81, so many happy returns of the day. Also, Audrey Tautou. Do you know who Audrey Tautou? I didn't know who Audrey Tautou was. She is the French star of the Da Vinci Code. Nearly didn't get the role that made her name in rom-com Amélie. It had been written for Emily Watson, but she turned it down. Born on this day in 1963, sadly died 2012. That's Whitney Houston. And Pamela Travers. Pamela Travers. P.L. Travers. You know who P.L. Travers is, don't you? Who's P.L. Travers? Wrote a very famous book. Turned into a film. In fact, they managed to get 2 films out of it, and now there's another film out as well. She wrote Mary Poppins. And she said, the idea of Mary Poppins has been blowing in and out of me like a curtain at a window. Left angry by Disney's adaptation, she only agreed to a West End production if no Americans were involved in the thing. She wasn't even invited to the opening night of the film in America, which I thought was a bit bad. But I believe, because there was another one... What was it? Is it Entertaining Mr. Banks or something like that? That was the film where they were sort of trying to... Saving Mr. Banks. They were trying to work out why it was that she went there and she go, I don't like that. So, Supercala what? And so they had all these things, and then you're not going to have a more silly songs, are you? I think it was a very clever film, actually. It was a little bit economical with the truth. Little bit economical, but still everybody loves Mary Poppins. The new one I love as well, and then there was Mr. Banks as well, because it was Mr. Banks that Mary Poppins came to save. She didn't come down to save the children. Nothing to do with the children. If you watch the film very carefully, it's him. He's actually the one with all the prejudices. So she comes back, and she tries to change his mind, and eventually she changes his mind. And it was great. Whether or not it actually happened, I don't know. I know that Walt flew over here on a few occasions, and they had all sorts of trouble with it. She didn't want this, didn't want that. But unfortunately, once you'd signed over your life, that was it. That was it, really, which is not so good. Also, Jan Moyer today, who says romance is dead. Talking about Ben Foden, who seems to have evaded it. So he's now He's got married to somebody he's only known for a couple of weeks, which might work for some people. I'm always a bit cynical, I'm afraid. And terrible news for those of us, she says, whose best beach look ranges between must-she and don't look now on the arrestable offence spectrum. The underboob bikini is here. And this is show-off Rita Ora yet again. Another picture. She must go out with sort of the photographer. They must go, what should we take a picture of? Let's do the boobs. Let's do the boobs. Keyless cars, they reckon, can be stolen in 10 seconds. Keyless cars, mainly the new ones, actually. They found that a Land Rover Discovery Sport could be broken into with 30 seconds with a lockpick and started with a device that plugged into a socket near the steering wheel to trick the car's onboard computer. The £57,000 Land Rover Discovery defeated attempts to break in. 113,000 vehicles nicked last year, and that's more than 300 every day. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Mainly that you see them on the television programmes. They found that an Audi TTRS, £54,000, could be taken in 10 seconds, while a Citroën, which is the DS3 Crossback, could be opened in 5 seconds and started in another 5. Phenomenal, isn't it? A BMW X3, a Ford Fiesta and a £36,000 Mercedes-Benz could all be stolen in about a minute. Isn't it funny? Mine's actually... I don't think you can break into mine. I don't think so. I've never heard of it. But there again, I suppose if there's all these... It's odd, the cars that they want... Why would you want to nick a Fiesta? If you're going to nick a car, you're going to go for something that's at least better than the one that you've got. But I think it's, some people do actually leave the keys, don't they, on the hall table, so somebody, leans through and they can basically pick them up. That's the problem. That is the problem. Also in the paper today... horse racing and how an uplifting true story of how Springsteen's music helped a lad from Luton survive racist bullies and a domineering dad, which will make you jump for joy. And it's Blinded by the Light. It gets a 4-star rating. Just again, that petition for Scott and Barbara, change.org/. Steve says, Trevor, I've got a Mocha. It's obviously a car. I don't know what sort of car it is. He says, nobody in their right mind would nick that. Often leave it unlocked. He says, with a note on the door saying, knock for key. Brilliant, brilliant. And Fiona says, Fiesta's a fine UK car. Yeah, if you're going to nick a car, though, you're not going to nick a Fiesta. I promise you're really not. I mean, that's a Mocha, is it? Oh, right. Seems to be predominantly in white, which is a car I'm driving at the moment. This morning on Nick Ferrari for breakfast at 7 o'clock, experts at the UN say switching to a plant-based diet can help fight climate change. Would you give up meat to save the planet? Depends how old you are, doesn't it, really? If you're sort of 97, they say, would you give up meat to save the planet? Save the planet for what? Nick will bring you the latest on the police officer who was stabbed in a machete attack in the early hours of yesterday morning. And should the head of the civil service intervene to prevent a no-deal Brexit? All of that with Nick Ferrari from 7 this morning, right here on LBC. 25 minutes to 7. A lot of people talking about cars that you can't break into. I've never heard of somebody breaking into my car. I don't know. Although I have heard of somebody jacking one up and taking the wheels. There was one apparently done in Chelsea a while ago. Not my one, but another one. There's obviously different things. I mean, but years ago, if you heard a car alarm going off, people were motivated. Nowadays, if you hear a car alarm going off, you just go, oh, that's a bit of a pain, isn't it? You don't think about, it could be somebody pinching the car, which I think is quite interesting. Michelle says, bucketing down in Hendon, but cosy in bed, listening to you. Thank you. And also that shocking footage of the gang of teenagers tearing through an Asda supermarket in Brighton doing wheelies. I would be pushing shopping trolleys into them. Seriously, I'd be pushing shopping trolleys into them. Be no stopping me at all. Also, somebody else said, Steve, youth clubs will not stop knife crime. No, of course they won't. The youth clubs will become war zones for rival gangs in their drug wars, which started the knife crime in the first place. Is it no amount of clubs are going to, well, I tell you what, we're going to give up our knives and give up our drugs, and we're just going to sit down and knit balaclavas. I mean, ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing. And, Sue, you're completely wrong. I'm sorry if you've read it on the internet, but I'm better qualified to talk about it than you are. Somebody says, I'm off to see the Only Fools and Horses show tomorrow. Oh, you're going to love it. They've just put another load of tickets on sale, haven't they? And they're selling tremendously well. You will absolutely love it. Steve the Milkman, he says, followed by a well-earned week off. Yeah, there's a few people around here are taking are taking holidays at the moment. Oh, the wrong time, isn't it? Unless you're going somewhere that's guaranteed sunshine. Don't want to go somewhere which is just full of the dreadful weather. Bucketing. We've done the Hendon one, haven't we? And another one here says somebody else is going to see the only Fools and Horses. And Charlie, you must get it right. I didn't say youth centres don't work. I'm telling you, it won't stop knife crime. And you'd be naive to think that it would. Why would it? Why would it? It does work. All of a sudden they start handing their knives in and don't bother doing drugs anymore. I think not. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So it's Captain Kate and her gappy little mate. It's George. I wonder how he's going to turn out. Well, he'll certain now he's lost his 2 front teeth. Can't wait to see what he looks like when he's got them back again. Also, the bishop complaining about Rooney's gambling firm deal. I mean, I have to be honest, sometimes I understand where he's coming from as the Bishop of St Albans, but surely that's up to Wayne Rooney what he chooses to do. I can't see Wayne Rooney popping up into any churches anytime soon and going, you're quite right, I'm not going to take that money from that gambling. And people do it all the time. And, it's to make him feel a bit guilty about it, all he's doing is providing for the wife and kids, and he's got 3, hasn't he, I think? Charlie Girling is off to Pacific Northwest tomorrow. Seattle, baby. Yeah. Actually, I used to work with a girl in Vienna who came from Seattle. I didn't know anything about Seattle, apart from the fact that she came from there. So it's an odd place to go to, isn't it? Why would you be going there, Poppet? Why were you going there? Pacific Northwest. There's something about flying off somewhere unusual, isn't there? To go to somewhere that you wouldn't normally put down on your bucket list. We were talking about holidays the other day, and we were trying to think, where you would like to go to where you hadn't been before. And I couldn't think of anywhere off the top of my head, apart from Machu Picchu. And then I thought, well, I'd also like to go and see Giant's Causeway, and I'd like to go inside one of the pyramids. In fact, I'd like to go inside quite a number of the pyramids, or just go into the Valley of the Kings. There's loads of sort of things like that. I'd like to go to the Cairo Museum because they've got more Egyptian artifacts that have been taken out of the tombs. That's a bit embarrassing. The more I thought about it, the more I got quite worried, thinking, what happens if there's any family left around? And they go, basically, Tutankhamun, who was the boy king, he died very young, I think, very young, whose face mask is the one that reverberates around the world. That's the one thing that people want to go and see, and it's in the Cairo Museum. But he is actually still in his burial place, but he's in a glass box. And so, I mean, not even you think to yourself, that's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Poor soul, died very early, and now here he is on display for everybody to look at. And so he's lying down, his head is visible, and his feet. He thought, why couldn't they have found sort of a bigger box to put him in and sort of covered him up completely? He was buried before until we decided, we'll just shove him in a box and we'll go and look at the mask and everything else. I'm still in 2 minds over this helter-skelter at Norwich Cathedral. £2 a ride. It's very pretty. I don't have a problem with that. It's inside a church, though. It's inside a church, and I don't think you should have things like that in churches. But, unless they're raising money, in which case, couldn't they have thought of something else? Would it not be easier? Girl of 14 who drowned on a family trip to the seaside. This was at Clacton, and they were pulled from the water. The struggling swimmers, who were all related, dragged from the water near Clacton about 1:40 p.m. She was treated on the beach, taken to hospital, but later died. An 18-year-old man remains critically ill, whilst a girl of 15 is expected to make a full recovery. Dear me. I mean, what you have to watch... It was I think this could have been a jet ski, but it's also the undercurrents on beaches, which people don't seem to be aware of nowadays. We've had people up in Blackpool who've fallen foul of the run that goes underneath the water and drags them out. And people think when they've had a few drinks, oh, that's okay, I can do this. And it turns out they actually can't do it. And we have deaths reported in the newspapers. So that's the front of the Daily Mail. Still trying to remind myself. I only got reminded the other day about rugby in Twickenham on Sunday when somebody said, it's rugby. And I said to Lynn, rugby? She said, yeah, Wales. Well, she's Welsh. She'd know these things. Daily Star today, it's Gough. My killer scorpion. This is Strictly's Darren Goff. Feared he had 40 minutes to live after being stung by a scorpion. Oh, can't bear scorpions. He was on safari in Africa, where some venoms can kill if not treated immediately. I mean, the whole thing just frightens the life out of me. So he was very worried about that, but okay. He was okay. And another picture of Paul Hollywood's ex-girlfriend. Oh, God, go away. Please, please go away. James has the rhythm. This is former England #1 David Seaman has pledged his support to David James in the Strictly Come Dancing thing. The ex-Arsenal stopper admitted he'll tune in to watch him despite not being a massive fan of dancing. Well, there you go. It's still a very odd selection of people, isn't it? Also, Scotland and Yorkshire, the worst areas in the UK for giving up smoking. Find it very difficult. The only areas on target are the northwest and the southwest, where more smokers are giving up than anywhere else. I mean, very shortly, do you think we're ever going to get to the situation where nobody smokes? Answer, no. Of course you're not. It's like knife crime. Are we ever going to make sure that there is no knife crime in the country? No. No. Never happened. Bought that mash yesterday. Steve, trying bubble and squeak today. How delicious. This is the instant frozen mash from Iceland for £1. I still didn't get it, actually. I didn't get some the other day. I had too many things to do. And I heard an interview with David Tomlinson, says Merle, some time ago, and he admitted it was his fault that Dick Van Dyke had such a bad Cockney accent in Mary Poppins. It was David who coached him. Actually, it wasn't. Well, if he said that, then he probably thought that he did, but they had a voice coach in. But because he was posh, he couldn't do a proper Cockney accent either. I agree. Any news on badges for us faithful spikers? We'll have to wait and see. Wait and see what's around the corner. Daily Express this morning, Royals ahoy. They sort of go, they must just have loads of outfits. I mean, do you think that the royal children have got sort of sailor suits hanging in the wardrobe? They seem to have everything for every occasion. And as that hero PC is slashed in the machete attack, I mean, thank God they've got him. He was brought down by a taser. The PM vows to restore power to the police. I don't think that's how it's going to happen. As I say, the idea of opening youth clubs is very laudable, but it ain't going to make any difference at all to the knife crime gangs who are out there. It's like saying, we're actually going to tax people who've got mopeds. And that's really going to stop moped crime. Of course it's not. They'll just go and steal another one. These people are driving, mostly stolen vehicles. They're not going to sort of tax them and insure them so you can pop round and take it away from them. According to the Eye this morning, Cillian Murphy on the Brummy Gangster Drama's latest series. He was with us, can't remember actually, about a year ago, I think. That was last time. On the last series. PM scraps migrant cap to lure top scientists. Do we really need top engineers and mathematicians? Don't we have enough of those in this country? Bit of an insult to the people who've worked very hard over here. And madness. Back touring. A friend of mine went to see them, actually, at one of the race courses. I think Sandown Park said they were brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Can't beat it. And British cows eat better grass, so they grow more quickly and emit less methane. Just thought you'd want to use that as sort of, to have your company, it's Friday. I keep looking out the window. I keep hoping it's not going to rain. Everybody keeps telling me it's raining, but it's all right. I've just had a text in from Scott, Barbara's husband, and he says, can I ask you to say that to support the open letter to the Prime Minister, can people actually go to the Alzheimer's Society website and sign the petition there? It takes a minute and costs nothing, and we'd be ever so grateful. And he said, I was talking about you yesterday with your friend Christopher. Said you both should drop in and see Bars soon. Have a great weekend. So if you go to the Alzheimer's Society website, OK, then you can sign the petition there, and they'd be very grateful. And you have a lovely weekend too, the both of you. Not easy, is it? Not easy. So it's alzheimers.org.uk. Alzheimers.org.uk. OK? We like to be helpful where we can. Sue in Ivor says, you mentioned Giant's Causeway. I'm going there and to the Titanic Museum in October. How lovely. I've never been there. I don't know anything about it, really. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Maria, yes, I got the porridge. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, Wayne Rooney's worth 140 million. He doesn't need any more. I don't think he's worth 140 million. In fact, I'm 90% certain he's nowhere near 140 million. Refund fare, amusements in Norwich Cathedral sums up the Church of England. And I just think it's wrong. I just don't think you should start putting funfair rides in churches. I just don't think it's right, actually. And another one here that says, somebody else is going as well. Somebody says you're wrong. Youth clubs will have an effect on drug and knife crime. They'll be able to deal and stay dry, and warm instead of on a street corner. You're completely wrong, Steve. Completely wrong. You've got no evidence to support that at all. Absolutely nothing. They do have youth clubs out there already. It's not like we don't have youth clubs. It's not made one scrap of difference. In fact, if anything, knife crime has got worse and worse and worse. Just by having somewhere where they can stay in and it's warm is the biggest load of rubbish I've ever heard in my entire life. It's not going to make any difference. There's always going to be a certain element. They don't want to be in a youth club. Somebody set up a youth club for you in Formby. Would you be going to it? Of course not. Sun this morning, they love these pictures of George. They really do. They can't get enough of him. Plus the Hero PC tasered the machete maniac despite being slashed in the head. I wonder really whether or not, if they'd had a youth club around there, perhaps he'd have gone there. Daily Telegraph, mutiny on the balcony. This is the other one of the youngsters out there. Princess Charlotte dispensed with the customary wave and just stuck her tongue out. Rugby tackles above the waist could be outlawed by 2021 to protect players from concussion. Oh, and Scott's just sent me another text saying thank you. So that's thank you to you on behalf of him and Barbara and thousands of other people. So go to the website, the Alzheimer's Society, which is alzheimers.org.uk. Times this morning at 4 minutes to 7. Attacks on officers rise as criminals no longer fear the police. They don't. They've got no fear whatsoever. And people say, oh, you could go to prison. Well, years ago, that would be a huge deterrent. There's no deterrent now. Go to prison. That's a badge of honour. They don't care about anything. And I love this one here. I was a fairly geeky teenager, but I wouldn't have been seen dead in a youth club, so how anybody thinks that hardened teenage drug dealers are going to swap knives and guns for ping pong and a hearty game of Snap, says Kevin, must be in Cloud Cuckoo Land. Absolutely. It's just a way to spend more money, which is just like throwing good money against bad. You're never going to educate people. There are people who are so addicted to drugs and the money that it brings in. They're not, as you say, they're not going to swap it for ping pong, are they, in a game of Snap sitting in the corner and perhaps a fizzy drink. It's not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. So now you know that criminals no longer fear the police. But I thought, we've seen that on the television, the evidence of all these programmes where you see people chasing them and then they switch their lights off driving down these country lanes. The whole thing has just got out of hand. The Times tell you that more than 100 members a day quit the Labour Party. Do you think that's... I don't think it is, actually. Another one here. I went to see 9 to 5 at the Savoy last Saturday. It was fab. Natalie and Amber were fab, and so was Caroline Sheen. But the star of the show was Bonnie Langford. Oh, I don't know. Listen, she's Little Miss Show Business. She's Little Miss Show Business. And another one here. It says that took seconds to do. I've just signed the letter. My granddad was a sufferer, says Michelle in Croydon. And somebody says here. Oh, I've lost it actually. Lost it actually. Oh, just somebody else. And Steve, we've got a youth club in my town. It just gives the drug dealers somewhere to arrange deals. Listen, putting a youth club in is not going to do anything at all. Do you think people are going to start handing knives in? You'd have to be delusional to think that they're going to go, right, I now relinquish. One or two people turn, and they go the other way. It's only when they reach a certain age. But the youngsters on the streets, that's why we've still got all the people on the little mopeds attacking people. You're not going to stop that by opening a youth club, I promise you. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The Guardian talking today about, it's these fans coming together again. Hundreds and hundreds of them, and they get in a lookalike group. Although, to be honest with you, there's got to be the worst lookalike Beatles group I've ever seen in my life. Bootleg Beatles are the best ones. Illegal use of Chinese children to make Echo. This is the Alexa device in China. And Corbyn, Johnson plotting abuse of power to force no-deal Brexit. Plus, finally, the Mirror, Prince George. Again. And Britain's young, 5 of them, end our knife hell. Have you seen, 9 million people in London? How on earth are you going to do that? I don't know how they're going to manage it. They can't stop people driving away from filling stations without paying for the petrol. There's no chance of anything else that's got money and drugs involved in it. It's very sweet and it's very laudable, but it's just, not right at all. Another one. Somebody says here, it's a lifeline for many young folk. We're not talking about many young folk. We're not talking about them. You're talking about the people who are out there at the moment using knives. They're not going to just hand them over. People die on the streets of London. I mean, what is it, nearly 300 so far this year? I don't think actually having a youth club is going to make any difference at all. We all used to go to youth clubs, goodness sake. And prisoners should start serving gruel, says Trevor. The Kite Festival's been cancelled due to high winds, 60 mile an hour winds there, which is not so great, is it? And Steve, the person who attacked the policeman's 56, and no youth club for him, says Sarah. No, but he carried a machete, didn't he? Obviously no fear of anything at all. He didn't care. It was a policeman in uniform he was attacking. That's it this morning. Who do you sue in a case like that? Is it God? Shall I go back to the church that's put in the helter-skelter and go, excuse me, some of the money that you've been raking in off the helter-skelter, I think really I should have some of it to replace my pot. Terrible, it really was. But we went yesterday. It was a little group of 4 of us, and we go to Sadler's Wells quite a lot. Do you know, I learnt more about Sadler's Wells the other day. It was another one of those wells in London where people went to take the water in the 1600s. So there was a well there, and then somebody thought, that's a brilliant idea. So, of course, people were going there and getting the water, and it was free. So there's loads of these wells. Anywhere that's got so-and-so wells meant that there was a well there. We were yes, and of course people were picking up diseases left, right and centre. But then, strangely enough, the theatre that they built on the site, they actually ended up using it for water shows, to pump the water in. Anyway, the water fell out of favour. And so they've had different theatre companies in there. At one point, Frank Matcham built a theatre, and he used to build those very big, ornate theatres, which are so famous in and around London. And beautiful places. And I think also Blackpool Ballroom, I think that was another Frank Matcham. It's anywhere that looks gilded and gold is fantastic as far as I'm concerned, and it generally has Frank Matcham's name on it. So there's been a theatre on the site for hundreds of years, and it went through various incarnations. At one time it was a music hall, and then eventually I think the Black Theatre of Prague worked there. And now it's home to Matthew Bourne's company, just one of a number of people who use the theatre. And so we went yesterday to the matinee, because you can't go to the evening performance. I've got to work this morning. And it was Romeo and Juliet. Because we've seen the Red Shoes. That's his Christmas show, I think, this year. And Sadler's Wells, packed. I mean, it's packed for a matinee. And it's not cheap to go to the theatre, but it's not a particularly long show, this one. It's very good. It's a bit bloodthirsty towards the end. But again, it's got the most amazing reviews. And strangely, I was sort of sitting there. We always do the first tier of the wedding cake, because I feel a lot happier looking down on it, so you can peer in at the orchestra. And who was sitting to the left behind a pillar? Sir Matthew Bourne. He was there for the first half, and he was there for the second half, making notes, because he did say to us when we had him in conversation, he likes to keep an eye on the productions. He doesn't like to let it slip. And they're very disciplined. They're very good. It was really good. And so then we walked up the road with thousands of other people, and we got into Bill's, and it just took forever. I thought the food was very nice, actually, but I wish we'd not ordered a thing, because by the time I got out of there, and then we was different people going in different directions, but it was great. It was really very, very good indeed, and as I say, that's only echoed by the amount of fantastic reviews that it has had. So I can only recommend it if you can get a ticket. It's only there until the end of this month. Sydney, it's cold and windy at the moment. Well, we've already had that, actually. And somebody says here, no, they don't make haddock chowder. Oh, some people are so thick, honestly. It's absolutely amazing. They've never made haddock chowder for the last 4 months. They don't do it. It's not in their repertoire. So you always get the stupid one who writes in going, thank you so much for it. I managed to get the last one in the shop. They don't make it anymore. So it's a bit of a person who's got a few brain cells missing. Probably most of them, I should imagine. Whaley Bridge Dam, visited on Friday, looking good. I hope it's looking good. We got quite worried when they started letting people back into their houses. We were sort of thinking, I hope to God it's all right. They were going, no, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. I'm thinking, well, I'd want a bit more than the police going, yeah, you go down there. They're not really damn experts, but they have got the people around there. Jeffrey Epstein... In fact, the funny thing was, we were sitting in Bill's and I was quickly checking the news. I went, Jeffrey Epstein's killed himself in prison, which is very odd because literally only 2 weeks ago, probably might be a fraction more or a fraction less, I can't remember, he was found on the floor of his cell turning blue. And so I'm thinking, okay, so he's obviously tried to take his own life. Guilty as hell, of course. And, because now he's dead, you can say what you like about him. And so the old pervert obviously decided that he was going to kill himself. Now, he would have been on suicide watch. We would do that here. That's how it works. You're on suicide watch because they want to get you into court. But obviously somebody went, listen, there's a lot of big names involved in this thing. A lot of very big names. Let's get rid of him. Because it's just too convenient. It's too convenient that somebody dies when they're just coming up to a really big court case. A big court case, as I say, has got big names in it, and then Buckingham Palace has had to issue a statement going, no, there's no truth in that. And I'm thinking, well, who have you spoken to about this? How do they know at Buckingham Palace? The answer is they probably don't, and it's very rare that they issue a statement about anything. Very rare. Normally they go, we have no comment to make. Not in this one. Not in this particular one. They've been singing like canaries down there at Buck House. So an interesting one, but they can still, as you heard on the news with Andy Ivey, they can still go ahead with some of these cases. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that he was a dirty old paedophile and he was ferrying girls around the world. Now, what happened when they got to this country, God alone knows. But we do know that Andrew was very friendly with him, and we know that Sarah Ferguson had phoned him on numerous occasions. That's all been brushed under the carpet now, as if there's nothing going on. I want to know what's going on. There must be more to it, mustn't there? Mind you, Sarah and Andrew both flew into, I think, Balmoral. Not that the Duke of Edinburgh wants Sarah Ferguson anywhere near any of their properties. He can't stand her. Can't stand her. Mind you, the one person that stand at the moment is Lady Colin Campbell, married for a nanosecond to some fat old buffoon from years ago, and she's hung on to it ever since then, and now seems to think that she's an expert on the royal family. She is no such thing. She's an old fake. That's all she is. She hangs on to the title, I'm Lady Colin Campbell. She says in that peculiar accent, which you can't quite work out if it's patois or whatever it is. And she's written a few books pretending that she knows all about the royal family. You know, Diana would not like this, what Harry is doing and all. I don't know, she's become Italian now. And so, I don't do her accent. And I don't think anybody does. And so all she does, she appears on cheap, tatty programmes. A dating... who in God's name is going to want to go out with an old baggage like that who sells Harry and Meghan down the river? As if she knows them. You imagine them going, oh, yes, she was popped round for tea, dear. I shouldn't imagine she's been anywhere near. The only time she's been in Buckingham Palace is on a paying tour. Can't see anything else. Horrible woman. Horrible, horrible woman. But I'm so famous because... no, you're not. It's a bit like, actually, Gemma Collins, who... do you remember last week? This was really strange. Because you can't believe anything she says. She's a bit like Jordan now. She lives in a fantasy world. Total fantasy world. And they were showing you the inside of her new house in Essex. Of course, where else could you put her? And she said, it's like a barn. And I thought, well, again, you know, don't make me say it. And it's got beams inside. And the luxury that this place has got... I mean, hold yourself back on this one. She was proud to tell us it's only got a walk-in wardrobe. Well, of course, it would have to, the size clothes she's got. You can hardly shove them in a small wardrobe, can you? They have to go inside a barn of a place. You've got tents, and it's a bit like Liberace. Everything's in about 3 or 4 sizes, because all that baloney about losing weight was just that, baloney. She's put the weight back on again. Of course she has, because she eats. She eats. She doesn't do any exercise at all. And then she went, I love my size. What do you keep trying to lose weight for then? Again, lies. But the other lie that came out this week is that she's happy to tell people, I don't care about the trolls, she said, because I should imagine, looking the way she does, she probably knows quite a few little things that live in Norway. And we used to get them to stick on the end of pencils years ago. We had a little troll, had a little hole in its bum, and you stuck a pencil up there. And that was... they would have this sort of mane of tatty hair, a bit like her. But anyway... And she said, because I'm laughing, because I've got, like, loads of money. And I'm thinking, well, from where? You wouldn't have earned it from The Only Way is Essex, because that doesn't pay diddly squat. And the only other thing she's ever done is fall down a trapdoor on stage at the British Teen Awards, which was the best thing she ever did. Best thing she ever did. Funniest thing ever. Down she went. I'm going to sue, she goes, in that funny little 3-year-old voice she's got. And so the next thing is, I've got so much money. And also, she said, most of my work is in London. And I kept trying to think, well, what work would that be? You've not got a job in McDonald's at Piccadilly, have you? That'll be a worth watching. Double sausage and egg McMuffin, discount on the old hash browns if Arj comes in. Because let's face it, he's also ballooned to twice the size he ever was. But apparently they're either on, off, off. And then occasionally they go on again. And to be honest with you, he must be desperate. He must be so desperate. She said if he won't sign a prenup, she ain't going to get married to him. Because, I'm like the GC. So anyway, she said, I'm looking around Kensington and Chelsea to buy a property. Well, she can't afford anything. The people would club together and buy the house to make sure she never moved in. You don't want your property devalued, do you? Imagine, where do you live? Cheney Walk. Oh, right. And who lives next to you? Don't ask. Well, who is it? Gemma Collins has been looking around. And that's what you'll see. You will then see, to try and make herself look a bit more interesting, her looking at a for sale board. That's not her. That'll be looking at the for sale board on the house. And then people will go, is she going to buy down in Chelsea? She can't afford to live in Chelsea. She really can't. She probably thinks she can, because in Essex, where she comes from, a few million quid, you can buy most of Essex. Unfortunately, in Chelsea, you just about get the garden gate. As far as I know, she doesn't drive. God knows she'd never get behind the wheel, would she? I've actually got a steering wheel that moves up, down, comes out in front of you, backwards. It sort of accommodates most sizes. But even in my car, you couldn't get her in. It's just they don't make her. She'd have to drive a tractor or something like that. That would be a good one for turning up. But anyway, again, there's more delusional lies from her in the newspapers. Also, Fern McCann and Billy for Ears, I noticed the producer wisely decided not to spell for Ears, because it's one of those stupid names, are on holiday again. Poor old Fern McCann. You remember Fern McCann? That's the one who was going out with the Crim, who threw that stuff in the club. And when she went to his house, she failed to notice the cannabis farm that was in there. Funny that, isn't it? Obviously blind as a bat. Talking of blind, a blind rhino has moved into a place on his own. Well, a shame, isn't it, really? Imagine he doesn't know he's on his own. He's just in there hoping to bump into somebody eventually, which he probably won't. So I've done Sarah Ferguson and... Oh, yes. I've got a great story about a woman who's calling herself a lady. We think she's a secretary from Australia who's living a fantasy. You get people like that, don't you? People, I'm living the fantasy. I'm a radio presenter. It doesn't actually mean anything. It just means I sort of sit here and ramble away to myself, which I'm quite happy doing. Well, at the moment I'm quite happy. Then there was a woman who was sunbathing nude in her garden. I can't help feeling you're asking for trouble. Anyway, the police helicopter, flew overhead and took a photograph of her while she was sunbathing nude. And she was apparently very upset. She's a glamour model. How can you be upset about being photographed nude? I thought that's exactly what you do. Can you take your clothes off? Oh, absolutely, yes. Do you think it'll further your career? Oh, yes, I'm doing Babe Station, and I've got loads of other really good gigs lined up, and pole dancing, which is good. Well, because apparently it made its way onto the internet. And so she's after 200,000 quid. To be honest with you, if I was lying sunbathing nude, I'd be grateful. I'd be paying them for the publicity. Somebody actually wants to take a picture of me nude. Nobody's asked me for years for anything like that. And I've been naked all over the place. And I keep saying to the helicopter, fly over Twickenham. I'll be spread-eagled on the patio, covered in ombre solaire, hoping to go the colour of creosote. But she's not very happy, but apparently she'll be happy if she gets compensation. I really don't understand it. I don't understand why people sort of complain about it. But I've also found the 13,000-calorie breakfast. Even Weatherspoons could not manage 13,000. And it's 15 of everything. 15 hash browns, 15 rashers of bacon, 15 sausages, 15 black puddings. Ugh. Must be up north. 300 grams of baked beans. But I don't know what 300 grams looks like. I really don't. And 300 grams of tomatoes. 15 rounds of toast. It's 300 grams, is it? No, that'd be a big tin. That'd be a giant tin, wouldn't it? I don't know. Yeah. But whatever it is, there's 15 rounds of toast. Even I couldn't eat 15 rounds of toast. I struggle on the way back from here. I always nip into there's one of those black bean cafes or whatever they're called, blue bean cafe or something, I don't know. But they do a little pasty thing, which has got baked beans and a sausage in it. How easily pleased am I? I stand there enjoying the rock and roll dream, and all I've got around my feet are crumbs. I've got it all down the front of me, and they're pigeons. And so every time you go phew, like that and try and shoo them away, you know what pigeons are like. Plus, the security guard who's under police arrest, he allegedly wanted to kill Jews and gays. Not selective at all, then. And what else do we have? We've got to get tough on crime. We were doing a thing the other day. Somebody was saying, it'll be a brilliant idea, Steve, to solve knife crime. We just have to open up youth clubs. And that will apparently take all these feral youths off the street because they all want to hand in their knives and their guns and play ping-pong and a game of Snap. It's the kind of thing you have to ask yourself, are people really that simple nowadays? They go, of course you know youth clubs are the answer. No. It'll just be a breeding ground for drugs to be sold. They'll be hanging around outside going, oh, you're drunk, right? It's never going to stop, is it? You're never going to stop knife crime by opening a youth club. I mean, it's a lovely idea. I wish it would work like that, but it just doesn't work. Do you know if Marks and Spencer's in Kingston still do food? Well, it's Marks and Spencer's. I don't know. Of course they do. As opposed to, yeah. I mean, it's like asking, do they still do socks and pants? Apparently, Gemma Collins. She's obviously copying me all the time. It's getting a bit embarrassing now. She changes her pants every day. She said, I put a new pair of knickers on. I'm tempted to think maybe incontinence. You know, I mean, it's back to one of those sort of things. So she apparently changes her knickers every day, but they're Marks and Spencer's. I've been doing that for ages. No good copying me, love. Goodness sake. Mind you, if you did copy me, you should go on my diet. You know, which is good. Lots of vegetables, bit of rice. The trouble is you can't keep her away from the fatty foods, can you? And who's the Coronation Street star under fire for saying that Boris should be shot? I mean, that is incitement to violence. Ridiculous, isn't it? And the tragic reality of Brave Jade. That'll be Jade the Racist, which we all remember so well, together with Joe O'Meara and Danielle Lloyd. The sad story of Shilpa Shetty. Right, we're in Oh My God. The guy fat-shaming Miss Gemma Collins on LBC. Who is he? Steve Allen. Gemma Collins talks about being fat, so perhaps you need to go and speak to her about it, and she definitely wouldn't get inside my car. Not a cat in Hades chance, I'm afraid. Now, somebody says, you're right, all you do is ramble on. I know, I love the trolls on a Sunday morning. Love them to pieces, because they're sort of the ultimate ones. And somebody says, I forgot about the trolls you put on top of the pencils. I know. I'd forgotten about them until this morning, till I spoke about them. And it's very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting when sort of go, I don't remember trolls. They're little things. You can probably still buy them, actually, can't you? They've got a shock of hair, which is sort of acrylic. Always very funny. Always very funny. Angie says, I just wanted to say thank you for mentioning the smoked haddock chowder. There is no smoked haddock chowder, dear. There is none. I'm sorry I'm sorry you're a bit delusional, but they don't make it anymore. They haven't made it for ages and ages and ages, so you didn't buy one. So you must stop drinking at this time of the morning. It's not good for you, as you know. Little stroll, says Monica, to the land of Israel. So I'm in Jerusalem. Oh, how nice. Lovely crisp morning, only some 20... degrees, so 32 degrees, 90 degrees, oh, blimey. Cup of coffee to slurp on and radio. Life is good. Life is very good. Well, it is if you've got that. You wait till you hear this. There's a picture of this breakfast this morning. I feel physically ill, even looking at it. Not very good at all. And, Angie says, I'd even shared... Oh, honestly, delusional, Angie. You are delusional, dear. They don't make it. It hasn't been on their thing for ages and ages. There is no last one, OK? Unless you send in a photograph of it. But, of course, you can't, because it doesn't exist. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I'd love to know, actually, really, whether or not that dam is safe. I would hope it is. Anyway, we've managed to get all the papers today. Meghan Markle is fighting to stop scammers using her name to sell diet pills online. This is not the first time. It's the first time for her, but it was done before with Amanda Holden. And so now people are saying this particular company, Buckingham Palace, have vowed to crack down, but they're hopeless on this sort of thing. They don't have enough people. They need to bring people in who can sort this sort of stuff out. So it's a crackdown on websites falsely claiming she used the tablets to get in shape. She was always that shape. She never... Gemma Collins used a fat-busting injection, if you please. She was telling us about it. Unfortunately, it didn't work because she piled the weight back on again. As I've told you time and time again, crash diets don't work. Look at Scarlett Moffat. Exactly the same. Fat, goes to Switzerland for a month, where they keep her working all the time to go thin, and then they flog a fraudulent DVD on the back of it, going, oh, this is what you... She went to a boot camp. Now, of course, she's piled it all back on again. So, nothing you could do about it. I mean, if Arj doesn't sort himself out, he'll be diabetic. And I should imagine that Gemma Collins is about that close to diabetes. More on the FBI probe as the accusers are denied justice. Not all of them in the case of the paedophile ex-friend of Prince Andrew, that's Jeffrey Epstein, who killed himself a day after the royal was named in court papers detailing the financier's depraved sort of crimes. I didn't know enough about him. I really didn't. I mean, I've seen the pictures of Andrew and this girl called Virginia with Ghislaine Maxwell, and then the Trumps as well. It's all a bit tacky, isn't it? And what on earth does Andrew talk to him about? I didn't see how he had anything in common. And then Sarah Ferguson got involved and started phoning. And they had all these different phone calls from her as well. So Lord knows what was going on there. Poor old Katie Price, she's been told, big mistake. She's gone for more surgery. In Turkey, apparently. So she's had a boob reduction, a bum lift, reversal up and lower eyelid lifts, and a lower facelift done by her favourite plastic surgeon. She goes there because it's cheap. And also, because they say she bought in bulk with no money at all, she's got a half-price nose job for her boyfriend, Chris. The personal trainer was said to be dead against plastic surgery. You fool. You fool. You should never have anything done like that. Ever, ever, ever. But, of course, there again, we bought into the idea that you bought her a £70,000 ring to prove you're engaged. Well, we know what a little fib that was, because the ring that was being touted was one she's had for ages and ages and ages. If it's worth 70 grand, I'd be very, very surprised. Very surprised. Also, husband and wife, Michelle Keegan and Mark Wright, having some rare time together. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why. He's not exactly working that much. There is definitely, sort of opportunities to spend much more time together. Very interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, my dinner is smaller. Another one here. It says, how sad you have to be to lie about food. The trolls are up early. I know. It's hilarious, isn't it? Adrian says, I think that the JC could get into your Bentley very comfortably in the boot. I think not. I could get in the boot. She definitely couldn't get... Well, she could get in the boot, but he couldn't close the lid. 84850. No, Angie, they don't make it anymore. Okay, send me in a picture now. Go on, send in a picture. Go on. We're all waiting for it, because if you've sent the picture in, send it on to me. Come on. Prove Marks and Spencer's wrong. Oh, I bought the last one. No, you didn't. They haven't made it for months, actually. Months and months. They actually stopped doing it for reasons best known to themselves. They do that every so often to introduce new flavours into the range, and haddock chowder was not in it. So there's no point in telling fibs. Steve, the GC was driving a white BMW convertible. I said she wouldn't get in my car. I don't drive a BMW white convertible. She wouldn't get in my car. Okay, it's as simple as that. And she was shown last week. Well, I don't think she owns it, does she? But either way, I didn't say that. I didn't say she couldn't fit in a BMW convertible. I think the clue is in the word convertible. Do you not think? Glad the wind has died down, says James in Weymouth. I remember the trolls. They had green and pink hair. They did. I'm pretty certain. I'm never wrong on these things, but I'm 99.9% certain that that they come from Norway, and I can't remember why they come from Norway. I mean, there must be some. Do they work in mines or something like that? Are they sort of the Christmas trolls? I don't know. It's totally different from the trolls that we get over here, which is hilarious. 84850. I love the way somebody says, our Angie did indeed get a haddock chowder. Whatever that one is. Yeah, well, let's see the picture. Let's see the evidence, shall we? And, of course, how do you know it was current? You don't. You don't, because they don't sell it anymore. Sunday, people, the year of hell over the Brawl trial. This is somebody who was in... what was he in? Heartbeat. He was a copper in Heartbeat. Also, Molly May Hague, Another one of these sort of fake people, fake romance as we're going on. She boarded a private jet plane. She was going over to sort of do an appearance in a club, which means you stand there and go, hello. And then a few sort of half-hearted drunks will go, hello, back. Apparently with a stack of Louis Vuitton luggage. I only counted 2. Only counted 2 cases. She was only going over for the evening. Why would you need a stack of Louis Vuitton luggage? I mean, I'm hoping, we would like to think, wouldn't we, that all these people from the Love Island, the fake ones and the other ones, are actually saving their money for the tax man. Something that Jade Goody never bothered. Welcome to Sunday morning. It's a big Twickenham day today for the rugby. England-Wales. England-Wales. And I think next week it's England-Ireland. Pretty certain. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's a big campaign running in the People, I think it is today. Yeah, the People. On the government, can they make kids' school uniforms cheaper? Well, I thought that they were cheap. I seem to remember, was it Primark selling 2 shirts for something ridiculous like £2.50? Because they've got here, parents in state schools say they spend an average of 340 quid a year on secondary uniforms and 255 for each primary pupil. They've got blazers, 39 quid, 23 for primary, trousers and skirts, £41 for secondary. Well, this is rubbish. Because I remember a while ago, I couldn't believe how cheap school uniforms were. I mean, PE shoes, £46 for PE shoes. Obviously going to the wrong shops, aren't they? Shirts, £34. Blimey, not even I'm spending that kind of money. Jumpers and ties, £32. PE kit, £41. Coats and bags, £57. Where are they shopping, for goodness sake? Because you can definitely get it cheaper. In fact, school governors in Wales will be expected to ensure costs are kept down under a new guidance coming into force as the new term starts. Heads may specify basic items such as trousers and shirts and their colours, but not styles, meaning that parents are able to buy their kids' clothing anywhere. And that's why it can become cheap. In fact, at one point, I thought you couldn't even make this stuff yourself. So much cheaper. So much cheaper to go and shop around. I'm sure it was something ridiculous. They were doing kids' trousers, long or short, and they worked out at something like, I think they were less than £3 a pair of trousers. Because we all said at the time, well, what are the people earning who make this stuff? And the answer, not very much. We found out about trolls, Scandinavia, folklore, Norse mythology, and they live in isolated rocks, mountains or caves. They live together in small family units and are rarely helpful to human beings. So they're a bit mischievous. And apparently trolls are sometimes associated with particular landmarks, which at times may be explained as formed from a troll exposed to sunlight. Heavens above. Because it also means fiend or demon, and Middle High German, troll, fiend, is borrowed from the Old Norse. Whatever it is, they're dreadfully unattractive with huge, big, bulbous noses and this hair. But used to buy them years ago to put on the actual pencil or your pens or something like that. It was quite. But nowadays, they have a different meaning altogether. It's generally people who are very sad and lonely. Would be writing probably to Meghan Markle and writing to everybody else and sort of saying, oh, this, that, and the other. They generally live very sad existences, very sad. And most of the time, they can't spell. Even though most computers, I thought, had spell check on there. So there you go. Listening from Arizona, says Joseph. And a lot of people are going to... Why on earth do you want to go to Whaley Bridge Dam? I've got no idea. That's a bit of a long drive just to look at a wall, isn't it? Well, I just suppose you could sort of add some interest for the little town there, because they can definitely do with the business. But it seems a bit of a place to go to, doesn't it? Really, Steve. If there was that much wind in your house and it blew your plant off its ledge, sue the restaurant. Not kind of getting that one at all. What? I don't get that at all. Is that just somebody delusional or on medication? I don't get that. It's on a wall. Okay, it's outside and it's got all the begonias in. We sent the pictures up a little while ago, and lovely they are too. Lovely they are too. Very lovely. And Mel in Leeds says, keep doing what you're doing. Bless you. Thank you very much indeed. That's what we like. And there we go. So Angie's going, you can check when the picture was taken. Yes, you're wrong, but thanks for embarrassing me. But hey, never mind. Well, there you go. If you're a spiker, you'll know exactly how the programme works, won't you? Exactly. But just having it there doesn't mean anything. That could have been sitting there for ages, but because we can't see the sell-by. I can't see the sell-by at all on it. Sell-by is what? It's key. Key. What does that mean? It's key. Oh, it's key to the actual... Exactly. Anybody can take a picture of haddock chowder, can't they? But I don't recognise that. I'm never wrong, actually, Angie. Never wrong. You should know that if you've listened to the programme. Never wrong. Ever, ever, ever. What's it in? Looks like it's in sort of the a very small fridge. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And somebody said the 14-kilometre City to Bondi Beach fun run was this morning. Not for me, says Shane. 14 kilometres, how much is that? What's 14 kilometres? Is that about 10 miles? 5 kilometres is 3 miles. Oh, right, so about 9 to 10, something like that. Sounds horrendous, doesn't it? I did speak to somebody the other day who'd actually done this long thing to raise money for charity. And so we said, would you do it again? And she went, never. Not in a million years. She said it was absolutely crippling. Still, all these days later, she's still getting pains. TV host Gail Porter says she's still grieving over the death of her old love. That's Keith Flint from Prodigy. She said to the Firestar, she said, I'm still so fond of him. Well, you know, people do. I mean, he battled depression following a painful split from his wife. Gail, who was projected naked onto the House of Commons, I think it was. Was it? Yeah, it was the House of Commons. But she's also suffered the same way. She's had the hair loss. She's got a second book out next year, exploring drug addiction. See, I can't get drug addiction at all. I don't understand it. We've spoken to people before who've said, you know, yes, I'm addicted to drugs. In fact, I spoke to somebody, a friend of mine, I had no idea. And we were joking about drugs. We were not serious about drugs at all until they confessed that, yes, they had done cocaine on a regular basis. Which kind of... I sort of went, oh, can't believe it. Can't believe it. People are very open about it now. You say to somebody, have you done drugs? And they go, yeah. And then when you go, which drugs have you done? And they reel off a list of things that they've done. Me, I've done, brace yourself, paracetamol and Halib Orange. And if you mix them, woo! I tell you, that is the thing to go for. Halib Orange and paracetamol. Although you can mix, can't you? I seem to remember mixing something as a painkiller, because they never seem to be strong enough painkillers. You know, the one thing, if you... What did somebody tell me which ones it was? It was two that you buy them, but apparently sort of take them if you're going to the dentist or something like that. Because even though they give you an injection, frankly, it's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. It just really, it doesn't, because you know that at some point that drill is going to hit a nerve. And you go, oh. And the meanwhile, the nurse is sitting there with this thing going, you know, which sort of makes you sound, and of course nobody looks attractive with their mouths open all the time. They really don't. You know, you might think it does, but I promise you, it doesn't look at all nice. So cold and windy and snowing. Do you know, I thought we had snow yesterday. I know that seems... Well, no, I don't think it was. I think it was just the way that the wind whipped things up. But it seriously looked as if it could have been, you know, that sort of not proper snow, but the sort of blowy snow. Does that make it? Oh, I don't know. Whatever it is. No, not actually drifts of snow, but in the wind, if you sort of caught it under the lights, it looked like there were things swirling round. Frost? No, there weren't. There was definitely a little thing. I mean, I obviously not. Do you remember gonks, says Helen? I do remember gonks. Why do we have such unattractive toys? Why do we have them? Asda, says James, do cheap school uniforms. And the majority of schools, Steve, must have the school name embroidered and logo on practically everything, which is why the uniforms are so expensive. Well, no, you don't. You're wrong. You're wrong, because you see kids going to school. The only time you have the logo that's on your little blazer. That's the only time. You wouldn't have it on your shirt. That'd be a bit stupid. And it's, you know, and you can go and get the school tie. And that's the only thing, actually. The only thing. You're in the know, says Susanna. Can you find out why Findus stopped doing chicken curry pancakes? Because they were rubbish. Because they were absolute rubbish. They used to fry them in oil, so you couldn't eat them for about 15 minutes because the filling was boiling hot. It was like the apple pies. I'm not even sure they still do them in McDonald's. They were deep fried, and they used to have to put a thing on the box saying, warning, filling hot, for people who didn't realise that the filling... I don't think curry belongs. And also, it's very difficult to eat. And they weren't very big. Findus's idea of what could fill your mouth was far short of the actual problem. And I remember having them, and everybody ate them because we were eating Vesta curries and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, I could never manage to get all the meat to undehydrate itself. You'd sort of put it in there, and little cubes of thing, it still tastes like it's dehydrated. It wasn't very exciting at all, but we did eat it. We ate bird's trifle, because nobody made a trifle that you could buy. You had to make the thing yourself. So you got a picture on the box of this big bowl of trifle, which had the custard and fruit, and it looked fantastic, until you actually took the little piddly packages out of the bloody box, and it just about filled a soup bowl. Seriously, it was a joke. An absolute joke, so I gave up with that one. I used to give people yoghurt anyway, sort of tarted up with a few little bits. But yesterday I had what did I have? Oh, I had a fish pie, which I thought was being very, very, good for me. A bit of salmon, bit of haddock, bit of bits and pieces. Oh, back to haddock. And can't keep away from it. And then for pudding, I had a crumble, which I think was like an apple crumble, but it was a special sort of topping on it, with, wait for this one, custard and ice cream. Who has custard and ice cream on a crumble? Is that a normal thing to have down south? I've never heard of that before. I mean, custard I can imagine, or ice cream. Not the both together. You have a bit of both, do you? God, you must be a nightmare at Christmas. At Christmas, do you go to family for Christmas lunch, Nick, or do you do Christmas early? What, sort of like next week or something? Oh, right. Dad's birthday on the 10th. Oh, right. So you do Christmas dinner then? What, is that in case he doesn't make it to Christmas Day or something? You sort of... Oh, is it... Right, because Christmas Day is working. Couldn't you have it later, though? You can have Christmas... Because some people have Christmas dinner about 6 in the evening. I've heard of that before now. Oh, the family spread out. Oh, right. I think you can have a Christmas dinner any time. There is a bloke, isn't there, who's very famous in this country, because he celebrates Christmas every day. And he has Christmas dinner every day. I don't know what he does. I remember seeing a picture of him, and he goes every day. He has a tree up, he puts his cards up and everything else. I thought he was just sad. Just sad. 84850, Steve at LBC. Apparently there was a fairy tale about a troll, says Bill, who lived under a bridge and charged people for crossing if you had to pay a toll for the troll. Oh, right. Yes, that rings a bell with me. I'm sure that... I thought that they were useful to us trolls, but they're not. They don't like humans, which is a bit ridiculous, seeing as they don't even exist. They're just in people's imagination. But I think if you tell somebody the story of trolls who live in Scandinavian countries, they want to believe it. Children are sort of, oh, do troll, we got troll. And people get a bit excited about the whole thing. I like it. I like the idea of having something. We don't have that in this country. We don't have... No, leprechauns are only from Ireland. Leprechauns. And it's like fairies. They're, well, I don't know, you turn on the television nowadays, there's quite a few fairies on the television, but these are ones who live at the bottom of your garden. Well, I've been down to the bottom of the garden, there's nothing living down there at all. No fairies hiding under dock leaves and stuff like that. I always fancied the idea of sort of going down there, and there were little people like the borrowers, where you could have a little conversation with them, but they're not there either. So it's like the Loch Ness Monster. I've got this ongoing story with my producer, who happens to be Scottish, and he's firmly of the belief that the Loch Ness Monster exists. And I don't think it does. The Canadians have what? The Ogopogo? What's that? Lake Okanagan? Are you sure? Oh, right, okay. What does that thing do? Does it do anything interesting? Oh, it's an underwater thing. Really, they've actually got proper pictures, because the ones that we've got are the pathetic fake one, which was done back in whatever it was, 1950 or something, and then nothing since. Nothing since then. We haven't had anything that they go, oh, of course, it lives under the waves. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. I don't know why we lie to people about it, but people like to be lied to. They want to believe in it. Susanna says that Heinz treacle pudding you boiled in a pot for about an hour. Oh, I used to hate treacle pudding. There was something disgusting. It always... I think all of the puddings that you used to get at school were the ones that stunk out the corridors. They were really that bad. Really that bad. And unfortunately, the main one was treacle pudding. I say, oh no, thank you very much indeed. That was it. And I didn't like the one with chocolate sauce either, which was the treacle pudding without the treacle. So it was just the pudding, but then you put chocolate sauce with it, or pink custard. Equally disgusting. Equally. In Canadian folklore, we're wandering around the world with this one. There is a lake monster reported to live in Okanagan Lake in the Okanagan Valley of British Columbia. 40 to 50 feet, not rubbish, 40 to 50 feet long, and it's been seen by all sorts of people since the 19th century. So there you go. It's called Ogopogo. And it's got, what do they call it? Hoops for a body. Why? I've got no idea. If this thing was like a giant snake, its body wouldn't go in things like that. It would just be flat, wouldn't it? Flat. I would have thought so. But apparently, they say through the supernatural Naha-itik of the Okanagan Valley Indians is long gone, a decidedly less fearsome and more biological beast, whose exact form is a matter of debate, has replaced it. So his mother was an earwig, his father was a whale, a little bit of head, and hardly any tail. And Ogopogo was his name. Those Canadians will buy anything, won't they, really? Why do we have to have things like that? Why doesn't somebody invent something? I can't even remember when the Loch Ness Monster first reared its fake head. And there's been a little Japanese man who lives by the side of the loch, and he's been photographing it every day. He's seen nothing. And some balmy police officer goes, yeah, well, we saw the monster. No, you didn't. Why do people tell? It's like flying saucers, isn't it? I definitely saw flying saucers. You go, no, you didn't. Javier in Spain says apple and blackberry crumble with cold custard. Oh, not cold custard, please. The earliest report of a monster in the vicinity of Loch Ness appears in the Life of St. Columba by Adamnan, written in the 6th century. Apparently, the Irish monk St. Columba was staying in the land of the Picts with his companions when he encountered local residents burying a man in the River Ness. They explained that the man was swimming in the river when he was attacked by a water beast which mauled him and dragged him underwater. Sounds quite dangerous now, doesn't it? But there's been all sorts of things. But the most interest was sparked in 1933 when George Spicer and his wife saw an extraordinary form of animal cross the road in front of the car. Oh, don't tell me it walks as well. I couldn't bear it. He said it's about 4 feet high, 25 foot long, and a long, wavy, narrow neck. George Spicer and his wife drank. That's all I could tell you. But it's been claimed that sightings of the monster increased after a road was built along the side of the loch. And so, but as I say, they won't have a word against it. They won't have a word against it because it's keeping a tourist industry going. But I mean, for anybody with half a brain cell, you know that it's just one giant fib. It does not exist. It's never existed. It's folklore. We'll put it down to folklore. Mind you, I was reading a story of a woman the other day. She was by some lake somewhere known for crocodiles. And she was walking her dog. Look, you know what's coming, don't you? And she was walking the dog, and this croc came out of the thing and grabbed her dog. And she then tried to get it back, but she couldn't, and it dragged the dog into the water and then emerged triumphant, holding the dog in its jaws. Because as somebody said, you know, if you are going near a lake or a place, I mean, we don't have it in this country, but if you are going near a lake and it's known for having these sort of creatures in there, they look on pets, like that seagull that took that chihuahua. And then they found a bone, didn't they? They haven't quite decided whether or not that bone was of the chihuahua, but they haven't found the dog since. So we're assuming it's a true story that a seagull could actually lift a chihuahua in its beak. Must have really, really strong beaks, because they can't do it because they've got webbed feet. Can't do anything with webbed feet. Not like an eagle. No. Sky had to apologise because they showed a seagull eating a sparrow. Good Lord above. Oh, my God. Well, it's probably just a snack for them, isn't it? Probably just a snack. How worrying. We get them around here. Seriously, I mean, if you're here in the early hours of the morning, and now is a good time, you get loads of seagulls flying around, and they will swoop down. Pigeons run for their lives. Absolutely run for their lives. Steve, I remember the song I'm a Troll, Foldy Roll in the song Three Billy Goats Gruff. Now, that one I don't know. David in Kingston says the Loch Ness Monster doesn't exist. It's a romantic notion. Bigfoot is more realistic. Don't be silly. Of course it's not. What, Sasquatch? No, definitely not. Steve, do you know what haddocks smoke? Seaweed. Thank you. The old ones are the best. And, sorry? You don't get it? No. What actually lies at the bottom of the ocean? Nervous wreck. I'm here all week. The bank sent me out a debit card. Do you use one, says Shane? Well, debit, of course, everybody uses debit cards in this country, unless you're fiddling the tax man. Yeah, everybody uses. Well, I think everybody does actually use debit card. I've just got two: debit card, credit card. Credit card, pay off everything at the end of each month. Debit card, it comes out your accounts. You've got to make sure you've got the money in there, lest you go into overdraft, which is not very pleasant at all. 5 to 6, and another one here that says, when you were talking about spud you like, shouldn't you have really called it Spadulica? No, it's Spadulic. It was spud you like, Spadulicae. That's what it is. But that I forget who actually did that, whoever christened it. I cannot remember. It might have been Victoria Wood, who talked about Spadulicae. But anyway, it doesn't make any difference. They've all gone. They've all closed. Gone belly up. 35. What, Spadulicae? No, we had one in Shepherd's Bush. Turned into a happy chicken or favourite chicken or somebody's chicken. Chicken Village, yes. Try and get chicken, which where it comes from, you try not to ask people. I'm hoping it's British chicken. Well, that's what I hope, but it doesn't always work like that, does it? The new documentary about Jade Goody, charting the rise of the original reality star, writes Rachel Bletchley. What she's basically done is she said that Summer, what's-her-face is, the one who was going out with Paul Hollywood, not anymore, she should really watch this thing, really, because she's setting herself up for a real fall. The trouble is she's now playing celebrity. She's posing, she's doing all the things now, having told people that she's not. That's exactly what she's doing. I mean, she's just a barmaid. She hasn't done anything. It's fame by association, and the association is with Paul Hollywood. If she's just gone out with somebody else, which I'm sure she must have been loads of times, then nobody would be remotely interested. But it's because of the link with Paul Hollywood that people then go, oh, we know who she is. And apparently she's been inundated with offers to appear on reality shows. I mean, it just shows how pathetic it's getting in this country, where you'll just about put anybody you can find on the television. It's an obsession, isn't it? An absolute obsession. I mean, she's even on the front of the Sun because she said she's suing Paul because she's hurt, because he dared to suggest that she was milking it. Whereas, in fact, the sort of photographs that she gets, they're posed pictures. The person who's taken it must be on their land. Bad news, Jeremy Kyle could return. They think now the popular host show, which was axed in May after a guest who failed a lie detector test died in a suspected suicide, but they say he's being lined up to front a new show, possibly in the prime evening slot. A source said Jeremy is a huge ratings draw. Yeah, but only for that show. Only for that show. He's not a ratings draw for anything else. We saw him when he covered This Morning. They mercifully never asked him back. He was just pitifully awful because he can only do that one act, and that one act worked well for the Jeremy Kyle show. Anything else just doesn't work. Just doesn't work at all. So they want Jeremy back on TV early next year. I can't imagine why. Why would you want him back? I mean, you might as well have just left the programme as it was. There was never any evidence that because somebody had failed a lie detector test, that was the result of why they ended up taking their own life. Because, if you remember, he didn't even want to appear in front of the MPs. The MP said, would you like to pop down and have a chat? He went, no, I don't. And so they couldn't force him, so they just sat there with egg on their face. But it was on air for 14 years. 14 years. But no, just because he was good at that doesn't mean that he's going to be good at doing something else. If you want somebody from Love Island to turn up to your birthday party, you can get them for about 10 grand. Tommy Fury, the runner-up, the nobody, the no-mark, costs £10,000 for 2 hours. Curtis Pritchard charges the same. Michael Griffiths, the love rat, wants 2.5 grand for 60 minutes, or 3,500 for 2 hours. I mean, who in their right mind to be paying these people? Apparently, Greg O'Shea had yet to provide a price. £1? £2.50? Something like that. Can't be anything else. And who's this? Former Page 3 girl, Leilani Dowding. I didn't even know she was still around. Apparently they have to put a picture in every so often to go, isn't very keen on Lauren Laverne. Apparently she was sitting in on Desert Island Discs. They say it was one of the worst appointments they've ever made. The Weekly magazine published a piece yesterday calling the radio DJ's time as Kirsty Young's holiday cover lightweight, uncerebral, and one of the worst appointments that the radio has made in its apparent effort to alienate its listeners. And so anyway, her fan wrote to her going, oh no, we think you're absolutely fantastic. And she'd say it's been... I mean, but to be honest with you, I never quite understood it. Every time I'd seen her on the television, I didn't think she was any good. What she was like on Desert Island Disc. But there again, I never went for Kirsty Young either. I thought she just didn't have that sort of... that common touch. Was... what, Lauren Laverne? Was she here? Oh, was she? Oh, right. I don't know. I just remember thinking she wears a lot of sort of very pale makeup and very bright red lipstick, and that was it. And she popped up on all sorts of things. But Desert Island Disc is a bit too niche. Bit too niche, I think. I love the piece from Karen Brady, giving it to you straight. She says, Lady Colin Campbell, anything less of a lady you'd be hard-pushed to find, has some nerve to say that Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are graceless, and that their behaviour would have appalled the late Princess Diana. I'm sorry, says Karen Brady, but coming from the woman who was married to Lord Campbell for a nanosecond but still insists on using the title Lady, this really is the pot calling the kettle black. This is also the woman who wrote in her book that the Queen and Prince Philip are intensely sexual, putting to one side how she would possibly know that is such a lurid and distasteful comment and completely graceless. To be honest, says Karen, if she's even met the Queen, I'll eat my hat. Hope Meghan can add her to a list of people she should ignore. Oh, absolutely. She just sits down there trotting out. A bit like Paul Burrell. You know, Paul Burrell can say anything he likes about Diana because she's dead. She can't respond. I'd love her to come back and go, I never called him my rock. Because we've never managed to find where but he's trotted that one out every opportunity. Lady Colin Campbell, of course, is low rent. Very low rent. In fact, she's having to do cheap reality shows. To find somebody? No, she's doing it for a fee. Who on earth would want to go out with her? Spudulike, was Del Boy in Only Fools and Horses in the early 80s. Somebody said no. Somebody said it was somebody else, actually. Kathy Burke on the Harry Enfield show, because they apparently called their daughter Spudulike. Yeah, but did they do that after it had been done by other people? That's what we don't know. And Russ, the postie from Southend, said, went to have a health check the other day and discovered I got high cholesterol, BMI in the overweight category. Asked how many steps I do a day. I told her I average 26,000 steps a day on my postal round. And after walking the dog twice before and after work, it works out about 15 miles a day. I was gobsmacked to be told it's only moderate exercise and I should try to increase my heart rate. Oh, blimey. Sharon has completed 40 years' service to the Royal Mail. That's some going, isn't it? 40 years' service for the Royal Mail. We have a postman in Twickenham. He walks. I mean, he's doing steps like there's no tomorrow. Whereas all I've got is this app on my phone, and it tells me, today I've managed this, I've got no idea, 1,533 steps. But yesterday, 4,410, and I walked or ran 3 kilometres. That's what it's, I mean, to be honest, I don't feel any different. But if you're a postman, that's brilliant, isn't it? That's absolutely brilliant. So Sharon, if you're working, I suspect you're probably working inside. We don't get post ladies, do we? I think you do in certain parts of the country, but I've never seen any in London. Sandy's in Exmouth for the weekend. My gosh, have we got some windy, wet weather. I hope it improves today. I think absolutely it will improve today. I don't think it's going to be as windy, so I've now got to clean up the pot on the patio and replace probably some bits and pieces on the patio, which is not great, is it? But we do have some spares. And somebody says here, before Jeremy Kyle was on TV, he did a radio show. He did a radio show for one of the stations in this building. But when he went to TV, it became very same old thing and extremely boring, says Bella. Yeah, man, I thought he was great on radio. But then why is it that people want to be on television if they're on radio? It's a bit of an addiction, isn't it? They go, oh, it's a natural progression. And, do you remember the ornament that was a big brandy glass with a wee ceramic mouse inside and a big ceramic cat clinging to the outside? I do. I remember it very well. I don't know why they became fashionable. Do you remember those things that look like ostriches. You put a glass of water down, and it swung backwards and forwards, and then it went down, and then it would take up some water, and then it would go back up again. And it was a little sponge or something, but I can't remember exactly where you bought them. I think you probably went on holiday to Frinton, and you came back with that. But you remember the big brandy glasses with a cat hanging over the edge of it? Remember that one? No. Okay. Do you remember the picture of that sort of Eurasian woman that everybody had? Is it the Green Lady? That one. And you'd have the one of white horses going into the water. That was very popular as well. And also the woman scratching her bum playing tennis. That was... We used to have a place just over the road from here. It was called Athena. And Athena used to do posters for prepubescent boys to hang on their walls. And that one of the ladies scratching her bottom was very popular. Didn't feature in my bedroom, I have to tell you. What's the point of having something like that? I wanted the one of the white horses. But that's called the Green Lady, is it? I didn't know it was called that. Well, there you go. You learn something enough. Steve, you sound good enough, although you didn't get enough sleep. I didn't. But I discovered, actually, that having about three cups of tea and a piece of chocolate kind of did it. Kind of did it for me. What else we got? 84850. Oh, there she... Oh, it's the Chinese girl. Often known as the Green Lady. Now, this is interesting because this is a painting by Vladimir Trechikov. I've got a picture, and it's signed by Vladimir Trechikov, and I can tell you how I got it, because he appeared over here, and he appeared in a department store. My mother went and bought this picture, and he signed it, and then we got it framed. So I've got a signed Trechikov. No, not the tennis girl scratching her bottom. No, not that one. What's mine? It's flowers in a vase. But it's a Trechikov. It's Van Gogh, yeah. I wish it was Van Gogh. Can you imagine? Although a friend of mine said the other day, we've got to go to one of these antique places where they're having an open house, and you can take your things along to get them valued. And it reminded me of the story of my poor Auntie Enid, who, as you know, is not blessed with good health at the moment. But anyway, she'd heard that the Antiques Roadshow were in the area. So she struggled to get this thing, which was in the loft, into the sitting room. So the antiques people came round, and they said, "Do you have anything that might be of interest?" She said, "I do." She said, "It's been in the loft for donkey's years." She said, "And I've got no idea what it is." So they go into the sitting room, and they looked at her, and they went, "It's your water tank." Anyway, so she wasn't worth any money at all. Then the house flooded, and they had to pull it down. So apart from that, I mean, she's having a great life. At the moment, she's in a home, which is actually the best thing. The Dipping Bird, the Science Museum produced them, said Ian. Oh, I bet you anything it was produced long before the Science Museum came on the scene. I think you can probably still get them. You can probably still get things like that. Mark says, have you any idea how the ghastly Colin Campbell is known as Lady? Yes, because she married a lord for about 5 seconds, and so he then died, and so she took the title, and she uses it all the time as if she was. It was just, it's all rubbish. It's just rubbish. I think it was Rick or Eddie in Bottom, says Ian, for Spadulike. I don't know, actually. I don't know where it came from. Ian says, I got the job as a postman to keep me off the streets. Dun, 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 dun. Seats at all prices. Thank you very much indeed. But where that cat originated, everybody had the same things. I used to love going up to the airport to collect people, friends who'd been abroad, and they'd come back, and you'd sit there. And as always, the flights were always late coming into Gatwick. And we'd sort of sit there waiting and waiting. And then all of a sudden, you could tell the flight from Spain because people came off clutching donkeys under their arms, or a big sort of sombrero kind of hat thing, and wearing shorts, and of course it'd be tipping it down outside. Tipping it down. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Sam Barton from Birmingham, who set up a crowdfunding page to raise $3,500 for liposuction despite having 2 jobs, needs to take, says Karen Brady, a good long hard look at himself. Why on earth should anybody else pay for his vanity project? People do that now. They set up crowdfunding, and you can manage. Most people pull in quite a bit. Quite a bit, if it's something really serious. I mean, this one has his own money and is asking other people to pay for his cosmetic surgery. That's like that dreadful trolley dolly from Love Island. Her grandparents paid for her boobs, her veneers, her fake hair, 20 grand's worth, and then she had to have the fake hair taken out because it's really bad for you and you look a bit stupid. And then it turns out her parents pay for her holidays. I mean, she was working as peanuts, tea, coffee. Shall I put that in the overhead locker for you? Slam the door shut. And her parents pay for a holiday, and she doesn't feel any guilt or remorse. She's obviously not right. She can't be, because there's been no stories in the papers of ex-boyfriends, and that would normally be the first thing that happens. You know, the other ones have had ex-boyfriends, girlfriends and stuff like that. Peter Stringfellow had very successful clubs. He owned the Hippodrome at one point, and that was a place to go to. All the bar people out front of house walking around with trays and little miniskirts and all the rest were all transvestites. That was the place to go and get a job. He loved it. And people had seen, I mean, one of them was 6'6" tall in heels and would go around with their trays doing drinks. People loved it. It was very freaky at the Hippodrome. I loved it. And so a friend of mine was one of the managers at Stringfellow, so you could wander from place to place, have a drink here. And I only used to go to the Hippodrome to take friends, although I did work it one night. You take your friends there to show them the light show. It was way ahead of its time. So that's why I was very surprised he left only £1 million in his will, despite, they say, amassing an estimated 37 million fortune. So figures show that he had a gross estate of 2,943,000, but after executors paid off his debts, just 1 million plus a few quid was left. He left 5/9 of his shares in Stringfellow restaurants to Bella, a ballerina turned dancer. I liked him. He covered for me once on LBC. I went away and they had lots of different people, and Peter Stringfellow was one of the presenters. I don't think Matt was available for that one. We knew of Matt Stadler at that moment. We had loads of people. Bella Emberg did it, and the bloke who just got married again, Chris Quentin, he covered the show. They had about sort of 8 different people who became presenters on LBC while I was away, I think on a Friday evening, which was great fun. Unfortunately, Peter used to hold court at Stringfellows, and I was one of those people, together with loads of others. If he was around, he'd say, "Oh, come and join us for, breakfast or something like that." And I used to sit on his left-hand side until somebody said to me, "Sit on the right." He's totally deaf on the left-hand side. Couldn't hear a thing. So he'd just nod, yeah, like that. Because it was always loud. And everybody would stand upstairs until they opened the club downstairs. And then you couldn't go and sit at a table at Stringfellows. You had to drink spirits, bottles of spirits. They had to, and you had to sort of pay for that privilege. But people did. It was the place to go to. If you couldn't sit down, you just stood. But that's different now. That's changed. In the early days, it wasn't that dark. It was just a disco. Just a disco downstairs. But they used to have, I always wanted the job in the toilets. Because the bloke who's in the toilet, you go into the toilet, he would hand you a towel, and you could have a squirt of his aftershaves. He'd have about 20 or 30 aftershaves. He was making, back in the 80s, 600 or 700 quid easy in a night, because everybody tipped him £1. If somebody put in a 50 pence, he'd take it out and put £1 in, so that people went, "Oh, it's £1 for the towel." And the moment they'd actually walked out, he'd shake the towel out, fold it up and put it back on the pile again. It was a right little old racket. Right racket. 20, the Weekend Breakfast show with Andrew Castle is starting at 7 o'clock this morning. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson celebrates the contribution of British Muslims in a message for Eid. I'd completely forgotten about Eid, and I'm normally the first person who remembers it. I'm very good. And it's only because I was coming through Knightsbridge, and I remember seeing all these people out on the pavements, and I remember thinking, has Harrods open for the sale or something? It was literally, there wasn't just an extra 20 or 30 people, there were hundreds of people. And it's unusual, because I do the journey every week and have done for years and years. And I looked at, and then I went a bit further down, just past Harrods, and again, there's loads of people on the pavements and milling around in shop doorways and everything else. And I came in here, and I remember saying to Christian was out there, and Andy, and I said, is it some festival? Is it Ramadan or something like that? And they went, "No, it's Eid." I thought, that explains it. But everybody seemed to be having a nice time, because I couldn't work out why there were so many young children out quite late at night, and of course everybody goes out on the streets. Bless them. Jeffrey Epstein kills himself ahead of the trial, but they still think some of it could go ahead. Flooding has closed the West Coast main line, which is funny, isn't it? Because a friend of mine, Paul, wrote to them and said, why did you say there weren't any problems? He said, and he put a picture of the railway lines underwater. Do you remember the ones that went round the coast some years ago, and the line just collapsed in the middle? And was it Dawlish? Oh, really? I remember thinking it's quite... because I'm a big fan of railways, which makes me sound a bit anarchy, I know, but it's got nothing to do with that at all. I just quite like the idea, but the speed they go... Seriously, I mean, once they put their foot down, it's like we had a bus the other day. He was going mad. And then he did a thing. I get this bus at Waterloo Station, the 341. I'm finally learning where all the bus stops are, and because it's free. And so to get on the bus, and then it's diversion. And so I didn't quite understand what he was saying. So when we get to the other side of Waterloo Bridge, there was a woman opposite me. She said, I didn't understand a word he said. So, of course, me being brave, I went, excuse me, said, we didn't hear a word of what you said. So he mumbled it again. And I thought, oh, we're obviously on a diversion. And we were. We bypassed, there was obviously something going on, I think Gray's Inn Road, around that area. And so we go round, and then it said here, change for the 65. Well, of course, I mean, I'm British. And even I didn't understand what they were on about. So I get off the bus. As we head up to Gray's Inn Road. Whereas really, I should have stayed on the bus because it was only you could pick up the 65 at that bus stop. I didn't know. I stood there like a divot for what seemed like 20 minutes, but I was early for the ballet anyway. And then eventually the next 341 came along. It's very good value, you know, to get on buses now. I quite like what it is if it's free. And I quite like it. Steve, the Queen... will not want to hand over a monarchy that's sided with one side or the other in this most bitter of all disputes. So said Sir Anthony Selden. Well, I mean, she never gets involved with things like that. She never gets involved. So, what was the name of their child, says Andy? Spadoulique. I think it was Spadoulique. I'm sure that was the name of the child. I think I could be wrong, actually. I've got these things wrong, because I haven't seen that for ages. I've got a 1930s teddy with a button and a label. Is it worth anything? Well, it is if it says Stife. Yes, it depends what condition it's in. But actually, sometimes some of these things have fetched fortunes. Stife teddy bears. I started collecting Stife figures. So I've got a Paddington, I've got an Eeyore, I've got a Roo, who was also from the same sort of thing. I quite like them, whether they're worth any money, because they've all sold out of their particular run. But I've seen some horrible Stife teddies, all in different garish colours. I saw them in Harrods. I remember thinking, ooh, don't like that. I like a traditional teddy. They are a bit commercial. But the early ones, if you can get it with the stud in its ear, it's always in the ear for some reason. And if it's one of the rare ones, you see... I mean, I used to have a teddy who was stuffed with straw. And if you turned him upside down, he went, and he said, like he had tummy ache. I don't know where he's gone to. Probably left home, I should imagine. Did you know Prince Charles is a postman? He's a Royal Mail. I'm sorry, you're barred straight away. But a 1930s teddy bear, Susan, could be good. Can you imagine if it was in perfect condition? That would be fantastic. That would really be fantastic. A lot of people here. I've got my mum's Trechikov print of a ballerina signed by him. I was with her at the department store in Manchester. When she got it, she hoped to buy an original. Yeah, well, that's what my parents want. But I got it. I didn't know who he was, to be honest. I'd never even heard of him. I knew the picture, but I didn't know it was a Trechikov. So I remember trying to find out if it was worth any money. Probably isn't, I don't think. He must have signed thousands. There's only people who don't sign. It's not because, thanks for ruining my Sunday. Not very nice, is it? I've got a lovely little thing, actually, which came from Mappin and Webbs. This comes with a card. It's a limited edition of a little girl standing with a little bucket in her hand. It's only about, what's that, 8 inches? Something like that? That's about, it's 8. And holding a little flower in her hand. It's sort of metal. And it's quite pretty. It was my parents', obviously. And I've often thought, I wonder if that's worth any money. Because, I mean, nowadays, everybody's got lots and lots of different things that they've got, and they all think they're worth money. That's why the Antiques Roadshow survives. Because people, I mean, I'd love to have that expert. Can you imagine having the expertise of knowing that somebody comes along and you can go, actually, I can tell you about that. I know all about the history of it, and you think, oh, what a gift to have. So when you take somebody like that round the car boot sales, it's brilliant. Because they can go, actually, you don't want to bother with that. That's very common. This is nice. And they'll show you some really naff little thing, and they go, that'll pick up the money. There was that woman who found a ring, wasn't it? For years, she'd worn this huge, big ring, and it turns out it was worth something like 250,000 quid. She'd only paid a few quid for it. Because that's what you hope. You hope that when you go round places like that, you can find the bargain of the century and then go and sell it. Whereas I've never been any good at stuff like that. Terrible. What have we got today? Is Majid? Yeah, Majid's here today, isn't he, as well? And everything. Oh, 9 o'clock this evening, I've got In Conversation. Tony Parsons is going to... I can't remember who the other person is. Who else is on with In Conversation? Oh, it's Sean... the comedian. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Terrible, isn't it? That's called memory loss. Memory loss. But both very, very good interviews. Very good interviews. And do download them, please. We're currently riding high in the download charts. I think My Little Bit Extra is the number one show, just above Dave O'Brien, which is fantastic. Dave is on holiday, I think, for the next 2 weeks, so Majid's going to be covering bits of it, and I think David Lammy as well. So here we go, the Antiques Roadshow, new series, celebrates 40th anniversary. 40 years, good Lord. And they got the best one here, a lost painting. That's number 20. Oh, is that number 20? What's number 1, actually? What is number 1? A collection... What was that one there? A collection of wartime pigeon memorabilia. How bizarre. Very strange. And the American ones are great. Jewellery in particular. Okay, that's quite nice. That's a desk. An 18th century apothecary. Apothecary. You know what that is? Chemist. Beatrix Potter paintings, $250,000. A painting by William Orpen, $250,000. John Lavery, $250,000. A portrait by Sir Lawrence Alma Tadema, $250,000 to $300,000. John F. Kennedy's jacket, $200,000 to $300,000. A gold Leica 2 Lexus camera, £320,000. Number 6, Crawley silver, sold for $350,000. Mobile Lovers by Banksy, $403,000. It's still collectible. Van Dyck, £400,000 valuation. Number 3, A Jardiniere by Christoffel, £560,000. This one here is a bit of a swizz. I remember it. It was their first £1 million, I think. The maquette of the Angel of the North. This is the model of the Angel of the North. Went for £1 million valuation. Owned by Gateshead Council. And number 1, have to wait and find out, because that's not been revealed yet. They still think there's another big one to find. But I thought the one owned by the council, that's from 2 years ago. So we might have found it. Yeah, I always love it. They had a woman on a short while ago, which I found on YouTube, and she had all these watches. And they went, actually, that's not worth very much indeed. This is a nice watch. That's $15,000. And of course, she'd thought they were all giveaway prices, and it turned out that they were worth a fortune. So I love watching programmes like that, to see the happy smiling. The most expensive Antiques Roadshow find is a Fabergé flower owned by an army regiment, valued... What on earth are they doing with a Fabergé flower? It's a bit mamby-pamby, isn't it? OK, let's have something butch, like a Rottweiler. No, you've got a Fabergé flower. I mean, it's beautiful. It is really beautiful. Maybe worth over $1 million. I mean, you'd be frightened to actually have that on display, wouldn't you, really? I'd be too terrified. Imagine if somebody saw it. Mind you, nobody would believe it was genuine anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Susan says, my teddy is a merry thought and was an exhibit in the Tetbury Teddy Bear Museum. Oh, right, OK. I've never heard of one of those. A merry thought. A merry thought teddy bear. How lovely. But mine are still in boxes. I haven't taken them out of boxes. I've got loads of things still in boxes. It's like running a museum. You're supposed to take things out of boxes, but I don't want to. Till I win that lottery. A little bit windy in God's own country, Steve. In Eastbourne, umbrellas, plant pots, deck chairs and elderly people blown about all over the place. I know exactly how you feel. I don't want to lose any more pots, actually. Losing one. I mean, had it for years. Nice. 26 minutes to 7. Can't wait for this wonderful thing that I'm going to be having later on. This is this pasty thing with beans and a sausage in it. I know it might sound a little bit naff, and I have to be honest, it is just a little bit naff. And then I suddenly realised the other day, I couldn't get my blood sugars down. I really couldn't get my blood sugars down. And it went for the whole day. And I've got to today to put it onto the internet. It's one of those bizarre things. And also I've got to speak to our cleaner, Mr. Vazino, because he doesn't know about this little thing which fits under your arm, which is brilliant. I actually put this one on myself, which I'm actually quite pleased about. It's one of those things. The hospital explained to you how you actually do it. and then you have a go. It's like when the first time you start injecting. I remember having two lovely ladies who were there, and they were saying, right, and I had to show you where to inject the insulin, and so I said, they just wanted to make sure you knew what to do. You know, it's the way it is, actually. I can't explain it because I did it on the train yesterday. I did it without having to sort of take clothes off or things like that, which is always easy. I did it through my clothes. Whether it worked or not, I've got no idea. But I was wondering why I couldn't get the blooming numbers down. I was getting 11s and 15s, and I didn't fancy that idea. Thank you very much indeed. Because it's one of those things. If you are slightly overweight, and I am slightly overweight, but I'm much better at moderating my eating. And I tell you, until Gemma Collins becomes diabetic, then you'll see problems. Arj has suddenly realised that he must be borderline diabetic. Really. It's, terrible. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And in sunny Cyprus is enjoying coffee on a balcony. Very hot, says Mel from Shenley. Steve, I was walking my border terrier. I love border terriers. I like all dogs, actually, and cats. But I can't have one. I don't think I'd be there to sort of look after it properly. But I stopped to chat to a man in Chertsey. No, a mum. She smelt amazing. I said, what was she wearing? Well, I finally got to experience what Creed smells like. So even good women wear it, says Jane in Chertsey. Well, actually, somebody had a good sniff of me at the Magic Circle the other day. She said, I'd love to know. So I undid my shirt, being fairly brave. And she went, oh, it's nice. I said, blooming well should be for the price. It's terrible prices, isn't it? I don't know why we do it, but it's not the most expensive. Not the most expensive. And I've just done, says Matthew, a run to McDonald's for myself and the wife for breakfast. We're supposed to be on a diet, but I think occasionally let yourself go. As long as you moderate it. You can't have it every day. And Mary says, I found your bad-mouthing of Jade Goody offensive. What, the racist Jade Goody? Oh, I do beg your pardon, Mary. Obviously you think racism is okay. Luckily, I don't. Or Joe O'Meara, or Danielle, what's-her-face. Also, a lot of people talk about the trolls, which we encountered earlier on. They're obviously still very, very popular, aren't they? Christine, hi. Greetings from Finland. We're 2 hours ahead, so it's already nearly 7:30 over here. As you know, I'm normally listening to you from Ireland. So I take you with me everywhere. Thank you. Do you know, I've yet to visit Ireland. Seriously, I keep meaning to sort of do a holiday to Ireland, and I've never managed to get round to it. I don't know why. It's beautiful. Beautiful. I quite fancy doing one of those caravans where you just meander down a lane, a horse pulling it, and then you pull into a field or whatever else. I'm not keen on Guinness, so I'm not going to have much luck there, am I, really? But I just fancy doing just having a lazy holiday. Just doing sort of something, although it's quite strenuous, I suppose, being pulled along by a cart horse kind of thing. But they do these caravanning holidays. Oh, no. It's just something to do, isn't it, really? Well, I could meet a leprechaun, and because I was born on the 17th of March, I mean, there must be some Irish in me somewhere, and that'd be quite nice. But I don't do the lying on the beach holidays. I really don't. I'm not. They're boring for me. I know some people absolutely worship the sun. I'm not one of them. I've always been told that it's highly dangerous, and they say the best way to not, or to try and not get any skin cancers, is not to sunbathe between 9 and 6. That's 9 in the morning and 6 at night. And so, well, I don't know if you could sunbathe. I think the moment the sun comes up a bit, that's when the rays are going to go through. And sometimes it doesn't have to be bright and sunny to actually sort of pick up rays. But it just doesn't I really can't do it. The idea people say, oh, can you do my back? No. Perfect strangers come up to me in Marks and Spencer's. You do my back, Steve. I never do things like that. I can go to Iceland with Darren. You see, the trouble is, he loves Iceland, doesn't he? Is he getting very far with speaking Icelandic? Is it? Yes. Oh, yes. He's learning the language. I think eventually, him and the other half are going to move out there. Well, I'm assuming it's far too expensive just to go for a holiday. It'd be cheaper to live there. It's quite nice, actually. I've been to... Where did we go to? We did Finland. That was lovely. Helsinki. Yeah. And I remember thinking, it's so empty. There's so much space everywhere, and people seem to lead simpler lives. Over here, it's a little bit... a bit sort of... I wonder if they have trolls over there. Sorry? A bit... like that. It's like... I liked it. I quite liked it, actually. Right. 20 to 7 is the time. Rylan played a song by a mystery singer, Steve. Must have been Gemma Collins. She repeats the same banal lyrics over a dance beat. Load of old rubbish, says Paula in Warrington. Well, she thinks she has a recording contract. She thinks she's going to be a pop star. I mean, just seriously isn't going to be happening. Like, she thinks she's going to be moving to Chelsea, because apparently all her work's in central London. I don't know what work that is, but I really don't see that happening at all. A lot of people are still telling me about the Loch Ness Monster. It's amazing how many people want to believe it. It does not exist, I promise you. Also, Jill says, I read on the web, so it must be true, that the Chihuahua who'd been got rid of by the boyfriend who made the seagull story up. Oh, don't tell me that. I don't want to go down that route. What, the whole thing was... Mind you, I thought it was a bit odd, because we couldn't work out how a seagull managed to lift a chihuahua. I mean, they aren't very big, but even so, seagulls don't carry off things like that. Eagles can carry off a newborn lamb, because there's not too much to them. But I would hate to think it was a made-up story. That would be absolutely atrocious. And then told the girlfriend that it was seagull... Oh... That's awful, isn't it? I don't like that idea. I think that's dreadful. Ulrika says, I recently had cataract surgery, which went reasonably well. The anyway, that one, pointed out that my drooping eyelids restricted my vision by at least 30%, suggested eyelid surgery. But apparently eyelid surgery in a hospital is quite different to eyelid surgery in a cosmetic surgeon's rooms. They freeze your eyes similar to cataract, and then they burn the excess eyelid skin off. Oh, dear. Not sure about that. Don't fancy that. I don't think you should mess around. The skin around your eyes and the eyelids is the most sensitive on your body. Seriously, you shouldn't do that at all. Heather, the Norwich nurse, says, I'm very excited about the imminent new series of Peaky Blinders. I could see you there with a peak cap and tweed suit strutting down the road with Cillian Murphy. Series 4, maybe, says Heather. Actually, he's been in twice to me. Funny thing is, and I have to tell you this because I thought it was slightly odd, first time he came in, he was lovely. Pictures taken and all the rest of it. Second time he came in, the instruction came out. He didn't want to do any pictures, have any pictures taken. Which, of course, you know, we need one to put up on the internet. And so we didn't get one. But he was fine. He was fine. Very good looking. Very, very good looking. So I can understand why, Heather, you're taken by it. I used to have the poster, Steve, says Matt, of the tennis woman scratching her bum when I was 17. My mum saw it and drew hairs on the bum. Oh dear, that's not very nice, is it? Not very nice at all. And Holly says, I bought a property which was a very old farmer's cottage. It had an asbestos water tank upstairs in the bathroom. I had to pay a lot of money to have it taken away. Now, dreadful, yes. Andrew says, off to Gatwick. Must be there by now to take passengers and collect some. It's a daily routine for me, and Gatwick flights are always late. I know, I used to find that. In the end, I used to stay at home, phone up, and then find out if the thing was running late, in which case I could arrive later. Because Gatwick's in the middle of nowhere. North Terminal, South Terminal. Victoria Wood used Spadulike in her famous live TV Audience With programme. Says Tim, who's in Guernsey. And Andy said, do you remember the fish in frame things that were popular years back? It was like a 3D fish, and when you turned it on, it started moving. Yes, and it sang. Do you remember it? The tail moved and the head moved. Very odd there. I can't remember what they were called. It was a codfish, wasn't it, or something, and it sang. I'm trying to think of a Harry the Haddock or something, or halibut. Was it halibut? Whatever it was a sing. It worked on batteries and it had a movement sensor in it. And again, they were all very popular for a certain... You could probably still buy them. That's the odd thing. These things never go away. They just go out of fashion. And when they come... Is this it? Oh, there you go. Oh, that's... Oh. It's very clever. Is that it? Is that what it's singing? Oh, it's very bizarre. Here we go. I can't imagine why they were popular, to be honest with you. They look really naff. But the tail flips and then the head turns round to face you. Somebody in a factory somewhere in Taiwan came up with that idea. The singing codfish. Lovely. Steve, I remember having Sunday roasts. We talked about Sunday roasts the other day, and somebody said, I don't do Sunday roasts anymore. I don't think I've had one for ages, but then probably this coming week I shall be having one. At the Westmoreland Hotel, opposite the Oval Cricket Ground. $3.95, says Simon, in Chichester, in the 70s. Oh, happy days. Happy days. And Gail in Surrey says, I've got my mum's Trechikov print. She says, I remember Trechikov was very grumpy. Oh, dear. And Winnie. Oh, we've got to take a short break. Oh, you were just flashing. Techikov. Yeah, very good. I like Techikov. That's very, very good. Very good. Oh, it's Big Mouth Billy Bass. Big Mouth. That's what Will Guyot says. That links to Amazon Alexa now. So he said that's what I'm getting you for Christmas. Stop it. Yeah, Nick has asked for a Tamagotchi. He's not above asking for these things. Thank you, Will. Nice to know you're up this morning, 6:45. So he said it links to Amazon Alexa. Big Mouth Billy Bass. Gail, I've done that one, haven't I? Steve, I was at uni in London, says Winnie, and for the 3 weeks Christmas I was a postie around the Boltons in Kensington. Agatha Christie lived in a mews on my round, and I delivered her massive fan mail. The perk was a free full English breakfast as I was under 21. Went on to teach, but always think of those wonderful days. How lovely. Winnie's on the Isle of Dogs. No, Agatha, no, well, I don't know. The perk was I don't know. Perhaps Agatha Christie cooked. I've got no idea. The Boltons is very expensive. It really is ludicrously expensive. It's only Earl's Court. It's just sort of shoved round the back. But people pay a fortune to live there. It's one of those sort of areas. It's always been upmarket. So perhaps we could send Gemma Collins there. Perhaps she'd like to go and live in the Boltons. I don't think the people who live there would be so keen either, because otherwise you'd have paparazzi there, and a lot of these people are very private. They don't want anything. Told me you were. Oh, sorry, there you are. I do beg your pardon. I'm just checking on people's holiday status. Hello, are you on holiday, Nick, soon? You've got a holiday booked coming up? No. You should take a holiday. I mean, I'm not saying you have to take a holiday, because I'm one of those people who just doesn't do them anyway, because I think holidays are boring. I've done all that. Don't do it again. You've got 5 days a week to kill. Yeah, I mean, if you could do you know what we did? We did the Eurostar and went over to different places, like Paris and Brussels. It was quite good, as opposed to just sitting in the station, staring out the window, going, help, help, we're in a siding. But I think it's quite a good idea. You can go and visit places. Just go for a day, go over there, and because you must get a student discount, I should imagine, and just go over there and have a look at places. Granada. Oh, that's quite nice. Can you do that on Eurostar? Probably not. I was always amazed at how much Paris, all the beggars around all the tourist attractions. But mind you, having not done our tourist attractions, I'm not sure whether we get beggars here as well. We probably do. We probably do get beggars, but not in the sense. They're quite aggressive in Paris. Very aggressive. But I quite like Paris. So we did all the sites basically in a day without actually going up the Eiffel Tower. But we did the churches. And that was quite nice. I always get a spiritual feeling when I go to a church. I feel I should light a candle, but I'm not Catholic, so I don't bother. And you can't do that in Notre Dame, no. But we went on one. It was like a little vernacular railway that took us up to the church. Can't remember what that was. Vernacular. That's it's two carriages that go up, and then as one's going up, the other comes down. And they're generally worked on water pressure, aren't there, I think? There's a big tank of... You see them at... I think it's funicular. You see them down at holiday resort, beaches and things like that. Up the cliffs, that's right. I don't see you lying on a beach, though, for some reason. I don't know why. I don't see you. You'd head for the shade. See, I head for the shade as well. It's awful, isn't it, really? I can't be bothered. Can't be doing with this heat. Not very good at all. Daily Star this morning... Andrew's pedo pal in jail, suicide. Seriously, I was a bit knocked for that one. You know, when I sort of said, oh, that's Epstein, he's killed himself. But I still keep asking the same question. So he tries it a few weeks ago. I think there was a couple of attempts, and they put him on suicide watch. And then for some reason, they don't bother with suicide watch anymore, and then he kills himself. I mean, that's just too convenient, isn't it? I should imagine the lawyers were furious. Corrie star Craig Kelly is under fire for saying Boris Johnson should be shot. Wasn't Craig Kelly in Queer as Folk? I'm pretty certain he was. I liked him. I loved that. There's an American version of it as well. But, yes, I'm pretty certain. I didn't know he was in Coronation Street. Mind you, somebody grows a beard now and I'm hopeless. I don't know anything at all. Nothing at all about that. Also, Nick Ferrari's doing the column here, so you get him twice. You get him in the Daily Star, and you get him as well in the Express, which is always very good. Plus. Home and Away's Irene. I still get soap fans in a lather. She's lovely. I didn't know if she was still going, but I'm very pleased about that. And she said, I also get a lot of gay men who come out to me. Oh. When she says come out, you know, sort of come out. Jade Goody made Joey Essex seem like Einstein, writes Gary Bushell in his column today. He's also talking about the shop well for less. And I don't know who the person is presenting. I think he's the person who's actually presenting it is that maitre d' who pops up all over the place. Kelly landed the role of new Underworld factory boss Luke Strong. Oh, right. But Vince Tyler in Queer as Folk. It's a very good series, that. The music was great. I thought the music was fantastic. There's a woman who says, I wanted to be fab, not fat at 40, so I lost 15 stone. Makes a bit of a mockery of Gemma Collins, who claimed she'd lost 3 stone, but she hadn't. She'd had an injection, so they said. Very dangerous. You shouldn't really do anything like that. This yo-yo dieting is the worst thing. You can always guarantee people put it back on again. Chloe Green, very rich. We don't think she's going out with her beau, who is called Jeremy Meeks, herein after return to as that felon. Such an old-fashioned word. But apparently she has an apartment in Eaton Place in Belgravia. Eaton Place is very posh in London. It's got posh people. And this is a flat. I think it's a 3-bedroom flat, and it sells for 7.5 million for a 3-bedroom flat. Mind you, it is apparently quite flashy. Andrew and the 17-year-old girl. This is Prince Andrew at the centre of the underage sex case that scandalised America. I think the only people it scandalised are the newspapers. They're dying for there to be something on it. Paul Hollywood's teenage son hasn't spoken to him for 2 years after he separated from his mother. And here it is, Sheeranville. Ed Sheeran, who's just buying up a village. And I don't know what he's using it all for, unless he's having people move in, friends of his or something like that. Also, HIV treatment now costs the NHS as much as breast cancer. And Prince Harry stayed on a gas-guzzling super yacht for Google's Green Summit. I think they think that we don't know about these things. I think that's what they think. I'm pretty certain. Also, very much looking forward to this new film with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio. Definitely, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's getting great reviews. And oh look, Sarah Ferguson. Why is it Sarah Ferguson just looks frumpy? She's let herself go completely. And will Meghan cope with blood sports? Charles inherits the title of host. He's been waiting patiently. I mean, I'm not even sure he's actually going to get to be on the throne. I mean, the Queen shows no sign of slowing down at all. Now they say scandal hit Andrew and Fergie. I think they're like 2 peas in a pod, who Prince Philip still doesn't like. Warring Wills and Harry, not to mention their wives, Boris and even Carrie too, and as the Queen braces herself to play hostess to them all, to be a midge on the wall at Balmoral. Yes, I have to be... Well, you won't find Sarah Ferguson inside. Plus, there's a great story. I haven't got enough time to give it to you. It's about a wealthy lady, so she says. Is she really Lady Christiana, really just a fantasist secretary from Melbourne? I suspect probably the latter. Also... now there's no fear of police. There isn't, is there? Somebody tried to run over a police officer the other day. There was a bloke who was stopped for no insurance or whatever it happened to be, gets out and starts macheteing. I mean, the pictures in the papers were absolutely horrendous. Why on earth would anybody want to join the police force to put up with that? There's no respect for the police at all. You know, you say to somebody, I'm going to go and get the police, and they go, I couldn't care less. The new sunbather, her name is Tracy Dixon. Tracy's Page 3 model. And she sunbathes in the nude. Why don't you just stay inside, dear, and do it? I mean, you know, obviously you do get aeroplanes going overhead, and this was a police helicopter. But she's not at all happy. She sunbathes naked to avoid tan marks. Oh, come on. I don't like this weather, says Connie, at all, because according to the weather forecast on my smartphone, we should be getting another heat wave that should last for 2 weeks. I don't like that at all. And Mary thought teddies are made at Ironbridge in Shropshire, says Pat. Thank you. The late Telly Savalas used to have a place in the Boltons, says Nigel, who loves your baby. And what was the other one that I saw? Oh, I saw the Fabergé flower be valued at the Black Country Museum, says Kim in Lower Gornal. I hadn't seen it actually, but I'm quite pleased that it's there. 1 in 4 drivers caught out by £80 fine for emissions. You know, this is where you see a sign. You'll be stopping at traffic lights, say, turn off your engine. I'm not turning off my engine. Go whistle. Seriously, turn off your engine. It's all right for the buses or the electric cars or all that kind of stuff, but not for people like me. And the eco-warriors plotting a drone attack in a bid to shut down Heathrow Airport. Why don't they just bog off home or something? That's it. Prosecco's still going well. They use Prosecco at weddings. You know, nobody could tell the difference. Seriously, nobody can tell the difference. I haven't done any English sparkling. I've never tried that. Have you tried that one, Henry? It's okay. It's supposed to be quite nice, but it just doesn't. When we went on Saturday to Sadler's Wells to see Matthew Bourne's latest Romeo and Juliet. Afterwards, we'd booked a table. So it was me, John Warrington, a couple of friends of ours. And so we go up and one of the girls had booked the table at Bill's in Islington. Well, I hadn't been to Islington for some time. Ghastly. So full of people. I mean, seriously, like loads of people. The pavements were crowded at 5 o'clock. Horrible. Anyway, so we find Bill's, which is actually not on the main drag, but just on a little side street, which is quite pleasant. And because we had the table booked, I thought, and we were near the kitchen, so I thought that'll be good. The food will come out quickly. And it turned out that was the wrong thing, because the food wasn't out quickly at all. In fact, it was the service was fine. It was the speed or the slowness of the kitchen. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. But the food was lovely. I had the fish pie, which was great. Had it with some vegetables, being healthy or trying to be healthy. And then we ordered pudding, and that's where the mistake came in, because that just took forever. It was only a crumble I was having, which can't be that difficult. And I think John had ice cream, which he managed to eat fairly quickly, bless him. And nobody else had anything, which was quite nice. But we couldn't get out of there fast enough because we all had places to go to, and I had to get home. And as you know, it took ages to get home. But it was just how busy everything was. I've never seen such a busy place as Islington. I haven't been up there for quite some time. It's now official, summer's a bummer. And the reason it's a bummer is because you've got more of that bad weather. But it doesn't really bother me. I carry my little umbrella with me everywhere because I've got a small one, and then it expands. And so that's actually it's quite good. But I bring it out with me all the time, and I haven't managed to use the blooming thing yet. And then there's somebody who goes shopping in Asda, and she sort of buys her bits and pieces. She sees a pizza. It's about £6.80. And so it's scanned in the till, and it comes up as £290. So she says to the woman on the till, that's a bit expensive, isn't it? Because most people stand there, and I always watch to see that the money coming up. And she says, it's a lot for £290. And the girl goes, do you think so? Where do they get these people from? Child killer Ian Huntley's being investigated by jail bosses. Apparently he's formed a relationship with a transgender prisoner. They don't know whether it's progressed on to SEX. The former Page 3 girl still running in the papers. Sunbathes naked in the garden because she doesn't want tan lines. I mean, she can't still be a Page 3 girl. She was way too old for that. And she used to do it when Sam Fox was doing it, which was years ago. But anyway, a police helicopter buzzed her a few times, and obviously somebody took pictures of, her lying. I mean, who in their right mind lies naked in the garden? Stop it. You can't. I'd never do that. I don't mind walking around naked. I mean, no, actually, even that doesn't quite work. No, I don't. No, you don't. When nobody's in, you walk. What for? You feel it liberating. Oh, right. Oh dear, thank God he's only here for this morning. I couldn't bear much more of this. It's like being a member of a naturist club, but I'm the only one with my clothes still on. We did actually once. We did a thing when we were in another building. Me and the producer at the time. We decided to do the show in our pants. Which, to be honest with you, I didn't know my pants stretched that far, but they really did. No, it was serious. We both took our clothes off and sat there in our pants. And you're right, it is slightly liberating. It's quite peculiar, actually. And then we stood on chairs doing the programme. It was really odd. Really, really odd, but very funny at the time. I don't know why. We're not doing it in this studio. This place is honeycombed with cameras. Definitely. Donnie says, record temperatures expected in Eastbourne this weekend. Why don't you and Auntie Enid pop down? Oh, right. Right. No, I can't with Auntie Enid because, as you know, she's on quite a lot of medication and she is strapped into the bed as well. So we'd have to bring the bed with us and it wouldn't really be congested. She's not really into sea air. She doesn't do that. I found myself watching a lot of old repeats of Heartbeat. I love it. I think it's a great programme. It's a good little programme, that one. It really is. I like it. Although, actually, we've noticed there's a few of them that aren't with us anymore. They've actually passed on, which is a shame. Shell says, have you noticed when you're at a queue in any fast food takeaway, you see the staff giving priority to the guys in helmets? Yes. Have you noticed? Everybody's doing delivery. Our local Kentucky Fried Chicken, there's all these ghastly little moped riders outside with the L plates on, and they do it for the pizza place. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. And McDonald's, in Richmond. There's a couple of motorcycle people, and they do give preference to them. So it's probably easier to actually sit at home and order the stuff. Although, I mean, who on earth orders takeaway McDonald's? I mean, I always love that. They ask you in Greggs, if you order a bacon roll, is that eat in or take away? You thought, what, sit in here as well? Come on. There is a limit. There is a limit. Also, the UK airport drop-off charges have gone soaring. It's about £4 for 10 minutes to drop off somebody, which I think is doable, but I just object having to pay for it. So if anybody ever says to me, Steve, you couldn't run me up to the airport, unfortunately, I can't. I'm really sorry. I don't do things like that. Also, Marmite and Vegemite have gone to war as tensions between Australia and the UK rise ahead of the Test cricket. And guests at a wedding dined on food saved from landfill sites. She went up there and she found all this food, chicken and sausages and everything else, and they cleaned it up and they served it. And nobody was any the wiser. I'm tempted to do the gag. Unfortunately, nobody's living. But no, they all seem to survive it. And then afterwards she said, oh, by the way, that was all from landfill. I'd have actually eaten out, wouldn't you? I wouldn't have wanted to eat that at all. I really wouldn't. Definitely not. Logged into the Spike is Waj. Thank you very much indeed. Timothy West. You know Timothy West because he's married to Prunella Scales. They have a very, very clever, talented son called Sam West. Does lots of voiceovers and acting, everything else. They're Canal series, that's right. But she has dementia. And so the series is just about to finish, but her dementia's got considerably worse. And so he's now saying that they'll have to sell the house that they've lived in for 50 years to fund her care in a home, which I think is sad. Isn't it funny? I always looked at Timothy West and Prunella Scales and thought, they must be minted. They must be absolutely minted. Obviously not, if they've lived in the same house, which they will have to sell. Is he? Oh, you're near the Rose Theatre. How are you near the Rose Theatre? Oh, right. Oh, yeah. No, you're not that near Kingston, are you? So you've kind of aligned yourself to a theatre. Right. Yes, I know the Seacombe. And I tell you, is it? The Seacombe Theatre's closed down? Because you know what they did to his house? Did you know? You probably didn't know who Harry Seacombe was. Yeah. Well, his house was as you turned the corner. It was on a corner, took up the whole corner. And then when he died... because I used to party at Harry Seacombe's house. Then he died, and it was converted into flats. And then the Seacombe Centre set up. I wonder why that closed. Is there some reason? Was it they funding or something like that? Really? How dreadful. How dreadful. I don't know Carshalton at all, actually. Probably just as well. It's got the pond there, hasn't it? Is that the pond? Yes. Where if you're very unlucky, you turn the corner and end up straight in the drink. I don't even know how deep it is, that pond. Although yesterday, I was just coming back from doing a little bit of shopping. And what did I bought? Can't remember, anyway. And as I'd come round the corner, there's a doctor's surgery on the corner in Twickenham. And I could see this man and his children trying to catch a duck. And so I said, OK, trying to catch a duck. I thought that was fine. Anyway, thought nothing of it. And then I get to the front door and this man said, oh, excuse me, do you live here? I thought, yeah, OK. And he's holding a box. And I could hear from the box, ducklings. And he said, I said, I know what they are. I said, you can't tell me anything about ducklings. I know everything about ducklings. Because for about 3 years on the trot, if I had an empty pot on the patio, a duck would come and nest in it and hatch, and the most we ever had was 13 little ducklings, and so he said, I don't know what to do with them. He said, she's actually flown away. I said, well, to be honest with you, I said, what you should do is take them back to where you got them from, because she will come back. I said, I know this, it made me sound as though I was a right know-all on ducks, but I knew everything about them. You know, the RSPCA and these other places, they don't want to come out and collect them because they've got hundreds of the bloody things. They don't want any more ducks, thank you very much indeed. I said, she will come back. She's gone off to feed, and she'll come back and she'll call to them. He said, well, they were wandering about in the road. I said, they'll wander about all over the place. I said, but if you put them back where you found them, I said, because if you take them down to the river, thinking you're being very good and putting them in the river, they'll be killed by all the other ducks, because they're not theirs. And he went, oh, right. I said, believe you me, I said, we had 3 years of ducks. I said, and we had a dreadful problem with them. They'd run up and down. She'd be calling them. And I was thinking, well, how do you expect them to get down? And if they went into the drain system in the building, you lost them forever. We had to unscrew bits. Oh, it's terrible. So if you see ducks, Leave them. Leave them alone. She will come back. She will come back. How do you present your LBC show on Christmas Day when there are no papers for you to browse through? Well, we haven't browsed through a paper yet, and we've managed to make it to 4:15, so I have no problem in filling a programme, believe you me. Stephen Manchester said, who's a sexy producer on LBC? Put your hand down. Put your hand down. Now that we know about your nakedness, do your parents know you walk about naked? Oh, you got pants on now? Oh, right. Well, a minute ago it was naked. No, it's not pleasant. You're right, actually. No, it's not. There's nothing you could do about that. Who is a sexy producer at LBC? Do you know, I don't know. A sexy producer. Who would be a... Tom Swarbricks. Tom Swarbricks producer. He's actually sexy inwardly, though, I think. He's sexy inwardly. I don't know. My producer? Not you. Not you. Put your hand down. I'm trying to jump and muscle in on Thomas's world. Thomas is sexy, I suppose, if you... Yeah, I mean, I know. Listen, I'm erring on the side of caution. Who else is there, for goodness sake? I was trying to think, actually, running through all the different producers. Ollie, who sort of produces sort of breakfast, he's a sexy producer. He'd be... Yes, Ollie would count. Ollie and Dave. Well, I'm not sure about that. What, together? No, oh, right, OK. Oh, dear, I'll tell you. I don't just sort of drop people in it from a great height. Who else would be a sexy producer? I'm tempted to say Eddie Mayer's producer could be classed as a sexy producer if you were blind. And I don't know, actually. I don't... Listen, sometimes the sexiest people are not the best looking. And that's where we come round to this morning. And... No, seriously, they aren't. Because, I mean, sometimes you get somebody who's really good looking, but they're so boring, they're so dull. The idea is you want to pick somebody. And also, pick somebody who's unattractive. They're more grateful. OK, they're much more grateful. People who are unattractive try harder than those who are good looking go, yeah, I'm good looking. You know, I've met models before. Boring as heck. Boring as heck. So pick plain people. Should we take a break, Henry? Monday morning, you've had the weekend, that's it, finished again. What's the next thing to look forward to? Trying to think, actually. Payday, 15 days' time. Yeah! Cross it off the advent calendar. Do you know, I never had an advent calendar. Never had one. I've seen other people's, and then I saw one which was made out of wood, which had little drawers you pulled out, and you could put a chocolate in there. You'd like that one, Henry. You put chocolates in each drawer, and then... Oh, you got that one, have you? I thought you'd have that one. And then the other ones are quite pretty, which have got sort of Victorian scenes on, and then you break it, and it's only got a piece of paper in there, very boring and dull. But we never had an advent calendar. We didn't have one. I mean, perhaps we couldn't afford it, I don't know. We weren't a very rich family, as you can imagine. Harry Seacombe lived in Sutton, not Carshalton. We didn't say he lived in Carshalton. We know exactly where he lived. He lived over the road, practically over the road from the Seacombe Centre. I know that. I was just here all the time because I was going out with somebody who lived in Sutton. So I know it very well indeed. Very well. Steve, is John Warrington an aircon engineer, says Trucker Chris? I don't think so. I think he's a travel agent. Travel agent to the stars. He is. We used to feature him all the time on the programme, and then when we lost our guests, and we didn't lose them, you know, like sort of going down to the beach and they drift out to sea or something on a lilo. No, we still keep in contact. We still keep in contact. Every so often we sort of go out for something to eat, and Saturday was that day where we go out to eat. So no, he books people's holidays and he organises holidays. He knows everything about holidays. Steve, you showbiz people in restaurants. What's wrong with great conversations in between courses? Maybe you should have eaten at an American diner. No, I don't know why we went to Bill. I didn't pick it, but the food was great. I had the fish pie, and that was quite nice. Did you? Just copy everything I do, don't you? Just have to copy everything, really. We're not very similar. Well, maybe in girth around the waist we are similar, yes. Steve, 16 degrees in Sydney. The winter winds have disappeared, says Shane. Yeah, well, over here we had the winter winds, and then it died down, and now we're back to normality. Actually, should we find out today? Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently partly cloudy and 14 degrees in London. Expect cloudy skies and rain starting in the morning with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 19 degrees and the low will be 13.
No, it's not Maura from Love Island. I know it sounds like her, but actually, no, she's got a far more pronounced accent. I mean, hers is really strong. I mean, sometimes you struggle to understand anything she's saying. Steve, the Angel Islington is the pub they went to at the end of a day driving around London looking at famous roads to put in the game. That's why it's the only pub on the board. I know, we went past one of Jamie Oliver's places that had closed down. Big restaurant, it's still got all the booze in there. all the booze is still sitting in the bar, but he's in the papers today, basically saying it's been the worst few years of his life. Not good at all. Islington becoming a no-go area for parking. I don't know where you'd park there. The traffic wardens take great delight in relieving your wallet of money, even if you stop for a minute. Yeah, I can well imagine, actually. We used to live near another Harry, because you spoke of Harry Seacombe, says John. Harry Worth. He called his house Harry's Den. Harry's Den. Oh, right. And James says, sunbathing naked in the garden. You don't even shower naked now, do you? No, absolutely not. No. Oh. What? Well, you leave your swimming trunks on in the shower. Well, say there's a fire or something like that. You can't jump out of the shower and put your dressing gown on, can you? It's a bit ridiculous. Don't want to be seen by the fire people. Not which producer, Steve. Which presenter is sexy? None of them. Not one of them. I'm the nearest thing to it, which gives you a rough idea. We're starting from a base of 0 if you're looking at sexy presenters. Farage? Sex? Where are you coming from this morning? Farage? I suppose he could be. He sounds like he's just smoked about 500 fags, doesn't he? Every time you see him, he's got a cigarette in his hand. I want to start talking about people's sexuality. And sunbathing naked in the garden. A lot of people talk about the sunbathing naked. Well, now we know that Henry walks around the house when his parents go out. You could just imagine, it's a bit like Home Alone. He's upstairs at the window and he's like, okay, they've actually gone out, and then he hears the door shut. Whee! And off comes all the clothes, throw them off. Everything off for the bed, runs around the bedroom in his pants, jumps on the bed, doing the whole Macaulay Culkin thing. And then all of a sudden, the door opens and his sister's there going, I didn't go out with Mum and Dad. That's when you get really embarrassed. I'm not sure about the new Home Alone. I mean, all they're going to be doing, presumably, Disney, is finding another child. But we've already had Macaulay Culkin. Why would you bother making it twice? You can make a cameo. He could do. He did do a cameo. Did you see it? He sat in his pants in the paper, eating a pizza and playing on the internet, and he said, this is what I look like now. He didn't grow up to be a very attractive young man at all. He was sort of better as the Home Alone character. But then I sat next to him in a restaurant, in Joe Allen's. He was sitting in there. I remember thinking, mind you, I sat next to Cilla Black in a restaurant. And then I went out with Cilla Black for dinner. Me, Dale, and about 6 other people. And it was the night she quit television, live. It was a live programme. It was quite something, I have to tell you. Quite something. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Have you ever visited Brighton, says Noah? Good God, no. Of course not. What do you want to go to Brighton for? Oh, ghastly place, full of students, and you know me and students. Definitely not. Druggies and drunks and, oh, goodness me, and slovenly dressed people and the weirdest set of clothes. Of course I've been to Brighton. What do you mean? It's like Londoners' day out, isn't it, Brighton? There's no point. It's either that or Southend. And to be honest with you, given the choice, I'd rather go to Southend. The only reason you go to Brighton is you can go and see naked people on the nudist beach, which is always very entertaining, or you can go and do the lanes and go and have a look at all the shops. But it's so narrow around there. I don't like that at all. But it's good if you want your jewellery and things like that, or to go on the pier. Quite like to just go and sit on a pier and have a nice cup of tea. That would suit me fine. That's what we want nowadays, isn't it? As Brits, as I said earlier on, you just want a nice cup of tea, parking outside your house, and what was the other thing? Can't remember. 8 hours sleep. I wouldn't know what to do with 8 hours sleep. I really wouldn't. I had so little sleep the other day when I came back from the ballet. It was about an hour and a half. What do I normally get? About 4, 5. Margaret Thatcher survived on 4. Not that I'm saying I'm like Margaret Thatcher, but I mean, you know, if she survived on 4 hours, I can do on 4 hours. I have to be honest, that when I did it the other day, luckily we only had a 2-hour programme to do, and I woke up and I thought, oh, God, this is going to be a struggle. This is going to be a struggle. So I had two cups of coffee and perked me up a little bit. And once you're in the swing of it, I suppose you kind of forget about how tired you are. But when I got in, I had a little lie down, and then I woke up again, and I thought, right, out, off you go. So off I went to get the car washed. Always have a good old chat to the blokes in the car wash. Hello. Nothing back. They can't speak English. But it's always good fun to go there. So I always get the car washed, and it comes out looking very nice. And then it blooming well rains. And then we go back, back where we sort of start. But I don't mind that. Do you drive, Henry? I can't remember if you drive. No, you don't, do you? Can you actually drive, or you've never taken a test? Probably wise, actually. I mean, is that on medical advice, or the doctors, or hospital, or something like that? Get Callum to teach you. I wouldn't trust Callum behind the wheel of a car. Good God in heaven. I mean, there's no point in you having to, because you don't need to drive, do you? In theory, There's nothing that you know. I mean, you will when you get a bit older, perhaps. You might want to sort of learn to. You should really learn to drive. So you've got a driving licence, and then when it comes to actually, driving a car, then do your parents have a car? Well, there you go. I mean, perhaps you could borrow theirs. What have they got? Would that be something really flash? A Rolls Royce or something? No? Or what is it? It's a Renault. Is that a Megane? I don't know Renault Megane. I don't know any other sorts of Renaults. Yeah. Well, you don't look like a car person. If you had what? 1 lesson a week driving, about 2 years for you, I should imagine. No, you need to get your parents. You need to apply for a provisional licence, okay, which is quite easy. You go to the post office, fill it in, and then you get some L plates, and then your parents can take you out for a few test drives. So before you start having driving lessons, you've got a basic, idea of how to drive a car. Because I drive automatics. I learnt on a manual, but all my cars for the past 15 years have been automatics. Because I remember a policeman stopping me once, and he said, "Oh, is this automatic?" He said, "Is this manual?" I said, "They don't make it in manual." You've heard of such, honestly. What an idiot. But anyway, so I got fined. And you can't really go, I don't care, it doesn't make any difference to me. I thought I was going to get a parking ticket the other day. I was parked on a motorcycle bay, and then I suddenly realised over the weekend you can park on motorcycle bays. It's perfectly okay, and you're all right. So that's good news, isn't it? So 2/3 of porn lovers watch it at least once a week. I would have thought it would have been more than that. If somebody is addicted to watching pornography, I would have thought you'd be watching it more than 3 times a day. He's so truthful. And you think to yourself, so I just don't believe that's once a week. If it's an addiction, it's going to be every day. I'm assuming. I can't even. And also, who's going to be honest and tell you? Nobody's. I mean, I'm sure if you ask people, if you're ever at school, it's not really the sort of thing you bring up in conversation, is it? We'll have 2 fish pies, and do you watch pornography? You're not going to be asking that, are you? I'm going to have the apple crumble. How many times a day and which site? You're not going to be asking people that, because it's always something that's private, unless you're going to an orgy. And apparently they're fairly popular now. Lauren Goodyear apparently seems to run a site where they're offering all sorts of strange things, and she wonders why she can't find anybody. They found a cannabis factory. We're always finding them, aren't we? This one's inside a building society branch, which has been closed for some time, because there's nobody in it. Of course there's not. Because the people who are tending it, 95% of them Vietnamese, only visit late at night to do it. They don't go near it during the daytime, just in case it gets raided. Also, happy birthday to Mark Knopfler. Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits, but my favourite piece of music from him is The Princess Bride, which is a great film. Dun, 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 dun. It's a really... Check out Princess Bride music. It's really, really good. Also, Sarah Ferguson, the other day, pictured arriving at Balmoral and now fleeing Balmoral. Quick as little skirts will take her. You know why? Prince Philip turns up, and he turned up early. And so, consequently, he can't stand her. He absolutely can't stand her. He doesn't want to be her under the same roof. So while he's alive, she ain't going nowhere near Balmoral. So she picks up her skirts and runs. Sula says, yes, Farage is sexy. And somebody says, I think Nick Abbott is sexy. Do you? Blimey. You're an odd one, aren't you? I've never heard of that before. Even Nick Abbott would be the first one to sort of... You think he's sexy? I don't think we'll actually go any further with that. I mean, I saw him yesterday morning. And, the last thing I was thinking was, my God, you look sexy today. You just don't think that when you look at Nick Abbott. Are you referring to his voice? Because if you listen to people's voices on the radio, then you sort of build up an image. I used to listen to a guy overnight on the radio on another radio station years ago. I used to listen to him for ages, and I thought he had one of the best radio voices, but then there's been some really good radio voices. And I saw a picture of him, bald as a coot and fairly old. Sheila Tracy was my favourite, because she used to sound very sexy on the radio. Very, very... And then I saw a picture of her. They look at all sexy. But that's the whole idea. Radio is the mystery, isn't it? Mystery. Sue Ann says, I had a wonderful weekend after MRI scans and osteoporosis scans. There's naked swimming, art classes. Oh, there's a pond up at Hampstead where you can go naked swimming. They have a boys' pond And a girls' pub. You wouldn't catch me swimming in anything. I had things growing in it. Thank you very much indeed. Quick check on the news, shall we? The LBC News at 4:30. And the headline. Morning, everybody. Oh, sorry, we were having fun on a Monday morning. So unlike us. We don't normally do fun on a Monday because everybody's in such a bad mood after the weekend. Although you might be actually thinking of going on holiday. People are still going away on holiday now. Where to? I've got no idea. Somewhere with a bit of sunshine, I suppose. Steve, in bed. Says Dean, got the window open. Lovely, as it's so warm. I don't like the window open. You know why? Because I sleep with the lights on. And I've always thought that I couldn't bear to sleep with the lights off. I really, even if I'm in a hotel abroad, it's the lights on all the time. I don't know what, isn't that odd? Perhaps I'm a bit frightened of the dark. There should be a crowdfunding page for Timothy West and Prunella Scales. Many would donate, including me. I love their show. Surely the theatrical charities could assist. Shame they have to sell their home. Yes, I mean, there are lots of theatrical charities. I mean, in theory, because unfortunately, because she's got dementia, there's not really the place in homes because it's specialist care that is needed. And so places like Brinsworth, which is in Twickenham, which is very famous. They had, and they have, lots of famous people who go there. And it's funded by you. You fund it for the Royal Variety Performance. And Simon Cowell gives money, he used to, from his phone lines. I don't know whether he still does. But, and it's lots of people who've been in the business and then fallen on hard times at the end of their life. And Alan Freeman was up there. He died. And, loads of people. The one they hated was Charlie Drake. Isn't it funny? Charlie Drake was my first pantomime at the Palladium, and later in life they hated him. Did you get your order from America? No, it's not arrived yet. They keep writing to me saying, would you like to tell us how we've done on our service? I felt like writing back saying it's gone on for a month now. I'll never use your company ever again. Ron says, years ago I used to fly light aircraft up and down beaches towing an advertising banner. You used to be surprised how many people sunbathe naked. I think it's a choice thing. I think it's a choice. I agree with you. People do sunbathe naked. You can be in the middle of nowhere. We went on a boat trip once. You remember we were, there was about 30 of us went on this boat trip, and with teas and coffees and food, and it was all lovely. And as we're pootling down past Windsor, there's a man running naked through a field. And then he just stood there, and we all went, it's like, there's a man naked in a field. Chris says, my next door neighbour sunbathes naked in full view. It's appalling. You can see everything. My wife caught me looking once. I stood on the window ledges. That was the only way to see. Donny says, talking about Harry's, what about Harry H. Corbett? Yes, Harry H. Corbett and Harry Corbett. Interesting. So we'll take more of your texts and emails in a moment. So the royals rally round Prince Andrew after the death of Epstein. Oh, that's a bit an odd one, isn't it? Why would the royals rally round Prince Andrew? Surely there's nothing to hide there, but as I say, there are the diaries. Mr. Epstein always wanted to cover his back. That's why I say the idea that he was on suicide watch and then somebody goes, take him off suicide watch. It was only a couple of weeks ago, and then he kills himself. Surely you'd have kept him on suicide watch, but there you go. That's it. But as I say, I want to know exactly what the cause of death was. Was it strangulation? Because there were so many famous people on these lists that they've got. And as I say, there's enough people there that can pull weight. So if somebody's causing a bit of trouble, it would be easy to lose somebody. But the secrets of Prince Andrew's paedophile pal, Jeffrey Epstein, could return to haunt him from beyond the grave. He reportedly committed suicide in prison. I don't see it myself, but there you go. But they've got a diary which chronicled his interaction with the world's rich and famous, including the Duke of York. The existence was revealed as lawyers for his victims looked to obtain a statement from the prince as part of an investigation. All he's done, and for the first time in ages, Buckingham Palace have said that he didn't know anything about it. I thought, well, he was friends with him. What do you think they talked about? But so this is very interesting. He called this diary his insurance policy. That tells you everything, doesn't it? But one former congressman said there are a lot of people breathing a huge sigh of relief now Jeff is dead. They should hold their breath for a long time to come. It ain't over yet. They've got all sorts of things. There's a girl, Joanna Seoberg, who claims that she was groped by the Duke. And another one claims she was lent out to Andrew. The Prince has vehemently denied it. But it's funny how the royal family are sort of all rallying round him. So obviously he must have discussed it with people. They must have breathed a sigh of relief when it was announced that he was dead. But yesterday he put a calm front on. He went to church. Funny that. It's the last place I'd expect to see Prince Andrew. The Queen, of course, all the time. And they were on to a church at Crathy Kirk. And Buckingham Palace yesterday refused to say whether Andrew would assist the FBI. And palace officials also declined to say whether the Duke would travel to America in the foreseeable future. Very interesting that Sarah Ferguson was there, flew up separately from him, and then the moment the Duke of Edinburgh appears on the scene, she's out the door like you can't get out fast enough, because the Duke of Edinburgh absolutely hates Sarah Ferguson. She uses people. She's a user, but obviously in his case, he doesn't want anything like that at all. Not warm here, says Dorothy in Wales. Got an electric blanket on. Really? Wow. Dan in Windsor said, do you remember you won the Global Award? I did. I've had two awards now. You know, I've got the Global Award and I got an Arkiva Award as well. I think it's for longevity. I'm glad to hear you in the vicinity of Sutton, Carshalton, such a vibrant borough, says Dev, and its Civic Centre and Library have just been invoiced. The 6 monthly service charge, £148 plus £243 ground rent for the retirement, my apartment. I'm comfy. I don't mind the payment. Oh, right. That's quite nice. Rachel says, my last week of work due to redundancy. It'd be good to listen to your entire show on Monday. And Noah says, what happened to the 6-foot rose you were given? Oh, it's still there. It's still 6 foot. I mean, it's probably grown a few inches, Noah. But, you know, what's a few inches between friends? You know, it's probably about 6'3" now, 6'4". Difficult to tell. It's about average, isn't it, I suppose? But it fell over in the high wind the other day, and so I had to sort of pick it back up again. You know, I went out there. 1 minute it was upright, then the next minute, down on its knees. It does that, doesn't it? Didn't take me much to get it up, though, really. Are you a type 2 diabetic like me, Steve? I've been type 2 on insulin for 2 years and on tablets for 24 years. I'm on 60 units twice a day. What are you on? More. Yeah, it's always one-upmanship with diabetics, isn't it? No, I do 60 on one and I do 20 on another insulin. I do 2 insulins, 2 different types. I might actually want to change them again. Somebody says, I go to sleep nakedly and then listen to you in the morning. Oh, I've never slept naked. I can't sleep naked. It's not right. You always got to keep your pants on in case there's a fire and some fireman's got to throw you over his shoulder and sort of get you out the building, you know, while you resist. And I don't want to go out. You know, get Teddy. Quick, grab Teddy. Grab all the Teddies. No, I think you have to sleep with something on in bed. I don't believe in sleeping absolutely naked at all. That's a nice idea. I don't know why we're getting onto this. This is not the sort of thing that we generally talk about. We normally do Brexit on this programme, as you know. And what would Kerry Katona say about it? And Gemma Collins. Somebody else says, Majid Nawaz would certainly be classed as sexy. Well, I suppose so, but I mean, you know, only if you're really interested, Mark. I mean, if you're really interested, then I'll kind of put in a word for you. When you're talking, who are you talking to, said Stavros. You. It's a radio. Me speak 'em, you listen. That's how it works. It's very easy. Rob says, I have much respect for the royal family. The Queen is so important for our country. Well, she's not really. I mean, it's just a figurehead. It's just a figurehead. She never gets involved with, you never see her doing, one of these speeches saying, well, of course, it's all gone pear-shaped. Of course, if women had been running the entire country, it would have been a lot easier. It would have been better organised. People would be nicer. Serena says, I live in Macau and thoroughly enjoy your show every morning. 11 o'clock, our time. My daily connection to the UK and a very welcome distraction from the humid, hectic lifestyle. For a couple of hours, I am transported home. You provide a little airway oasis. What a lovely idea. Margaret, the Brighton Spiker, says, we've been to San Francisco. If you're going to San Francisco. I'm going in May next year. Oh, you'll love it. Got to do a cable car. Got to go out to Alcatraz. There's a Christmas shop on one of the piers. And there's a radio station called 97.3. Isn't that amazing? I took a picture of its outside broadcast vehicle. Not that I'm an anorak in any way. Ron says, I'm sure Air Miles Andy must have enough credit for a flight to America. I bet you don't want to go there. And unless they actually subpoena him to give evidence. Might be, you don't know. Steve, you sure that 6-foot plant isn't a triffid? No, it's definitely not a triffid. It's definitely a rose. It's a rose called Remember Me, from my ex-producer Chris. Actually, the funny thing is, I was talking. Somebody sent me in a lovely picture of all, well, or not all, but a fair number of my ex-producers. Because when I had my birthday party, there was about 6 of my ex-producers there, which was really bizarre. Everybody from sort of Uncle Rob to Johnny and Mandy and people like that. It was lovely. And I was going to have a party this year. I didn't quite get round to it, so I might have to do something next year and invite as many producers as those that we think will not embarrass us. You know, because you know what they're like. Once they've had a few drinks, a few sort of bevies. Yes, I mean, Ollie would definitely not be going. Ollie would definitely not be going. We'd have to sort of leave him outside. It would just not be good. But no, it was so nice because you see all these producers, and I'm still in contact with most of them. Still in contact, mainly through solicitors and stuff, and the legal system. Don't actually contact them directly. It's far too dangerous. And then they always go, "Oh, how about we meet up?" And I always think, how about we don't? No, seriously, I do. I mean, occasionally, I just see Uncle Rob all the time. But then it's sort of gradually, he was sort of working elsewhere, and it was difficult to have breakfast. But we did do breakfast quite a few times, actually. When people ask who you were speaking to, says Will Guyot, I always think of the clip Chris plays of your former producer, voiced by Sweep. Gets me laughing every time. That was so funny. That was done by a guy called Dave Masterman, who's working on another radio station now. He was Mr. M's producer. He was so clever, such a nice guy. And he did this thing, well, I mean, it was only because you wrote into me. Loads of people wrote in saying, have you heard this thing? And it was the imaginary conversation. So in other words, I'll have a conversation with the producer, but you don't hear them because basically they mumble. And that's why they're sitting that side. And I sit this side because I'm articulate and funny and witty and cheap. And so consequently, then every time I went, so what did you do? All of a sudden you got the sweet squeaker thing that went on, and it was so funny because you could always imagine what Sweep was saying. And every time we played it, we just thought it was the funniest thing ever. You can find it, I think it's either on YouTube. It's on YouTube, is it? And LBC website. It's on the LBC website, is it? Are all my photos still on the LBC website? All my Christmas photos. I did the 12 Days of Christmas, and I went up to Angels and to their huge aircraft hangar full of costumes, and they dressed me up as Father Christmas, and they dressed me up as a Christmas present and a parcel and everything else. Oh, some pictures of all sorts of things, aren't there? It's amazing, actually, what you've got. Look at me, honestly. God, I'm good looking. And if only slimmer. So funny, you know, when you look at pictures going back, all the... Oh, that was... What on earth is that? What am I giving Mr. Moyles? What is that? It looks disgusting, whatever it is. I don't know what that is, actually. I don't know what it is. And that's Cliff, and he was in. Actually, it's funny, you know, when you look back at all your different pictures, you suddenly realise you've been around for years and years and years, which I quite like, actually. There's Tony Pelledri. There's Dale. That's a Wikipedia picture. And what I'm holding there at Radio X, I've got no idea. Every company gun sales are surging in America after the recent mass shootings, along with bulletproof bags to protect school kids. It is dreadful, isn't it? Mind you, there's more mad people over there than you can shake a stick at. And people are saying here, do you remember the other day we had this sort of, not a discussion, it was basically a one-sided argument of somebody saying there was a group of people went along to Downing Street to try and persuade the Prime Minister that to invest in youth clubs is going to solve knife crime and gun crime. And then somebody wrote in and said, you don't seriously believe that people are going to hand over their knives and guns for a game of ping-pong and a soft, fizzy drink? It's not going to happen at all. It really isn't. It's the way they're brought up by the families. That's what it is. In many cases, absent fathers. And also they've got nothing else to you know, they want to hang around on street corners because all their mates hang around on street corners. It's a bit of a non-existent lifestyle. We were coming out of... Where was I coming out of? Oh, there was somewhere we went through this morning, and there were 4 people. Oh, it was in just up from Leicester Square, having an argument. One bloke with his shirt off. It was quite clearly something to do with drugs. You can tell straight away. No one says, have you ever read any of the Harry Potter books? I've seen the films, but I've not read the books. I couldn't be bothered to read a book. I've got friends who were out there when it was sort of the books were released at midnight, and people would sit down not for me. I'd rather watch a film. I can't be bothered, actually. You know. I have a queued up for it. I don't do queuing, no. I don't do queuing. Somebody queued for a film outside here a while ago, and I can't remember what the film was that they all queued up for. But people from this building went and queued for it as well. It was obviously a midnight showing of something. It doesn't interest me. Really. So, yes, I have seen the films, but I've not read the books. Ian Payne was talking about Enid Blyton this morning. Says, Roger, I used to love Enid Blyton. The books. I mean, I tell you what I like the most about it. Her name, Enid, that reminded me of my Aunt Enid, and it was the way it was written. I often wondered, was that her writing, or was that somebody from the book publishers? Either way, it was lovely, and everybody had Enid Blyton books. She, Five Go Mad in wherever it was, Kirin Island. Often used to wonder about Kirin Island. It was a great place. And Five Go Mad in Dorset, and it was all ginger beer and cakes, wasn't it? That was their idea. And then there was George, who was really Georgina, quite clearly a lesbian. And I thought that it was so funny because they sort of portrayed her as this rather butch girl, which I thought was just funny. It was hilarious. But it was quite good, actually. It was quite good, and we all had loads of her books. And Timmy, the dog, who seemed to live forever. I mean, seriously, if ever there was a dog who had a long life, Timmy would be it. But it was because my auntie, my uncle Jack, and his wife had a dog that looked like Timmy as well. It was like a sheep, not a sheepdog, one of those, a collie. And I used to enjoy it because we didn't have a dog. Well, we did, but it died, sadly. Couldn't keep it going any longer, which was a great shame. They go mad, actually. Helen said, for the last couple of years, I've been sunbathing on a lovely beach in Mallorca, all by myself, usually. But of late, I'm changing my venue as lots of naked men have started turning up. Wobbly bits everywhere. Oh, dear, no. Don't men look so unattractive when they've got their clothes off if they're slightly overweight? I mean, it really doesn't. It's not a good look. It really isn't. Lie down, cover yourself up. With sort of a towel or something like that, or wear a one-piece bathing suit, but don't take it all off. It's unnecessary. It frightens people as well. It's Monday, Steve says this one here, for goodness sake. What, you've only just tweaked to the fact it's Monday? Good Lord above, you're bright, aren't you? How did you work that out? Sunday, Tuesday? No. Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday? No. Saturday, Sunday, Easter? No. Saturday, Sunday, Monday! Unbelievable. I tell you, you are getting brighter. You are definitely getting brighter. So there you go. My friend says Donnie lives in Sutton. Paul, I have to regularly remind him Sutton is not in Surrey. Well, it's sort of... It's both. Is it Greater London and Surrey? Oh, well, there you go. Do you remember, my friend Ian says, the... kids' TV adaptation of an Enid Blyton book that had Wilfrid Bramble in it. Wilfrid Bramble. He says, if memory serves correct, it's about people who get stranded on an island when there's a nuclear explosion. I don't remember that. And that was an Enid Blyton book. I was amazed that she was even talking about things like that. I don't remember that. I remember him. I can remember Wilfrid Bramble because he turned up to somebody's This Is Your Life with a clutch bag, and somebody in the audience always went, "Oh, gay." And he nodded, went, yeah. Kind of put their fire out very quickly. Enid Blyton did Secret 7, not the Famous 5. Who did the Famous 5? Well, I think so. Just have a check. We have to check these things, because sometimes, it might turn out that Enid Blyton never wrote anything at all and was really a bloke. So we always check. I thought, no, I think you'll find it was Enid Blyton did the Famous 5. Why do I get the stupid ones at this time of the morning? I mean, goodness sake, come on, it's nearly 5 to 5. You should have woken up by now. God, if you don't know anything, you have to go back to school. Have you seen Watership Down? No, but I've read the book. Sorry, I've read the cast. Eaten the cast, thank you. Screwed that one up. And Richard on the Wirral. I didn't like Watership Down, the film, because it was not what I was expecting. It was nicely drawn, but... As animations went, it wasn't particularly one of my favourites. 5 on Treasure Island, 5 go adventuring again, 5 run away together, 5 go to Smuggler's Top, 5 go off in a caravan. Wow. They got around those, didn't they? I thought they were great. Georgina is a tomboy, demanding people call her George. She cuts her hair very short. Blyton eventually revealed the character was based on herself. And George has Timmy. Anne is the youngest in the group. Timmy is one of the 5. Yes. There was Dick. No. There was the dog. He was the 5th member of the group, wasn't he? He was the 5th member. Julian was sort of terribly posh. Yeah. And the close friends were Alf the fisher boy, Jo the ragamuffin girl, Joanna, who was known as Joan, and then there was Aunt Fanny, Uncle Quentin. When he was portrayed by the Comedy Store, Uncle Quentin was this leering old paedophile, this old dirty man. It was so funny. So funny. But I thought they were great books. They were wonderful. Wonderful. But, they're all there. And, literally, the last one came out 1963. 5 on Finiston Farm, 5 get into a fix, 5 have plenty of fun. Did they ever? Oh dear, I tell you. Old Timmy the dog tried to get in on the old action, but it was all down to Julian. Julian was the sensible one. He was sort of posh. But 5 run away together, didn't last long. 5 on Kirin Island again. That was an evil place to go to, wasn't it? 5 get into trouble. Well, the girls did. And then, then you got it. It was adapted. They did it as well, I think. Children's Film Foundation films actually made 2. And all 4 of the films released on DVD. Oh, I must have to check that one out. I had no idea. Famous 5 on DVD. There was also what? Theatre. There was a 1997 musical made to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Enid Blyton's birth with the title The Famous 5, and later released on DVD. Good Lord. Elizabeth Marsland, Lyndon Ogborn, Matthew Johnson, Vicky Taylor, John Lee. John Lee was in S Club 7, wasn't he? And that was done in 1997. And there was a brand new musical adaptation, premiered at the Tabard Theatre, and played until 2010. I don't know where the Tabard Theatre is. It sounds quite nice. It's not in Tabard Road, is it, or something silly like that? It sounds a bit old-fashioned, Tabard Theatre, but I've got no idea. Oh, Tabard Theatre, it's very small, isn't it? Heavens, I couldn't play a place like that. That's it's in a pub. It's in a pub. It's actually it's quite sweet, isn't it? I couldn't play. How many seats are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 56. 56 seats. Not quite big enough. Oh, capacity 96. Perhaps you have to sit on people's laps. You'd like that. Steve, I've looked it up. The Wilfrid Bramble Enid Blyton movie was The Island of Adventure. See, Ian? Look at us sort of moving it on a bit. Very funny, says Jackie, that the Harry Potter exhibition in Watford says it's in London. Oh, right. And Ron says you don't have time to read books. By the time you finish the show, have lunch, do a bit of shopping and get home, watch television. It's almost time for bed. Yes. It is. That's that. Well, it's not as quick as that, but sometimes I get in. If I have a little sleep for an hour, which I quite like, just to sort of refresh myself, and then go out and do a little bit of shopping or drive or do something, make phone calls. It's middle of the afternoon, then I'm having something to eat, and I'm getting ready for bed. Which, you have to sleep. You have to sleep. I love the Famous 5 books, Steve. My name is Georgina, and I used to be called George, so I was dead pleased to have a tough girl role model to read about. I must have been the only kid whose mum told her to get her nose out of that book and go out. I can well imagine. Well imagine. My mother used to say that. Stephen, tea's ready. Tea's on the table. And that was about as good as it got. We'll take a short break for the news at 5 in a moment. Apparently, there is a huge wait to see your local GP. There is actually a trick to seeing your GP fairly quickly. Just go in and say you've got pains going down your arm, and they'll see you ever so quickly. They don't want to risk anything like that at all. But I don't have any problem seeing my GP. I can normally sort of get an appointment fairly quickly. Steve, I wonder if 97.3 America give LBC on-air name checks. If so, they might offer you a free trip out there to guest present. Oh, I don't think I could guest present on an American station. Also, because you would have to know about who their celebrities were, their sort of D-list. I could interview Trump, couldn't I? Hey, Donald, how you doing? Actually, doesn't Nick Abbott do a very good impression of Donald Trump? And you do sort of an impression of, I don't know who it is. It's supposed to be. It's dreadful. I can't believe that they actually told me that you think it sounds like Clive Bull. Have you done it to Clive Bull? Well, I'm not surprised. He wouldn't know who you were talking about at all. You have no idea. Give it me again. Just. Not a bit like Clive Bull. It's unbelievable, isn't it, really? Who is it who told you that you sound like Clive Bull? Oh, everybody, yeah. They didn't... Ian well, that's just rubbish, isn't it? What they do, they don't want to see you cry. And Matt Stadler, well, I rest my case. Right, news at 5 coming up very, very shortly. A former detective who exposed Jimmy Savile is launching his own website to find answers to Britain's unsolved murder cases. Andrew, and the secret Epstein diary. Apparently, he listed all sorts of things. It was his insurance policy. What it's going to be saying, Gould alone knows. Blade thugs and sex thieves face tougher jail sentences. And Jamie Oliver says the last few years have been the toughest of his life. I bet they have. He says, I don't think Nick Abbott's a fan of Donald Trump, although he does talk about him a lot. Oh, no, I don't think he is at all, but he does a very good impression. Very good impression. Susanna says, Steve, Ladybird books, especially Cinderella. Oh, my God, the 3 dresses she wears were stunning. I was always a girly girl. That was always the thing, wasn't it? The Ladybird books. Did you remember those books? They weren't felt. They were books you could have in the bath, and they didn't get wet. I don't know if they were called bath books. Anyway, we used to have things like that. Oh, anyway, I do beg your pardon. It's nice to have your company. Welcome along. Hour number 2, Monday the 12th of August. Told you it's rushing through, isn't it? It really, I mean, it's just absolutely, time goes like that. Phenomenal. It's nice to have your company, though. It's Steve Allen with you till 7. So these are looking at baby bath toys. Did you used to have baby bath toys? Bath book, yeah, so it didn't matter if you got them wet, did it? I used to have little... Yeah, they were plastic. I used to have things that you wound up and put in the bath. I had a whale, a submarine, and a few other little things like that, which I thought were quite sweet. They were quite sweet. You'd have those whizzing round, banging into your bits. The Island of Adventure is on Amazon Prime. I can't wait to watch it. I was wrong about the plot being a nuclear explosion. It's a terrorist group. I didn't think she could write about nuclear explosions. Steve says, Mark, just spent the last hour putting monthly prescription into compartments. My girlfriend has a machine at work that does it. Well, my chemist does it. I used to get all the tablets, but when you do 80 tablets a week, I ended up with 320 tablets, putting them into the little boxes. So you don't do that now. I go to the chemist, and my chemist, Mr. Shah, and all his wonderful team at Goods, they put all my tablets in box. They do it for everybody. So I buy the original boxes, and they just fill them up with all the tablets. So I've got the tablets in the morning for the morning thing, then lunchtime, and then evening. And I couldn't be bothered to sit there trying to press tablets out. In the end, you do your fingers in, don't you? Graham says, is there a general election? Well, I've already predicted, yes, there will be one. Yeah. And I'm almost guaranteed there will be one. I don't think you need to put money onto it. It's just going to happen. Front pages, the Sun newspaper this morning. Clooney's sex act with Epstein lover. Oh, blimey, it gets worse and worse, this thing, doesn't it? This is what's coming out at the moment. The Star was dragged into the scandal by the release of court documents. The woman accused of recruiting young girls is the person talking about it. And then Andrew, looking all very happy. I wouldn't look that happy, Andrew. He wrote diaries. And that's where the problem could be. So they said the Queen put on a show of support. Do you think he's even told Her Majesty? Oh, by the way, there's this bloke in America who just hanged himself. Unfortunately, I knew him. Now, of course, I'm distanced from him. But the reason that Prince Andrew knew him is because Jeffrey Epstein was filthy rich. He was a billionaire, and people like hanging around with billionaires. Sarah Ferguson likes hanging around with people with money. They seem to attract people like, flies and a piece of jam and things like that. And so they've got an infamous picture of Andrew with this girl, Virginia, who's 17, with his arm around her waist. And I don't think it looks very good. I just think there's something to it, but I don't know what there is. Apparently there are conspiracy investigations going on which involve numerous individuals. That continues. It doesn't go away because he's dead. It really doesn't. Although Buckingham Palace, and when you listen to their statement, which says any suggestion of impropriety with underage minors is categorically untrue. Well, who are they speaking for? Are they speaking for the establishment, or are they speaking for Prince Andrew? In which case, why can't Prince Andrew tell them? It says here that it is emphatically denied that the Duke of York had any form of sexual contact or relationship with Virginia Roberts. Any claim to the contrary is false and without foundation. Well, I mean, I don't know. And how do they know? They must have gone by what Prince Andrew's told them, surely. That would have to be it. But there are the diaries, because it was Jeffrey Epstein's backup. So why would he want to commit suicide if he's got backup that things happened with him and famous people? I mean, Max Clifford was well known for having celebrity sex parties. I know this for a fact. Because I knew somebody who went to them on a regular basis. and could probably write a book on it. But he was well known for that. That's why Fleet Street never really turned him over until he got arrested. Because apparently lots of journalists and people in the know had been to his sex parties. He wasn't stupid. He knew how to cover his back. And I think in the case of Epstein, you don't get to be that rich by being a complete idiot. Admittedly, you know, he hanged himself. But then if you're on suicide watch, as in over here, if somebody tries to take their own life in prison, they have a duty of care. They have to look after them because they've got to protect them, because people will be trying to get cases together and things like that. And in the case of Epstein, there were quite a number of cases which they were trying to get together. And so what happens is they put them on suicide watch, which means 24 hours a day there are cameras in there and they're watching it to make sure that they're okay. That's standard. That is absolute standard. So all of a sudden for the Americans to go, well, he was on suicide watch, then we took away the suicide watch. For who authorised that? That's where your link is. That's where your link is. You want to know. You want to know who authorised it, because then he kills himself. In other words, he sort of avoided having to go to prison. But, I mean, he was already in prison anyway. I mean, how much worse can it get? Unless they're not going to offer the death penalty for that. He would just be incarcerated for whatever. It just seems very odd. That's why I would like to see, and I'm sure the press in this country would like to see as well, the autopsy report. They must be having an autopsy. Can't just go, oh, he was hanged. By whom? Was he strangled by somebody? Why was he not on suicide watch? What did he have that could actually hang himself with? But there's all sorts, you know, when you've got big names coming into play, you start worrying about it, don't you? You start thinking to yourself, listen, no smoke without fire. And so Andy faces storm with Queen. So yesterday, Prince Andrew goes off to church. For what reason? I've got no idea. Praying and thanking God, I should imagine. But here is this infamous picture of him with a 17-year-old girl with his hand around her waist. I mean, he wasn't known as Randy Andy for nothing. You know, they don't call me Randy Steve, because that would be a bit, yeah, all right. That would be a bit silly. But him, they called Randy Andy. It was a girl in every port, practically. He flew helicopters, and he went with Vicky Hodge to that island. There were all sorts of shenanigans going on there, and that's where the infamous nude picture of Prince Andrew emanated from. Shane says, when I was a kid, I couldn't win with Mum. If I read a book, she'd say, go out and play. Then when I did, she'd call out, your tea's ready. Yes, I mean, I like going out to play. You'd go on your bicycle and you'd cycle up and down the road, and then you'd sort of go back indoors and you'd play with cars and stuff like that. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed childhood. David Buick. He wasn't in my childhood. Why David Buick? What you got David Buick on your mind for? Oh, he's on the television. Oh, right. I don't have that television in here. I've got Sky News. I love it, actually. Worst lighting in the country. I mean, seriously, I mean, some of these people, when you actually see them, I mean, but poor old Steve Dixon, he looks like he's been dipped in creosote some days. The lighting is so bad. Oh, look, here's the toffee version of Steve Dixon. They take him out, they dry him off, and he sits there and he sort of stumbles through it. It's the lighting, unless it's my television. Sometimes colour goes on television. I watched a film the other day, but it was actually in black and white. Because sometimes black and white films have a bit more meaning, a little bit more depth. Telly presenter Louise Minchin says the temperature's been lowered in the BBC Breakfast studio because of her hot flushes. She revealed the studio's really cold now. We have the Louise setting on the air conditioning. Oh, honestly, nothing like being a diva, is there really? And having that. But Dale had exactly the same. The contestants for Supermarket Sweep would sit in the studio because they didn't really have an audience. The audience was the people waiting to go on the show. And they would all sit there with their coats and scarves on because it was so freezing cold, because he used to sweat. Perspire. No, he sweated. And he'd constantly be mopped down. I had the same, but they had a really good trick for keeping me cool. And it was, they took a chamois leather. Do you know chamois leathers? Do you know what a chamois leather is? Oh, God, honestly. Where have you been? Doesn't your mother possess a chamois leather? She must. Everybody's got chamois leathers. You can buy them in car places like Halfords. It's, quality, chamois, there you go. Chamois leather, or chamois. But they call it chamois. And it's from the flesh split from a sheepskin, I think. And what it does is you put it goes lovely and soft when you put it in water. It's delicious. So it's leather made from the fresh split of sheepskin or lambskin, or from sheepskin and lambskin, from which the grain has been removed by frizzing and tanning process. It's lovely. And you wash cars with it, and it also absorbs very, very quickly. That's why you never see sheep dripping. So they've got chamois leathers. I'm amazed you haven't seen them. But you use it when Yeah, it's called a chamois leather. But they used to get a chamois leather for me, the makeup girls. and they would spray it with 7-Eleven, 7-Eleven, which is like, whatever it is. And then they'd wave it round. It made it very cold, and then they'd just pat me down. It's lovely. You never had that? No. You haven't been out much, have you, really? You don't get out there at all. Do you actually go out and clean your parents' Renault? Or do you just leave it until it rains? You should do, really, shouldn't you? Do you remember going on holidays with the family? You'd all sort of pile into the car and you'd go off to the seaside or something like that? To Brighton. Yeah, we used to do Brighton. We used to drive around looking for the parking space, and we'd be just sitting there in the back, staring out to sea, going, oh, can't wait to get on the beach. With your bucket and spade and your little shrimping net. It was ridiculous when you think about it. But we were very happy. Very happy childhood. Very happy childhood. Oh, look, here's another couple of fakes from Love Island. Wes Nelson and Arabelle Chee snapped on their first holiday as a couple. They've just come off a holiday on Love Island. What do you mean the first holiday? But it turns out they were strolling in Ibiza days after confirming they are dating. What a load of toffee, isn't it, really? I mean, honestly, so they go out with their photographer. And here we are. I mean, as if that's going to last anymore. You'll be out by Christmas, I promise you. Definitely. None of these things last. Caroline Flack fears she'll leave it too late to settle down and have kids. Well, it's because you won't settle down here, because most of your relationships last about 3 hours. She's scared she'll not prioritise relationships over work. You won't find anybody, dear. None of yours last. I love the way you kind of blame it on, it's on my job, kind of thing. Caroline, who's dating a former tennis player at the moment, she's 79 and he's about 22, apparently. She said, I'm scared it's going to get too late. I'd have been scared some years ago, dear. Scared some years ago. Apparently her other exes include Prince Harry, so she says, Harry Styles, and rugby bad boy Danny Cipriani. Right. In a chat for a new Channel 4 show, Kathy Burke, all woman, Caroline was asked if her relationships end because she gets bored. No, I think they get bored with her. They suddenly realise she's quite dull, which is a shame, because there's the television image, and then there's the other image, which is all completely different. Flight drop prices soar. I'll tell you in a moment, if you're going off to the airport, how much you have to pay to drop people off is nothing short of scandalous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, all you're doing is dropping somebody off. It's like sort of, somebody, you actually get off the bus at a bus stop and they go, that'll be £1. And you go, no, I've paid for the bus ticket, so I'll be getting off at a bus stop. That's how it is. Company, how are the flower pots? Well, we're down one. We're down one. It got blown off the wall. So out it went into the rubbish, I'm afraid. 18 UK airports have introduced or raised prices for drivers dropping off and picking up passengers. Kiss and fly charges are as follows. Wait a minute, and start with Southend Airport. Southend Airport is £3. Well, it's always been called London. Well, it's London Luton. Because it's London. It's Luton. It's London Luton. I don't know. Yeah. Well, it's not London Southampton, is it? Is it quicker? Oh, right. To go where? Oh, to Guernsey. You're obsessed with Guernsey, aren't you, all of a sudden? I don't know why. Is it the climate and things like that you like so much? And the mythical girlfriend. So, if you want to park at Southend, well, drop off. £3 gets you 10 minutes. £3 gets you 10 minutes. I wonder how they would go, though. Say, wait a minute, I'll try and find my money. Oh, look, they're out the car. Bye. Shoot off. London City Airport, £3.50 for 10 minutes. Gatwick, £4 for 30 minutes. That's good value, isn't it? East Midlands, £4 for 30 minutes. Edinburgh, £4 for 15 minutes. A bit more expensive. Heathrow, £4.20 for 30 minutes. Manchester, £4.50 for 30 minutes. Birmingham, £5.50 for an hour. £5.50. However, Stansted and Luton, £8 for 30 minutes. I tell you what, I'd rather cancel the flight and fly from somewhere else. It's as simple as that. £8 for 30 minutes. How long does it take people to drop off? And also, what I used to, I'd keep driving around the airport. If I was picking somebody up, I'd drive round till I saw them, and then I'd pull in. There's no point. If you pull in, then the clock starts ticking. So I just keep driving round, which was... Would you like to work in? We'd like you to work in an airport as well, Henry. That's funny, that, isn't it? There's you wanting to do it and us wanting you to do it as well. As what? What would you like to do at an airport? You could do the tannoy. Hello, my name's Henry. You all right? You're off on holiday, and we hope you have a great time on Costa del Sol. Cheers. No, you could be Northern for this one. Steve, my mates and I, says Ron, used to bunk off school, take our chopper bikes and ride around Richmond Park until one day our deputy headquarters on his day off. Ooh, naughty, naughty. Steve, bit of jip from the old back this morning, fitting into the Eastbourne stereotype. And I'm not even 28. Oh, we all get that. Everybody gets twinges. It doesn't matter who you are, you get twinges, where all of a sudden you go, oh, that aches. Where did that come from? I've had a few of those recently. And, Steve, I had Lady Bird's Cinderella book, and the 3 dresses were so amazing, I can picture them now. These days you can buy modern versions of Lady Bird books for grown-ups. They're hilarious. I've even seen one about Brexit. Yes, I've seen them as well. I bought them. Gave them away to friends. Con wants to know if I've ever been to Poland. Know it really well, actually. Know it really well. Got friends over there, but never been. Never been. Why would I want to? They're all over here. There's nobody in Poland. They're all over here, cutting my hair, which is the best thing as far as I'm concerned. Also, keyless car owners are being urged to take steps to protect vehicles from so-called relay thefts. This is Kevin McAllister, 35, a bit thick, jailed for 3.5 years for stealing an Audi RS4. He comes from, well, he used to, from Bolsover in Derbyshire. He used a portable transmitter available online to amplify the signal from the key, which was locked in the dealership. Livingston Sheriff Court heard he took the car on a 300-mile joyride. So they also suggest keeping your keys in tins to stop it. Well, they'd never manage it with me at all. Never managed to get my car out. Please say the keys shouldn't be left where a signal can be easily scanned. Well, I'm quidzing on that one. Quidzing on that one. What else we got here? We got birds of stray. This is a rare crocodile-eating bird. It's a shoebill. A crocodile-eating bird? How big is this thing? It's been spotted 6,000 miles from home in England. It's usually found in Uganda, Sudan and Zambia. Senior Reserves Officer Rebecca Pittman says, I couldn't believe my eyes. I spotted the shoebill standing in the reeds staring at the water. We're not looking for a crocodile over here, I hope. Never going to happen, is it? Well, I don't think so. Plus. What else have we got? Mel B's daughter, Phoenix, refuses to kip in her mum's old digs during filming for Channel 4's Born Famous. She's a bit odd, isn't she, Mel B? Slightly cracked, I think. The show follows children of celebrities as they spend a week in their parents' former haunts. Phoenix was challenged to sleep in Scary Spice's old room in the Hyde Park area of inner-city Leeds, but she became overcome with emotion and decided to sleep somewhere else. Non-smokers get short shrift at Anne Robinson's link at her gaff. The Weakest Link host has revealed she's quite happy for guests to spark up at the dinner table. She said, I don't mind if they smoke. I don't give dinner parties, but if friends are at my house and they smoke, I say to people who object, go outside if you don't like the smoke. I thought that's how it used to be. It was the other way round, wasn't it, really? I thought you go outside. We thought we got rid, says Andy Hall, writing the bizarre column, of Gemma Collins from Dancing on Ice. See, it's not just me. After she literally crashed out of the last series, but I can reveal she's set to return. Her fat boyfriend, James Argent, has signed up to the next series, and she will no doubt hog the limelight. Well, she hasn't got anything else to do. Got nothing else to do at all. A source said Arj saw what it did to Gemma's profile, so he can have the same effect. He's been on every programme under the sun. He's also on another reality show at the moment, which is something to do with the farm, honestly. The trouble is, he's about as much use as a chocolate teapot. He's useless. Useless. And so, she lost 2.5 stone on the... She certainly didn't. God, I tell you. And she never danced. It was called Dancing on Ice. That was the one thing she didn't do. She just basically sat on a fat bum, and that was it. It was all a bit disappointing. Also, he knows Gemma will be front and centre in the studio, probably getting just as much camera time. Bit sad, isn't it, really? That's how addictive it becomes, this sort of vacuous world of celebrity, the Z-listers. Steve, the prices for Luton and Stansted are for the car park. It's £4 for 15 minutes to drop off, says Darren. I know what it says here. I mean, an hour in the car park, an hour. But then you've got to get from the car park inside, then get back, and then get the car out again, all in that time. It's not possible, is it? Not possible. But don't worry, because my boy this morning, he flies from Southampton. So he has to get a train down to Southampton. Your parents not run you down there? Or so? Is it cheap by train? Oh, right. 50 minutes. So you've got to come all the way into Waterloo to get a train to go all the way down to Southampton. You should phone me. Phone me, I'll run you down there in the car. Yeah, no. No, not at all. I'm not wasting petrol on you, pal. You can have a ride in the Bentley any time you want. Just ask. I've moved. Apparently, Southend Airport is known as London Southend Airport, says Jason in Essex. Yes, they call it London Southend. I didn't even know they had an airport. Doesn't bother me, actually. Sandy says, we're on our way back today by coach from Exmouth to Peterborough. So ask your travel lady, Joanne, what the traffic's like. Well, it's okay today. It seems to be. I'm looking at the boy, and he's sort of nodding in agreement. Vaguely nodding. A bit difficult to tell, actually. If he nods too much, head falls off. No, it's not. I mean, you're all right at this time. Isn't Kevin McAllister in Home Alone? That's a character. There's an actor who plays it. It's not real. He's not really been left alone by his parents. In that lovely house. I love the house. Love that. The house was fab. It was absolutely wonderful. You like the Coppers? Oh, right. I'd forgotten about them. It was based on cartoons. So, in other words, when the iron comes down the stairs and hits his face takes on the shape of an iron, like the cartoons. Gatwick, apparently, has a free drop-off area with no barriers. £4 for 30 minutes to pick up if you use the car parks. I suppose if you've driven quite some way, you would want to sort of sit down for a little bit. And here we go. The Home Alone burglars, poor things. They put themselves through it, didn't they? Good old Kevin, he came up with everything, and that's the iron on the face. Where am I looking? Yeah. It's good though, isn't it? It was, yeah. But then they had everything. They had the blowtorch, which set fire to him, and the glue, and oh dear, dreadful. Greg says, Caroline Lucas, the Green MP, has called for an all-women emergency cabinet. It includes Jo Swinson, Anna Soubry, Nicola Sturgeon, Emily Thornberry. Girl power is back. What do you think? I think it's a brilliant idea. I don't have any problem at all with that. Perhaps we might get some stuff done as opposed to the men faffing around. Noah, who's now becoming a stalker, says, would you ever appear on Strictly Come Dancing? If asked, of course not. I'm a radio presenter. I know there are radio presenters who would kill for the opportunity, but I'm not one of them, thank you very much indeed. I can't think of anything worse. Why would you want to do that? Adrian says, I'm trying to focus on your wonderful show, but today I'm suffering with dental pain, and the whole side of my mouth is all swollen. Oh, that's horrid. You need to take some Anodin or something like that, or Paracet or something. There's some extra strong stuff you can get for tooth pain, which is among the worst of the pains that you can possibly get. The Daily Star, they've got the guests at Kaylee Cookson's wedding dined on food saved from a landfill tip. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to eat that at all? And Peter Crouch reckons the best part about retiring from football is being able to gorge on fry-ups. He's 6'7". That's quite impressive, isn't it? 6'7". I'm just 5'10", so I don't really count in things like that. Who's the tallest? Swarbrick, I would think. Ian Dale. Well, it's a toss-up between Ian Dale and Tom Swarbrick. I would think Tom Swarbrick's probably the tallest, but he's actually sort of the thinnest, isn't he? He doesn't eat. I think the wife starves him, so he doesn't eat an awful lot. Also, he's so far away from here. I mean, he's miles away. It's not like he lives around the corner. Me, I mean, if I was sort of on at a really sort of inconvenient time, I'd buy a place nearer. I looked at a place the other day, actually. 7 million. I just look. It's just a fantasy. Excuse me. What else we got here? What do we got? The Wizard of Oz is 80 years old. The film's 80 years old. Oh, Toto. I used to love that dog. What an irritating little dog it was. There are... I'll tell you some facts, actually, after the news about The Wizard of Oz, because it's great. Of course, if you go and see Wicked in the West End, it follows on, and you've got to go and see Wicked. It's brilliant. Luton Airport thinks it's in London, and the Grove Hotel in Watford thinks it's in Rickmansworth, says Jackie. Well, I think I live in Surrey. But I don't... It's Middlesex that doesn't exist, isn't it? That's right, I think I live in Middlesex. Twickenham, Middlesex. And somebody said it doesn't exist, Middlesex. W wardrobe. It's fantastic. Anyway, on the programme for this morning, because we're here until 7, a lot of people tell me about all these free areas. Agnes says Terminal 3 at Heathrow had to drop off pick-up area about 4 lanes. I've waited there for 30 minutes without being moved on. I think they're now starting to sort of drag the money back in again. Sean and Mary... are in Germany, Chris Scott, Vigates, just to prove I'm bi. Also, The Wizard of Oz is 80 years old. Oh, Toto. It was a dream, wasn't it? And it went from black and white to colour. Unfortunately, the little Munchkins had a very dark side. They were basically sex pests, and they would grope her and everything, and they were hard drinking. They often got so drunk, police had to scoop them up with butterfly nets. One of them, known as the Count, almost got the sack after he fell down a toilet bowl drunk. They were drunk most of the time. She talked about that as well. They only got paid about $50 a week, whilst Terry, the dog playing Toto, got $125. The film set was a health and safety nightmare. The original Tin Man actor had to quit when aluminium dust from his makeup put him in hospital. He was left with breathing problems for the rest of his life. Also, a faulty trap door also inflicted serious burns on Margaret Hamilton, who played the Wicked Witch of the West. The stand-in actress was then involved in a broomstick explosion, which left her in hospital for 11 days. And also, her face stayed green for about a month due to some food she was eating. Despite being sort of depicted as an old hag, Hamilton was only 36 when she played the Wicked Witch. Glinda, the Good, was played by 54-year-old Billy Burke. Also, Dorothy's famous ruby slippers were actually silver in the book the film was based on, but looked too dull in Technicolor, so they then changed them by sewing on thousands of little red sequins on a normal pair of red leather shoes to create the effect. There are 4 authentic pairs of ruby slippers used. 3 are in museums or private collections, but only 1 pair was in the Judy Garland Museum in Minnesota until it was stolen. There was $1 million reward offered for them, but they were only discovered by police last year following a tip-off. The Tin Man's oil was actually chocolate sauce, because real oil didn't show up sufficiently well, and the classic song Over the Rainbow almost got axed as producers felt it was too sentimental, made the film too long. We're happy little bluebirds by up beyond the rainbow. Why, oh, why can't I? People used to cry, didn't they? Judy Garland. She did it when she came over to London. And people got very, very excited. There was something tragic about Judy Garland, her life, her ups and downs, her tablets, her medication, her drink, all sorts of problems. It was one long roller coaster. It must have seemed like a nightmare for her. Died in London on a toilet in Chelsea with husband number whatever he was, who, I thought he was gay, actually. In fact, I'm pretty certain he was. Rita Ora returned to the stage after sunning herself in Ibiza all week. It's going to change your life, isn't it? And what was the other one? Reba Monster, Priyanka, Shop Pro, Red Bull. Red Bull Music Festival will kiss off Notting Hill Carnival. Celebrations with 2 days of live music. Oh, we've got the Notting Hill Carnival coming back, which is good, isn't it? We quite like that. I've never been, only once. Only the once. And Get Stuck Bin. 280 wedding guests fed on landfill grub. And health worker Kaylee, who married Joe Tilson, says, we try to avoid wherever we can recycling. We wanted the guests to be impressed, inspired and completely clueless until the big reveal. So caterer for the banquet said that the food came from the Real Junk Food Project, the Radical Way. So they got all sorts of food. And, it looks quite nice. I personally wouldn't want to eat it. If somebody said it's come from landfill, no thank you, definitely not. Ricky Gervais has joined thousands in condemning a sick girl who put her dog in a tumble dryer. He spoke out after a US teen live-streamed the abuse on Instagram. You see people like that, I'd shove in a tumble dryer as well. He's very good at campaigning for animals, is Ricky Gervais, very good. And also the loneliest dog in Britain, he's a lurcher. See, I like lurchers, they don't bark. Lurchers don't bark. They're very good for things like that. But anyway, he's been in a shelter for 2 years. Nobody's come forward to collect him. Somebody must know who he is. He was briefly rehomed 3 times, but he kept being returned to the destitute animal shelter in Bolton. Karen Rickards from there said he's been so unlucky. His last owner died in 2017, which was his 3rd attempt at being rehomed. Oh, what a lot of disappointment for the poor soul. Here's a picture of Prince Andrew smiling. Ha 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 ha. Jeffrey Epstein is dead, because they also had to distance poor old Sarah Ferguson, because she'd been phoning him left, right and centre. So anyway, don't smile just yet. Don't smile, because he's got diaries, and that will be very interesting to see what they say. It was in meticulous detail in case he ever needed it. So if somebody said on the 13th of June, 19, whatever it was, did you so-and-so, so-and-so, you can look back in the diary and go, yep, sure did. Sure did. And Tony says, you mentioned an all-women cabinet. How sexist. Don't like girls, Tony. Don't like girls. And if you're really quick, says Ron, you can drop off at Gatwick North Terminal for free. Yeah, it's being quick, isn't it, though? It's being quick. I find it difficult parking the car. I'm rubbish. I'd rather go into the car park, to be honest with you. I can't bear the stress. Good cup of tea, 8 hours sleep and parking outside your home are the things Britons value the most. Freedom to travel, freedom of speech, the NHS, being able to watch the telly streaming service Netflix and being allowed to work from home, all featured. But the good cuppa was backed by 22%. Oh, you can't beat a good cuppa. You can't beat it. I've got my cup of tea this morning. It's gone a bit cold now, so... It's lovely. I don't know how many cups of tea a day you're supposed to have. I probably have about 2, 3, 4... Probably about 4 or 5. Is that enough? I have coffee when I wake up. And then tea for the rest of the day. Oh, look, can you please print a picture, right, to some deluded person to the Daily Star of lovely Roxanne Pallett? I'm her #1 fan and care for her. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's called stalking. The police will be informed, OK? They've got the name and address. Nobody wants to meet Roxanne Pallett. Thank you very much indeed. Horrible. Horrible. Just check out the internet on what she was doing, trying to destroy people's careers. Horrible woman. Horrible, horrible woman. So I'm quite glad she's going out with somebody in America who quite clearly doesn't know what she's capable of. And believe you me, she's capable of lots of things. Long Lost Families back on the television. And the secret world of your rubbish. Do you really want to know what happens to your rubbish after you chuck it in the bin? I don't. I couldn't care less. Could not care less. Somebody... There's this sign in the Times for AJ. It appears on... his appearance is on Step Up to the Plate, where youngsters battle it out as waiters and chefs. And AJ was a guest diner when a contestant brought the bill over to sign. He thought she wanted his autograph. He said, "Shall I sign to anyone in particular?" She said, "No, just put your signature." I remember started doing that years ago. I was in Battersea Park and people were signing. I was signing things, all the rest of it. This woman came out and said, "Can you sign that?" And then at the end she went, "I'm sorry, who are you?" And I said, you just got my autograph. Who do you think I am? She said, "I don't know." She said, "But all these other people were getting it, so I thought I'd better jump on the bandwagon." How to feel about 3 inches tall, you know. Probably thought I was Clive Bull doing another bad impression. Oh no, so along we got coming up now, you can call, you know, that's about as good as your one was. Yeah, you just think yours is better because people have told you, mainly people who have a drink problem. They go, "Oh Henry, that's a really, really good impression." Who is it again? Remind us. It's Clive Bull. I've seen a mistake, says Shane, in Fawlty Towers. Basil pushes a trolley into the kitchen angrily, and behind the door is a crew member holding the door open. Really? I've not seen that one. I might have to look. Cindy said, "Stop slurping." I never slurp. I don't know why people say I do. It's awful. And also don't bang your cup down as well. I love the forest scene in The Wizard of Oz. I don't remember that. The only forest scene I remember is in E.T., where he's running through the forest at the very beginning of the film, being pursued by people with torches and stuff like that. And thank you for mentioning, says Heather the Norwich nurse, the 80th birthday of The Wizard of Oz. I can't believe it's that age. Lots of happy memories watching as a child, as a mother, and now a granny. Happy second birthday today to fellow Facebook spikers. Have a lovely day all. Yes, I shall echo that one as well. So, happy birthday. I don't know how many there are, actually, in all these different groups. So many different groups around now. It's a bit difficult to find them. The gang drug deals for fried chicken. They offer these kids. They don't want money. Well, they do, really, but all they're going to get is a piece of chicken. Not very exciting, is it? Would you like to go and deliver these drugs to somebody and then come back and I'll give you a piece of chicken? That's not good enough, is it? Happy birthday to Mark Knopfler and Cara Delevingne. So she's celebrating a birthday today, and he's, I don't know how old he is. It doesn't matter, it's his birthday. And if you're celebrating your birthday, many happy returns of the day. There's also an animal lover in a care home and wants to rekindle some very loving memories of donkeys. So they brought a donkey in, which she can cuddle. I like that idea, actually. When they're small, they're so cute. When they get a bit bigger, they get a bit more stubborn. Mobile libraries are facing the axe at an alarming rate. I didn't even know we still had them. Did you know that? We've still got mobile libraries. God, we don't even get Mr. Whippy round our way. The ice cream man. We don't get any of that. We used to get it a long, long time ago. In fact, last year we didn't get many fireworks. I always sort of wait outside. You get a few that you can hear, and somebody will send off one of these 1,000 repeater boxes. I bet the producer has bit fireworks in the garden. You have some fireworks in the garden? You don't? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Apparently he's very small. And... So we're not going to be strapping you to a rocket anytime soon, are we? That'd be fun. I wonder how many rockets it would take to lift you off the ground. Just one, yeah. It would have to be something the size that NASA would come up with, isn't it? You'd never get you up on just a rocket with a stick in it, for goodness sake. Steve, what episode is this so-called mistake in Fawlty Towers? I've just seen that ghastly woman who put a dog in the dryer, says Steve. Disgusting. And the spaces in airport car parks are too small for a car the size of yours. Do you really want to park next to a clapped-out Renault Megane? I don't, actually. I'm not so much worried about my car. It's the fact that I'll park my car in a car park if I'm going to Costco or whatever, and it's away from everybody. By the time I come back, there's cars all around me. It's almost like, let's park nearer to this car. It makes ours look a little bit better. So the former Page 3 girl suing the police. You'll know the bloke in it because he's had this altercation before. He takes pictures of people as they're flying over. He sees somebody's naked in the garden. Obviously not our Henry, of course, because he just does it indoors. And then he takes these pictures. Anyway, she said it made her sick to think that he had the pictures. I mean, wait a minute. You're a Page 3 girl. You must be used to taking your clothes off all the time, mustn't you? Or is it sort of different when you're not being paid for it? Because the police apparently have asked her how much money she's made since she sort of stopped modelling to now, since she's started again. I'd like to know. I don't know, actually, how much money she's made. Other stories which are in the papers for today. Experts pouring scorn on Gwyneth's healthy £2.45 alkaline water. Doesn't actually do anything. I mean, it's lovely put together. We had a tin of water the other day. They do tins of water in this building. They're so up with the times here. Tins of water. Have you heard of such a thing? Have you seen them? I've never bought one. Thomas bought me one the other day, which was lovely. Steve, Eid in the morning, says Marge. Well, I thought it started the other day. People getting ready for it. If Caroline Lucas, says Mark, offered you a role in the cabinet, which one would you want? The one next to the drink? I don't know. I wouldn't be remotely interested in politics. I'd like to be Mayor of London. That'd be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Imagine all those opportunities to get your fizzog in the paper so they can look at you and go, so that's what he looks like. I could be Mayor of Twickenham. Yes. No, we already have a mayor, so I'll leave it to somebody far better quality. Down here, Harry and Meghan are the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. When they go to Scotland, they're now called the Earl and Countess of Dumbarton. I mean, I'm not sure whether these titles are a bit outdated, actually, whether, everybody knows them as Harry and Meghan. Duke and Duchess of... I don't know, are you supposed to curtsy? I can't remember. Well, obviously I can't, but I mean, do you curtsy to them now? I'm not too sure. Steve, they sell smoked haddock chowder at M&S Heathrow. Tried to send a picture, wouldn't send. Typical, Rob, typical. And Mike says, I was decorating the spare room at the weekend, but had to stop. I was overcome by emulsion. Right, you're barred. And Shane says, I think the Fawlty Towers episode with the mistake was Gourmet Night. Do you remember Gourmet Night? Do you remember Fawlty Towers, the Gourmet Night? No, the Gourmet Night it has these posh people in, and no, that was something else. It's two couples. The Colonel wasn't married. Well, I think he does he go in there and it's the cheese and biscuits bit? I can't remember. But Gourmet Night, that's where Basil hits the car and it's all gone horribly wrong. The whole thing. Let's have a quick look. The Colonel's there. Yeah, and that's where the chef gets a bit drunk, isn't it? And he says to Manuel, Kurt the chef, I love Manuel. I love you, Manuel. No, he's so wrong, Mr. Fawlty. I don't like him. So funny. So funny. When you think there was only... Yes, Terry the chef left. But that was where they thought the cat had been poisoned by some meat in the fridge. Do you remember? Did he die? Oh, right. It's also the same as the actor who played the barman, Mike, in Only Fools and Horses. He died. He used to live round our way. I saw him a few times. I go, hello. He didn't know who I was. But there again, I don't know who I am half the time. So, Gourmet Night. Mike Fisher, there you go, fictional character. He died in... when did he die? I've lost it. 6th of 2001 in Hawaii. Because he was also in It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. Oh, right. I'd forgotten about that, but I remember It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. I thought that was quite nice. That was such good things. I've still not watched that box set I bought the other day of Duty Free. I've got it. It's there to watch. And Basil, because I think we've actually got him coming in again. Basil. I loved it. I thought they were so great. I think he's coming in a couple of weeks' time. I think so. I think they're doing something with the Pythons, and I can't remember what it is. which is very... You're not hanging around, because I know what you're like. You just want to hang around with celebrities, and it's not happening. No, you're not making the tea at all. Let's start that one. But Brian Hall was lovely. Best remembered as the hotel chef Terry Hugh in Fawlty Towers. He was only 59. Only 59. What is it with people dying young? And yet nowadays you get people who live really sort of long times. And those people, I like everybody, actually. Just don't want to see people going early. The one lesson I've learned from life... OK, who do you think this is? Her name is Kerry Burnell. I'm always intrigued by these people. They go, TV presenter, and I have to go, on what? And this is somebody from CBeebies. But she's got a novel out, which is called... The Girl with the Shark's Teeth. I can't keep up with how many people work on CBeebies. There must be hundreds of them. And yet nobody's watching CBeebies. Gel formulas, the hot new makeup trend, claim to be perfect, but are you ready for this jelly? And you can find it on all sorts... You ladies spend a fortune on makeup. I didn't realise how much money you can spend on, on makeup. And does it make any difference? I've just ordered a hair removal thing. It's like a no-no. It's only because I was intrigued by the advert. They said normally it's £89, but we're on offer it for £29. So I thought I'll buy it. I don't know why, but it'll probably end up being a gift for somebody for Christmas. Probably the producer, I should imagine. Love Island's Danny is still waiting for a proposal. I mean, she's 23. Obviously, life over already. Pedo... It's in every paper. The Queen backing Andrew in a show of royal unity. Well, how do they know? She's not said anything. She wouldn't comment on anything like that at all. And another one here, which says, Britain's most violent prisoner, Charles Bronson, was shocked at the death of his estranged wife. I mean, nothing ever happened. You know, she was a little bit part actress. And that was it. And then she was found dead in bed next to 2 bags of white powder. Bronson, who spent 44 years in jail, said... Saying my moving on was the reason behind her tragic death is not true. Why would it be? Why would it be? She was out there, getting into trouble with other people. She'd found somebody else and shown me photos of matching tattoos she had with a geezer. But he denied he'd applied to attend the funeral. He wouldn't be allowed out to go to the funeral, to go to the funeral. Yeah, definitely not. He said, saying my presence would turn it into a media circus. I don't think they'd allow you out. You weren't married to her. It was all briefly, very, very briefly, and then she wandered off because you saw pictures. Somebody sent you pictures, didn't they, of her with men burying their faces in her boobs. Normal occupation, I suppose, depending on what you like. But then they sort of said, she was an actress in Corrie, 2 appearances in about 10 years, I think. And that was about it. That's not really an actress, is it? Also, the estranged wife of Boris Johnson has revealed how she fought cervical cancer as he flaunted his new girlfriend and plotted to get into number 10. It's always like that, isn't it, really? And who's this? Katie Piper on the Centre for Burns Survivors. I'm a burns survivor. Not as bad as hers, though. Not as bad as hers. She's really pulled herself up. I just sort of get it, and now you've got the skin grafting. It's so funny, though, because when they actually said to me, they said, you're going to have that for life. I said, I'm not really bothered. I tend to find that nobody notices, although you can't fail but notice it, but I don't seem to get that. If you want to see mistakes in movies, watch Wall Street, says Monzi in Hove, with Michael Douglas. In one scene, he walks around the sofa, talking each time he walks around. He comes out with his shoes at a different colour. 1 minute they're black, and then they're white. Watch. Either a joke or a very bad continuity. You'll be gobsmacked. Very bad continuity. I told you there's some Romans in Britain in a film, and one of them's wearing a wristwatch. And he's dressed up as a Roman centurion. I mean, nobody thought to say, could he take the wristwatch off? And in another scene, I think the invasion of Britain by the Vikings, a plane goes by in the background. I mean, you think the Vikings would have noticed it, wouldn't you? Like, oh, plane. Plane? What's that? Who's there? Up there. In sky. Bird. If you listen to the song Over the Rainbow, when she sings Way Up High, it sounds like Way Up High, says Colin. Only if your hearing's going. Sounds like it, way up high, sounds what it sounds like. Mark Knopfler is 70 today, says Bill, thank you. And talking of box sets, says Dan, I've just started the final season 11 of Cheers. Oh, I hated Cheers. I think Cheers appealed to just certain people who would go to those sort of bars. I thought the idea was horrible, I hated it. I just kept looking at Ted Danson's wig all the time and thinking to myself, just looks like Joe Swash. He's another one who's got this peculiar bit of candy floss stuck on his head. He went out with Whoopi Goldberg, didn't he, Ted Danson? I remember they were an item, so it was quite sweet. I love the advert Basil put in the paper. No riff raff. I like the one where this bloke turns up. I just called myself, was it Marlborough or something like that? And Basil thought he was titled, and he turned up, and he was very impressed by money, motivated. He was a crook, and he put a briefcase in, which allegedly had value, but I should look after it. Of course, I should look after it. Put it in the safe, and then Sybil. Open it. How dare you can't open that, says Basil to her. I refuse to allow. So she opens it, and there's 2 bricks in there, so he picks it up and he bangs them together. She goes, Basil, call the police. And then the police are already there because he's been robbing jewellers' shops. It was very good. Very good. Very, very good. And another one says, oh, yeah, box sets. Box sets are very, very popular. Very popular indeed. Barry Manilow was pictured coming outside of a theatre the other day. They're having a bit of trouble selling seats for it. I don't know why. Now, Bazza is only 76, but he's had surgery. Now, I think that when you get to a certain age, you have to stop having surgery because you end up looking like either Katie Price or the Bride of Wildenstein. There's not much to choose between them. And Barry looks really awful. Really awful. And his complexion is still, they say, surprisingly smooth. Because it's surgery. Nobody looks like this because you age. I'm trying to think who looks good for 76. Loads of people look good for 76 without resorting to having things done. Once you start having something... I'm looking at the producer thinking, where would you begin? Where would you begin? Honestly, it would be like a road map of the Sahara, wouldn't it? Trying to work out whether we do Botox or whether we'd have liposuction or smooth sculpturing of skin. Probably both, actually. Hair transplant? No, it doesn't need the hair transplant. What would you... if you could have anything done, what would you have done? Because there must be a whole list for you, I should imagine. Nothing at all. Oh, right, you keep yourself exactly as is. That's why she went to Guernsey, pal. You haven't quite worked it out, have you? You really haven't worked this out at all. Eventually, you're going to get tired of going to Guernsey. This is his girlfriend, Brian, and who doesn't exist. Brian goes over to Guernsey to work under some sort of quasi thing about working for the bank or something. Anyway, so he doesn't realise that she's over there because it's far enough away that he has to save up for like 2 months before he can head over to Guernsey. So all she has to do is sort of wave him off at the airport, and that's it. He's quite happy for another couple of months. Bless him. When's your next time over there? It's a couple of weeks. I'll bet you can't wait. 3 days. Oh, does she listen to this programme? Occasionally. I'll send her clips as well. He's coming for 3 days. Yeah, she has a friend over there called Demetrius, wears tight white trousers and things like that. To be honest with you, I don't think she's got much to worry about. Not a lot. Steve, the Fawlty Towers episode in which the cat is sick is Basil the rat. It's rat. No, it's Siberian hamster, Mr. Fawlty. Cuddle that, she'll never play the guitar again. Poor old Manuel in his little room. She may be the face I can't forget. When you look back at them, you sort of think to yourself, they were just so clever and just so sort of funny. I'm sorry, and who's that woman? She was in the Fen Street gang, I think, and she came in and she went, what did you expect to see from a Torquay hotel, Mrs. Richards, what did you expect to see from a Torquay hotel bedroom window? Scores of wildebeest striding the Sydney Opera House. And then there was the Australian girl who stayed, and he put his hand round to turn the light switch and grabbed her boobs. Just as Sybil walks in the room. Fantastic. Yes. She died in 1992, aged 79. That was Joan Sanderson. She was like, please, sir, and me and my girl. Lovely. Lovely woman. Yes, you could tell she's Mrs. Richards. She was so good, though. She also did Anyone for Dennis in the West End. She also did See How They Run. And lovely person. They're all lovely people, aren't they? Lovely. So listen, we'll take a short break. We've got the news at 6 o'clock. I can't get over the picture of Barry Manilow. You must have a look. Because he looks like Barry Manilow, but it just doesn't quite look right. I think when you get to 76, you're supposed to look like 76, not as if you've been Botoxed from the inside out. But anyway, welcome along. It's Monday, the 12th of August. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. You're very welcome. Another cannabis factory has been found, this time inside a city centre building society branch. Because they sort of break into these buildings and they set up... This one had about 200 plants in it, over 3 floors, I think. Wine has overtaken beer as the UK's favourite tipple. I can understand that. If you've got people round for dinner, you don't offer a beer, do you? You offer them a glass of wine, and most people will drink, well, rosé or white or red, because I don't think there are any other colours. There's the Britain's most hated woman She's another one. I mean, I think these people are generally of a simple nature. She's started crowdfunding because she wants one of those operations on the NHS to lift her bottom up. She doesn't need it lifting. I mean, dragging on the ground, admittedly, is probably not the most preferred look. But and people are saying, oh, she's vile. And she's hated because she's crowdfunding for it. So expect her to be turning up on the television very shortly. They generally put people like that over on This Morning. They seem to like people like that. Also, bring our jihadi son home to be punished. Family condemn the British ISIS fighter, but say he must face justice here. What for? What for? Nothing to do with us. No. They've called for him to be brought to the UK to face justice. He's known as Hungry Hamas for complaining about missing KFC takeaways. He stayed over there for 10 years. He can stay there for the rest of his life, as far as I'm concerned. Ridiculous. Also, river shrimps are swimming around with cocaine in their systems. Apparently the freshwater crustaceans tested positive for the drug at 15 locations in Suffolk. Well, how does that happen? I mean, you know, Dr. Leon Barron says such a regular occurrence of cocaine in aquatic animals was surprising. I'm fairly surprised by it myself. Never heard of such things. Cocaine. It's like whenever they do people on that border crossing and they sort of swipe their case and then they put it into the machine. It goes beep, 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 and it puts up, you know, amphetamines or cocaine or whatever it happens to be. And you think, and then they go, it tested for thing. And you get people standing there. And apparently the customs people are very good at spotting whether somebody's a swallower or not. You know, you can just look at somebody and you can tell by their eyes or sweating or their nervous movements. Oh, that's right. I can't remember what the Anglo-Irish guy's called. He's very funny. You have to watch him. He's very rude. Oh, he is. That's what makes it funny, because he kind of stands out. And on that Celebs Go Dating thing, they've got the campest bloke sitting in the office who takes camp to a new level, makes Mark Francis from Made in Chelsea look almost butch, which, of course, is not at all possible. But this one's extremely camp, and then they put him on Sunday Brunch the other day to talk about what? I've got no idea. But he's sort of I can't even describe him. I can't remember what his name is. But he makes Rylan look heterosexual. And seriously, I've never seen anybody so camp on the television in my entire life. He answers the phone, hello? And you think, it's sort of like, it's bordering male drag. It's not unsimilar. They stuck him on it, and he didn't really contribute anything to the programme at all, so we were quite grateful for that one. What else we got? We got Ian Hyland doing Match of the Day. Is it something about Gary Lineker that's annoying, or is it just me? Is he just annoying? Yeah, the producer thinks he's annoying. And he knows about football. He sort of follows things like that. I think, to be honest with you, I think he's just annoying. Sorry? Up the Aston, that's what I say. Up the Aston, yeah, I'm a big fan of... Are you an Aston fan? Oh, right. I was watching somebody play... Was it Chelsea that lost 4-0 the other day? Seriously, you might as well have just sort of not bothered putting Chelsea on. Might as well have just left the other team. There was one young lad who was about 19 or 20 or something who scored his first time on a big pitch. I mean, Chelsea were just standing there. They might as well have given them some wool and they could have knitted something. Maybe like another team member who can play football. It was the most embarrassing thing I've seen. Isn't that the first game out for Chelsea, isn't it? And that who is their new little manager? Oh, little Lampard. Honestly, how embarrassing. What are they going to do with him? What are they going to do with him? Because obviously they can't play football. I mean, judging by that, it was one after the other. It was even I sat there going, am I really watching this? Because unfortunately, some distant members of my family are Chelsea fans. I frankly wouldn't know one end of the field from the other. I'm totally useless on stuff like that. So the rugby at Twickenham, and I'm assuming it were... Who won that one? England won that one. That's why there was sort of a lot of depressed-looking Welshmen not singing in the valleys, because there was nothing to sing about. What was the score on that one? Can you remember? 32-6. Oh, right, okay. So we got the next one we got. I think is in 2 weeks' time. It's Ireland. That'll be nice. Always guaranteed a good time. Bit of a crack when the Irish come over. We love it, actually. As I say, the only ones we don't like are the Army and Navy, because they generally turn up drunk. They don't even need to drink in the pubs. What was the other one that we were looking at this morning? Oh, Sarah Ferguson fleeing Balmoral, picking up her skirts and running. You know why? The Duke of Edinburgh, who will not have her under his roof. She's been going there for the past 6 years, apparently. Something to do with Andrew, but as I say, they're both a bit of an embarrassment, well, especially at the moment. And the moment she heard that Duke of Edinburgh was on the way back, he turned up early. She was out the front door and back down to the airport as quick as possible. I don't know why. She should have brazened it out, just out of curiosity. But, yes, so Ian Highland on Match of the Day. He says, I'm trying to work out if Gary Lineker deserves 1.75 million a year for introducing some out-of-date football clips. Well, it's either that or that dreary crisp stuff he does. I find that equally boring, I'm afraid. There's something very irritating. But they say if the fixture list keeps failing, someone at the BBC might suggest poor old Gary starts working a 2-day week. And there's nothing worse than overpaid football pundits talking about the game that they're not even in. That's it. He's mates with Dave. Oh, he's not really. They just say that. He claims he's mates with Louis Theroux as well. Never seen him in the building either. It's all amazing. People say, you know, it's like, I mean, I am friends with lots of people, you know, and Diana used to listen to my programme all the time. All the time. You can't prove she didn't. The actress who played the deaf woman in Fawlty Towers was Doris Ewell in Please Sir. Says Mike. Yep. Clockwise. Good film. Basil Fawlty. John Cleese. Do you see Arge trying to get out of the GC's car? It's hilarious. Why did they put a crane in to lift him out? Would have been less embarrassing, says Kate. Well, I was amazed they got her in a car in the first place. I said yesterday, she couldn't get in my car. There's not enough room. Seriously, my car's sort of, it's fairly narrow. She needs a sort of a bigger car, like a 4x4. Christine is still in Finland. And I couldn't listen to the whole show because I went swimming in the lake. Holiday life. They do that, don't they? Finland's very good for people swimming in lakes and having saunas and stuff like that. And I saw a house for sale, actually. There was one I looked at this morning, 6.95 million. Can't afford it, but I looked at it anyway. And it's got a sauna in the house. And I think the only way you need a sauna in the house is if you've got a swimming pool in the house as well. I'd love a swimming pool. Definitely. That'd be really good, actually. And Philip says, been watching a box set of a TV series set in Twickenham called The Cres with Joss Ackland, Elspeth Gray and Nicholas Ball. What did Nicholas Ball go on to do? Hazel. He was Hazel. Set in a crescent, 12 episodes. Also watching Banachek with George Peppard as an insurance investigator. Oh, right. Foyles in Charing Cross is a great TV DVD department. There's a very good one, which is just over the road from Stringfellows. Go downstairs. They've got all sorts of stuff I didn't think was available, which is lovely. Sir Steve, Frank Lampard has a long way to go until he's on par with his uncle, Harry Redknapp. And Gary Lineker, says Joe in Reading. I feel the same. My mother used to say he's very pleased with himself. I just think there's nothing more boring than watching people who like football. And there's quite a few people who like football. Not as many as go to the theatres, but there you go. And they sort of sit there talking about wearing their very expensive suits. And you know there's a load of flash cars downstairs. But they all look very pleased with themselves. It's very boring. I just find football talk a bit dull, and they go back there and watch it. But I was intrigued by the Chelsea game. They must have been really depressed by the end of it. If you're a Chelsea fan, you're thinking, oh God, I can't go to that again. They need to. I don't know what they can do. I don't know what they can do. Your brother went to Manchester. Is that where it was played? Shame they didn't stay up there. I mean, perhaps they were tired or something, or perhaps they didn't think that they had anybody to worry about. If an aeroplane flew above the Vikings, they'd have no idea it was an aeroplane they were seeing, says Andy. Of course they would. They weren't really Vikings. They were acting Vikings. You know, all this sort of pillaging that they were doing and everything else. I'd quite like to have been around in those days, just to sort of see what these Viking longships looked like. They did have one in a museum in Stockholm or Helsinki or something like that, and they had a fire and it burnt. And it was practically complete. Apparently it's up the Villa, not up the Aston, says Jim. I think you would find I would know, actually. It's up the Aston. That's what all of us true fans say. Up the Aston. Yeah, you're blocked. Up the Aston. Everybody says that. I've spoken to all the football fans of who are on my side of up the Aston. You know. Steve, did you see the US version of Fawlty Towers? Truly, truly terrible. Did you ever interview Connie Booth? No, I didn't. No. I interviewed Basil, and I've done the wife as well, so that was good. But never did Connie Booth. I'd quite like to do that. Sachs, no. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Sachs. Yeah, Andrew Sachs. Yes. No, I went to his house. Because his son was doing... I can't remember what it was. But I remember going to the house thinking, oh, gosh, because he's not with us anymore, is he? Isn't that funny? You just imagine, because you see somebody on television, I tend to forget now that sometimes they might not actually be with us. I find that slightly depressing. The Guardian They've got a picture of violence erupting again in Hong Kong. It's going on forever, isn't it? Shackles and belts used on hundreds of deportees. This is people... I didn't know we deported anybody. I'm quite surprised, actually. Here's a picture of Prince Andrew laughing and smiling in the back of the car with the Queen. And it's interesting. They say putting on a brave face on his way to church with the Queen. Because obviously Prince Philip not really up for sort of church and sitting on hard pews, but the Queen likes to go. That's why she looks so good. She's got the hotline to God. I don't care what anybody says. She's the woman who knows the most. And Boris Johnson says courts will be given new powers to jail violent criminals. Yeah, could we maybe have a rule in that when we say life, it means life? That would be quite nice. You know, whether they die in prison, I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less, but let's have something. It's ridiculous. All these sentences. So, jail for 2 years, suspended. And you think, oh, for goodness sake, please not. It's all very odd. There's another story about Sarah Ferguson in the papers today. This time, filed with a bank in the Caribbean, the Duchess's bill for marketing and promotion paid by a Hong Kong millionaire's UK firm, £200,000. And it's got details of the Duchess of York's #1 account, meaning she's probably got quite a few accounts. She's with Royal Bank of Scotland, by the way. You can see that because it's written on the paper. And they say here, this is from a secretive offshore bank in the Caribbean. Everything about Sarah Ferguson smacks of something a little bit odd. Something not quite right. Even the actual bank, the European Commerce Bank, recently empty, having suddenly gone into voluntary liquidation. Neighbours reported computers and desks being removed, and the workers said salaries had not been paid. One said there were 5 full-time employees, but the bank didn't do a single transaction in her time there. So it goes on. It's all very odd. You can't quite work out what Sarah Ferguson does with her money or where she gets it from. All we know is she's clinging on to Prince Andrew for grim death. I think at the moment they need each other. I think the whole thing's going to get a little bit sticky, to say the least. Plus, Theresa May's beaten Winston Churchill, but trails Margaret Thatcher in sales of Toby jugs in Parliament. Good Lord, I didn't even know they sold Toby jugs anymore, but they do. A total of 77 Theresa May jugs sold between 2016 and 2019, compared to 91 for Mrs Thatcher. Churchill was third with 73 in a 3-year period, and they cost 30 quid each. I quite fancy a set of Toby jugs. I think that'd be a nice idea, actually. If you could have those in here, we could have them made of all the presenters. You know, Tom Swarbrick Toby jug, and sort of a Eddie Mayer Toby jug, Ian Dale Toby jug. They'd all be quite good, wouldn't they? Somebody made me a little figure of myself once when I did a thing for Channel 5, and somebody watching did a little, sort of like a little sculpture kind of thing. Slightly scary, but quite good fun at the same time. Gordon Kay, was it accurate? I don't know. I don't know what accurate is, because we've all got an idea of what we think we look like, but it isn't what we look like to other people, which is a shame. Gordon Kay was great in a lower as René Artois. Couldn't stand his wife while at it with his 2 waitresses. Well, not just 2 waitresses. He was at it with everybody. Yes, I knew Gordon Kay. He lived down the road from me. He lived in Brentford. Doc. He died a short while ago. And then Dan says, as boring as Gary Lineker is, I wouldn't mind being a £1 note behind him. You and me together. Viv's practising yoga on a balcony in Tuscany. My other producer, Thomas, does yoga. I don't quite get it. I don't really understand what it is. It's like I never quite got me head around tantric sex. Not that it's Sting does tantric sex. And I remember thinking, oh, that looks like fun. And then I thought, I could get myself into some of these positions. I'd never get out of them again. Steve, I always enjoy the post-match interviews with star players. Yeah, well, the boys done well in the second half. I just don't get it. But there again, I'm not, we're not supposed to. If I try to explain musical theatre to somebody, they looked at me blankly. People just don't get it. So why I should get? I mean, I do get the Olympics, and I get synchronised swimming and running very fast, and then running very fast, jumping over things called hurdles. And the high jump's always very good, and the thing with the pole where you try and launch yourself. Well, I couldn't even hold the pole, let alone running and using it for things. Be absolutely terrible. More on will Maxwell's daughter spill paedophile's secret to the FBI? It's not going away, is it? This one, friend of Trump and Clinton with jet called the Lolita Express. Doesn't look promising, does it? Does not look promising. And then the picture of Prince Andrew in Central Park in 2010. It had to be pointed out to him what Jeffrey Epstein was, and then all of a sudden he distanced himself, but not before Sarah Ferguson had been making phone calls backwards and forwards. For what? I've got no idea. I think if you could put these people on lie detector tests, you could have all sorts of interesting stories. I don't think it'll ever happen. I really don't. Also, Kim sends apology to Trump. This is Kim Jong-un after the missile tests. Terribly sorry. He tweeted, the North Korean leader wants to meet once again to start negotiations. I like it when they meet. I really do. I mean, I think both of them, you know, separately are a complete and utter danger to the entire world. But I love the idea that they are actually talking. I mean, it's not happened before, has it? Also, millions have watched Timothy West caring for his dementia-stricken wife, Prunella Scales, on their canal tours. As the series nears its end, he said, it'll break my heart to sell the home where Prue is happiest. He calls her Prue. And they visited Cambodia. They've done all sorts of things, and I think it's lovely. But they'll have to sell the house to pay for her dementia care. You have to pay for things like that, and that's why it needs to be sorted out by the government. But they faff around, don't they? They keep promising everything else, but dementia is a big problem for a lot of people. It really makes them very, very ill, very ill. That's the people looking after the people who've actually got dementia. Also, a cervical cancer diagnosis. This is 2 cancer ops in 1 week. This is by the PM's wife. This is his, before he found the girlfriend. This is Marina Wheeler. And she's hoping that if she tells you her story, it will encourage other women not to delay their smear tests. Plus, experts pouring scorn on Gwyneth's healthy alkaline water. It doesn't actually do anything. It's £2.45. She says it supports your wellness with healthy minerals. I mean, it's a bit like Victoria Beckham. She comes up with all sorts of other rubbish about it, and yet she can't move her face to smile. I feel a bit sorry. So for the woman who brought you bee-sting facials and an 8-day goat milk cleanse, the latest one might appear rather unadventurous. It's a bottle of water. So the actress, 46, has become an ambassador for Flow, a brand of alkaline water which claims to support your wellness with healthy minerals and electrolytes. I mean, I just don't believe it. I really don't believe it. I think it's rubbish. I think most of the stuff that Victoria Beckham gets her sort of teeth into is also a pile of old rubbish. But people seem to like these things. People want to do anything to halt the ageing process. And unfortunately, I don't think you can, really. Steve, Darren in Staines, currently listening from St Peter's Hospital, admitted Friday. What is it with people in hospitals? I quite like going to hospitals, actually. I like the idea that you can come out of there and you're better most of the time. Philip says the cinema store across the road from Stringfellows has been closed for some time. Oh, it's a shame. I liked it in there a lot. Dale liked it in there. He was a big fan of collecting he'd walk out with a pile of stuff. Steve, so happy you loved Romeo and Juliet. You must watch Yuli about Carlos Acosta, such an amazing dancer. Anyway, it's my birthday today, says Chrissy, so I'm very happy about being another year older. Yes, what do they say? Another year older, deeper in debt. And fed up with men. Why can't they be more like sheepdogs? This is Katie Cropper. She's now on 4 husbands and she's dumped them all. There's obviously something the matter with her. You can't have 4 husbands and dump them all. There's got to be something there. But she's got her dogs and she likes her dogs. And she seems quite happy. And she's got a baby as well, so she was still tending to the sheep with the baby. Women have this thing that goes around their neck and the baby's either facing outwards, looking a bit like that, which is useless unless you're listening in stereo, or facing the mum. And I don't think we had anything like that. I think I was just put in a pram. Little pram and sort of pushed around. I quite liked it, actually. I quite like going in prams. They were quite good fun. So forget VAR and look at the joy on this lad's face. Wham, bam, thank you, Dan. The match analysis. He looked very happy. I think he's either 19 or 20. This is Dream star Dan James. He put United 4-0 up against Chelsea on his debut. Poor old Chelsea, man. What an embarrassment. I mean, they get paid a fortune, these people, and they can't seem to actually manage to do it. I mean, somebody who hasn't been on the pitch like this before, and he scores up against, Chelsea, which I always thought was a fairly good little team, owned by Roman Abramovich. I love pronouncing it like that. Jamie Oliver, in all the papers today. He's admitted the last few years have been a struggle after the restaurant empire collapsed. The business, which started with 15 in London in 2002, went into administration with a loss of 1,000 jobs and the closure of 22 out of 25 venues. Jamie says the past 4.5 years have been the hardest in my life, mainly because I thought I could save my restaurant group. It was a bit like someone who was very unwell. We nearly got there, and I thought I could get there. That he's still got all the kids, Poppy, Daisy, Petal, Buddy, and River, and his wife, Jules. It seems to be perfection. It all just went, I don't know why. But he told You magazine, these screens, it's 24/7, because the kids love mobile phones. He also confessed to being more in love with Jules at 44, more than ever. He says, I've absolutely enjoyed watching my wife get older. I definitely think I'm more in love with her now than I was then. He's got a new recipe book, actually. It's called Veg. His first feature only vegetarian meals. A Channel 4 series will follow in September. I like the idea of donkeys. And here's Brenda Pierce reconnecting. She's a care home resident. And she wanted to... she suffers from dementia. And so she wanted to see donkeys again. So they brought donkeys in to see her, which is lovely, actually. Her face lit up. Miriam Markham, the care home's lifestyle coordinator, said, we always like to go the extra mile for residents and like to make their wishes come true. Isn't that lovely? So one happy lady. One happy lady. Also, I said this the other day, Leo McKinstry saying it today. Build more jails if we really want to wage war on crime. None of this, let's give somebody a suspended sentence. No, sod that for soldiers. Let's stick them in prison. Teach them a lesson. Otherwise, people go, oh, you can do something, 2 years prison, suspended for a year. And you think, what good does that do? That doesn't do anything at all. Little Julie says, thank you for the birthday mention for the Spikers group. 2 years old. We will share some virtual Prosecco later and some cake. How lovely. Presented by Tom Swarbrick. Sitting in for Nick Ferrari. Boris Johnson has announced he'll create 10,000 extra prison places. Tom will discuss whether it'll make Britain safer. Donald Trump has been retweeting conspiracy theories about the death of Jeffrey Epstein in prison. Tom will bring you all the latest details. I say, all I want to know is, if they're doing an autopsy, and they should, I want to know whether it was death by strangulation, by hanging, which is what we were told, or whether or not pressure was applied to his neck by outside forces. Because I just find it unbelievable, as indeed everybody else does in America, that 1 minute he's on suicide watch because he tries to take his own life, then for some reason they take him off suicide watch and he promptly hangs himself. Well, as I say, if there hadn't been all these big names involved, I probably wouldn't be as sceptical, but all these names that are coming out into the frame, including Prince Andrew and people like that, somewhere in a distant little room, the alarm bells are ringing. Paulio says Dale's on TV at the moment, Channel 147. Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm doing a show till 7. I have seen him before. Thank you for the birthday mention. Oh, just done that one, little Julie. Ree Prunella is fundraising to pay for her dementia care, says Kieran. I don't think so, no. They're going to have to sell the house, which, of course, she's been there for 50 years. So that might come as a bit of a blow because she's getting progressively worse. And I'm assuming they don't have a mortgage on it, and it looks like it's worth a bit of money, but it's awful, really, to think that has to be done. Plus, with GP's appointments, waiting times are higher than ever. What do they reckon? They were saying in one of the papers, GP's deluged. They say doctors warned last night of a surge in demand. Plus another one of them said, where is it now? I mean, waiting lists of sort of 4 weeks. 4 weeks? 15 days waiting, on average. Tom will look into how we can get to see the doctor quicker. Tell fibs. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast with Tom Swarbrick this morning from 7 o'clock. So he'll be with you in about 23 minutes' time. So build more jails if we really want to wage war on crime. Absolutely. We haven't had a new jail for a while. Build one. And stop letting people out on day release. It's far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. Mobile libraries, I didn't think we still had, but apparently in certain parts of the country, they're a godsend. Some even had little mobile shops for people who are in, outlying areas where they can't get to the shop, and they have people who turn up, which I think is a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. Barry Manilow looking wrinkle-free. Well, I mean, he's obviously had work, hasn't he? He's obviously had quite a number of bits of work, because he just looks completely unrecognised. I mean, he looks like Barry Manilow, but his skin is all smoothed out. Do you know, research shows on the mobile libraries, 3 in 4 services have been scrapped since 2010. Although we had something the other day, the council did something they haven't done for ages. They cleaned up graffiti on a building, and they threw away all this these homeless people's stuff. And I suddenly worked out why. Because we had rugby the other day, and they don't want people to come to Twickenham and go, oh, God, they've got people sleeping in doorways. Thank you very much, not. The Queen is apparently exasperated. I don't see that. How they know that, I've got no idea. The one thing Her Majesty is very good at is being very discreet. Yvonne says, will you be joining the opening of the grouse shooting season today? I don't think so. You generally, I don't need to worry about the grouse season. I mean, you find them all the way down the motorway. Dead grouse by the side of the road or in the middle. They just fly into lorries. Because they seem to low fly, grouse, don't they? But no, not for me, thank you. Oliver says, I like your idea of an LBC presenter Toby jug. I drink from a Ferrari jug on some days, a Steve jug on a happy bacon sarnie day, and an Eddie jug on a sophisticated smooth day. And I quite like the idea of a Farage jug. I think it'd be a brilliant idea, wouldn't it? I mean, nobody's ever done it before, so why not something like that? Something a bit different. Collect a bit of LBC memorabilia, Toby jugs. Perhaps somebody will come up with it. I like the idea. I'm all in favour of things like that. I really am. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And so definitely not doing the grouse season. Definitely not. But I do like cute lion cubs. I've often thought I'd love a lion cub, when they're small. But unfortunately, I saw some from Australia, and they had to look after them at home. They're very messy and very destructive and very powerful, because once they start growing, and these were tiger cubs. I think, were they tiger or lion? Anyway, whatever they are. There are two in the paper. These are rare white lion ones. These are called Simba and Nala. They need milk every 2 hours. God, you'd never get any sleep, would you? Every 2 hours. So this lady, Bridget Climond, gives the white lion cubs their bottles and watches over them while they play with the family chihuahuas. When I say play with them, they try to stop them eating them, I should imagine. But she says, I'm a very happy surrogate mother. They're growing well, like a baby. Cubs asked to drink every 2 hours. The mother has no milk, so I bottle feed them. How sweet. How sweet. So lots of people have donated money. They did face being sold to a circus. And they've changed it. She said, our refuge is not a zoo. I can collect animals, but I can't keep more. They'd be unhappy for lack of space. And obviously we want them all to be well. Which is that they're so cute. I mean, they really are bundles of fluff. Bundles of fluff. Absolutely gorgeous. What's this one here? Oh, yes. If you are addicted to your telephone, which of course many people are, I would think that you'd probably go for this one. And it's a guy called Alan Carr. Now, you know Alan Carr because he's the one who did the Stop Smoking books. And millions of people quit smoking using Alan Carr's method. So the latest thing is to tackle the problem with your phone addiction. Because, I mean, if you took somebody's phone away, they'd probably kill you to get it back. Now, addiction doesn't have to be like a substance. That's what he's trying to explain to you, like nicotine or alcohol. Most digital users don't realise they're being controlled, but you may have a suspicion. An addiction is tied up with negative emotions, stress, depression, fear, heartbreak, loneliness and boredom. I think sometimes boredom, it's either that or you sit on the train staring out the window. And how do you stop? Well, all the details are in the Daily Express for today. And I should imagine he must have a book or something. But it's a good idea if you think that, because kids are addicted to them all the time. Whenever I go round to see my godchildren, what are they on? Their phones. They're on their phones. You can't stop people because it's fascinating. So what you can do, you can ban your phone before bed to help you sleep. Because if your mind is still whirring away, you ain't going to get to sleep. Steve says, Patrick, my GP's just referred me to a dermatology clinic. And the first bookable appointment is 2020 in March. Good Lord. Obviously, you're not considered a major risk. You're okay, actually. So, well, until 2020, anyway. If they're just booking you in for dermatology, it'll be something that can be cured up, perhaps with a cream or a steroid. Alec says, get the puppet creators of Spitting Image to do your LBC mugs. I think actually Carol Thatcher has got one of Margaret, but I think it was done some time ago. I quite fancy the idea. I think there's a brilliant bit of merchandising. You could have them all down in our reception here in Leicester Square. There could be a cabinet with LBC mugs and sort of people. You have to do more than 5 years on the radio to qualify for a mug, I think, because otherwise somebody might sort of have a mug done and they order 1,000 and somebody might go. Sarah says, after your talk about Audis the same day, I noticed I had a car up my rear. Noticed them much more now. Oh, yeah, you've got to watch that. That's a lot. That's a big problem. It's like also you've got to watch people on the motorway who pull in front of you and do the braking so that you then crash into the back of them. Because if you crash into the back of somebody, that's your problem, and the chances are they're probably fraudulent. It's cash for crash, isn't it? I think that's how they describe it. Other stories? Well, it's Prince Andrew's getting the bad deal of the day. The royals went to church, presumably thinking there's a higher love. Also, Catherine Ryan plans to marry that's the comic, Catherine Ryan, after bumping into her first love whilst filming Who Do You Think You Are? So there you go. Sometimes it's the people you went out with, first of all, isn't it, that sort of get the old, like that going. I often wondered, actually, if I bumped into half of my exes, whether I'd be remotely interested. The answer is probably not. Probably not. Because you hold an image in your mind of what they look like, and some people age well, and some people don't age at all well. The investigation, Queen backs Andrew in a show of royal unity. No, she doesn't. She hasn't said anything on it. But somebody said to the Queen, so what do you think about Prince Andrew and Mr. Epstein? She wouldn't have any comment at all on things like that. You wouldn't even ask her. The Notre Dame, the fumes are still dangerous. God, I thought they'd have finished that by now. 450 tonnes of lead sheeting melted. Not good, is it? And a young Liverpool fan who knocked himself out whilst running to wave at Mo Salah got the perfect pick-me-up when the star turned up at his door to check he was okay. I mean, for these kids who are big fans of footballers, when they meet them, it's one of the most emotional experiences of their entire life. But this is a nice picture, and they all look very happy. In fact, there's some great footage on YouTube of kids meeting their sporting heroes, and they're quite overwhelmed by it. You know, if you're a little person of up to 13, 14, they meet their footballing heroes, and it is mainly footballing heroes, and they can't believe it. Can't believe it's lovely. Anne says when the families lose on the chase, they're presented with Toby jugs of all the chasers. Are they? Oh, I like that idea. Yeah, the Toby jugs they give you on the chase, they're quite good, actually. Do you get a whole set? Or do you just get that one of the person who's been your particular chaser? Yes, I was going to say, they couldn't give you 5, could they? I'd forgotten the fact there's 5 chasers. They're very good, though, aren't they? That does look a bit like you, actually. It's a nice thing to have. What an original thing. What an original thing to do. Front pages, the Daily Mirror. Queen rallies behind Prince. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe it. She wouldn't get involved with this kind of thing. Andrew and the secret Epstein diary. I bet he didn't know about that. Royal fears as prosecutors about to carry on the probe after his alleged suicide. Daily Express, royals rally round Prince Andrew. What, they've done a survey with the royal family. So, William, what do you think about Uncle Andrew, eh? What do you think about that one? It's not looking promising, is it? But I just find it very interesting that here are all these big names in this scandal, and a scandal is what it is, and then all of a sudden he commits suicide. I would have thought that they would have been looking forward to their day in court, but obviously not in this particular case. So I think Andrew thinks it's all finished. He won't now, because somebody will be saying there's a diary. There weren't just these 2,000 bits of paper with famous people's names on. He kept a meticulous diary of obviously who was doing what with whom. That could blow it wide apart, unless all of a sudden it vanishes. There is that possibility, isn't there? Scandal over 15-day wait for GPs. Tom Swarbrick will be talking about that this morning on Breakfast. Tragic Prunella may be forced to sell home, which she's lived in for 50 years because of her dementia and the cost. The PM's wife, this is Boris's wife, her 2-week cancer ops in a week. And GPs deluged by HRT crisis. Apparently, on Saturday, the Daily Mail revealed the scale of the problem, which is affecting all high street pharmacies, including Boots and Lloyd's. So 200,000 British women on HRT, and it's set to continue into next year, which is not very good, is it? Not very good at all. Daily Telegraph today, tech giants be fined millions for toxic videos. This is Instagram, Facebook and YouTube facing fines of millions of pounds for showing harmful videos, of which there are very many. Prince Andrew looking really happy with the Queen as well as they go off to... she's always got a blanket over her legs, I've noticed, in the back of that car. Perhaps there's no heating in it. Perhaps there's no heating. But so he's off to Crathy Church near Balmoral. I didn't know he went to church, but obviously just him and her in the car. She's probably saying to him... Well, actually, I shouldn't imagine she's saying anything. They've got people in there driving the thing. But nice car. Nice car. Labour turns its guns on the glorious 12th. they will bring an end, they reckon, they could put rural jobs at risk by scrapping grouse shooting. Also, Boris Johnson saying courts will be given new powers to jail violent criminals, rapists and prolific offenders for longer under plans unveiled today. Can't wait to see that one implemented. We've waited long enough for it. Nothing's happened so far. Socialite faces questions. This is Ghislaine Maxwell facing a conspiracy investigation in America over accusations she recruited underage girls for sex with Jeffrey Epstein. She's denied the claims, believed to be facing the inquiry by US prosecutors along with former assistants of Epstein, who is thought to have died from hanging. But they're not too sure. I mean, on what? What was he found hanging on? I mean, are there beams in these sort of prison cells? I think we need to be told, but you probably never find out. But the release of the papers has drawn the Duke of York back into a scandal that first tarnished his name in 2011. This was after he was seen walking in Central Park with Epstein after the financiers released from prison for soliciting prostitutes, including one who was underage. You thought alarm bells would have rung with Prince Andrew. Stay well away. But the papers, including a claim from lawyers, one of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts, one of the individuals she was trafficked to was Prince Andrew. I mean, you can't believe it. I mean, it's almost like something out of some horrible fantasy. She was said to be 17 at the time. The allegations against Prince Andrew were dismissed by a US judge and were struck from the record. The Duke of York and Miss Maxwell have staunchly denied the allegations, and neither has been charged with wrongdoing. Now they found the diary. It rears its ugly head yet again. Also, vital safety work has not been carried out on 48 high-risk dams, despite a potential danger to lives, according to an analysis of figures from the Environment Agency. And turning Sports Direct into the Selfridges of sport will take at least 4 years. They do very big mugs in Sports Direct, don't they? I think I've seen some of this, but really big mugs. It's almost like 3 cups of tea, which is about as good as it gets, which is quite nice. Another one here, very quickly. Let's. Do they do Anne Widdecombe Toby Jug? Says Paul in Exeter. Are you inferring they would need a bit more clay for that one? No, I mean, do you know, to be honest with you, I bet there is an Anne Widdecombe. There must be an Anne Widdecombe Toby Jug. It's got to be there, because they only use the top bit of they're not using the whole body, are they? They're only using the face, and as she's got a fairly recognisable face, I bet the producer could find an Anne Widdecombe Toby Jug. No? Well, there you go. No, we have found Anne Widdecombe. I suppose it's because the hairstyles keep changing. She doesn't really look after herself very well. But an Anne Widdecombe Toby Jug. Anne Widdecombe, no. Why doesn't she make the best of herself? She could look so much better. She really could, actually. Somebody could give her... Oh, look, there's a picture of her in the studios here. You could have a good makeover for her. She'd probably do a makeover programme, which I quite like the idea of. But there's no Anne Widdecombe Toby Jugs. Steve, I rang the 1st of July for doctor's appointment. The best they had was the 30th of July. Steve, re the Lion Clubs. Pointless. Lion Cubs, utterly adorable, fluffy balls, just like you. We love you. Happy Mondays, Spiker fans. Actually, go onto YouTube and you can see me with a snow leopard. I keep mentioning it because it's so gorgeous, but it didn't live, I'm afraid. It was brain damage. But it was absolutely gorgeous. It was like holding a giant ball of fluff. That's the only way I can describe it. We went to the cat sanctuary down there. So if you go to YouTube, Steve Allen, snow leopard, and you'll go, oh, that's so cute. When they grow up a little bit, they become a little bit more dangerous. This one sadly didn't, which is a shame. But it was still beautiful. I loved it. We went down, we had a lovely time. And we had thousands of people. When we went down there, we mentioned it, because nobody knew about this place. And he was inundated with LBC listeners. So that's good. So that's very good. I thought that was a brilliant idea, that we sort of drew attention to a place where he does a lot of good. He breeds snow leopards. He's very, very successful at breeding snow leopards. They use them in films and stuff like that. They're not trained, but they use them for films. So it's lovely. The Sun on the front page, hubby split, Miley snogs girl. This must be Miley Cyrus, who apparently split from her husband and now she was seen snogging a girl. She describes herself as pansexual. And pansexual, I think, means you're a bit undecided. I think that's what, I thought that was bisexual, but apparently it's pansexual. Bisexual is somewhat different. You see, that's how complicated life is now. There's pansexual, bisexual, heterosexual, straight, gay, lesbian. Even I'm confused by it. So I don't know what pansexual is. But I'm sure one of these days we'll probably understand it. Boris in Sun poll bounce. He's got the Tories back as the favourite party of Sun readers. So obviously putting their weight behind him. And George Clooney was last night sensationally accused of a sex act with the ex-lover of Prince Andrew's paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Good Lord above. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? I suppose in one way everybody's thankful that Jeffrey Epstein, a rather nasty, predatory paedophile, is dead. But at the same time, there are big questions to ask. Big questions. It's too convenient. Oh, the Sun have put Roxanne Pallett in there as well. The former Emmerdale star, yes, deeply unpleasant. Deeply unpleasant. So they say here, she's scarcely been seen in public since her accusing Ryan Thomas of punching her, which turned out to be blatant lies. Something the matter with her. Something not quite right. Official now, downpours. Still to the end of August. Month's rain in just 2 days. Official, summer's a bummer. Summer's a bummer. So there you go. And that, as they say, is just about it this morning. There's some other murderers and rapists. That's the other story which is running this morning with Boris coming down hard on things. I'd like to see it go through. It'd be rather nice, wouldn't it, to think there is some sort of deterrent. Before I go, I shall tell you what's coming up on the free podcast today on my little bit extra. Love Island winner Amber Gill set to join Loose Women as a guest panellist after impressing bosses during the last appearance. She'll have one gig. Amid claims she's lined up for Dancing on Ice, Victoria Beckham shares an adorable selfie with daughter Harper as they continue their idyllic Italian getaway, and Caroline Flack, 39, reveals she worries she'll leave it too late to settle down and have children. She and her boyfriend Lewis, 27, are more focused on their careers. She only does Love Island.